Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Ada K Show. My name is June. I'm one of Ada's mods. Today, she is still in the monitoring stages due to taking care of family situation. So we are going to be doing more of the Holly Bobo show. We're going to start with day 2, part 1.
Please listen to the entire message as the prompts change effective April 8th, 2011. You have reached the APP Mobility Court Order Compliance Center of AT&T. If you're calling from a 911 emergency center, if this is a life or death matter, press 4.
Today, this is Judy. I work at the 911 center at Cater County, Tennessee. We have got a missing 20-year-old female that was pulled away from her home. We need to try to put on her cell phone, please.
Okay, what's the phone number?
Okay, 731 549 7352.
Okay.
Her name is Holly Bobo, B-O-B-O.
Okay, that's 731-509-7352.
Yes, sir.
Okay, one moment. And how was the story? Did she call 911?
No, sir. Her brother reported her missing. She was pulled away from her home and she was outside into the woods. And my sergeant told me whether the person need to call you and put a trace on her cell phone, please.
Okay. Now, the brother called 911?
Yes, her brother reported her missing. She was in our home.
All right.
No, yeah, 118, X-ray comes up with the mark.
What's the zip code of your station?
The zip code of my station is 38329. Where is the code of it?
Florida County 911.
Yes,
And may I have your callback number and your fax number?
Yes, my callback number is 731 852 3911. And my fax number is 731 852 3914. Marshalltown Road, at Lane 50 Marshall. I'm sorry.
Any location on the phone right now?
No, I don't have a location of the phone.
You need location.
Yes,
Okay, I can go ahead and provide the information to you quickly. I just need to record the conversation. And, you give the details on the party, the third party, so forth.
Okay, so the only thing I can tell you is, she was outside, to my knowledge, her brother heard her screaming.
Right.
He looked out, there was a boy in camouflage clothing that pulled her into the woods. He heard her screaming, and I think a neighbor also reported her screaming.
Okay.
And it's around 8 a.m. this morning.
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna go ahead and place on hold briefly and we'll issue the recording. When I come back, I'm just gonna ask a few questions regarding how the call came into your office again and provide the information.
Okay.
Okay? Cool. Hi, ma'am. This conversation is being recorded, and I understand that I have the permission to record it, is that correct? Okay. Can you verify your name of your patient, so you can call back on the phone, please?
And so my name is Judy Wilkins. I work at the 911 Center, Decatur County, Tennessee. Phone number is 731-852-3911.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to receive a call from the second party, reporting that, our customer was the telephone number, 739-549-7352, is, possibly, kidnapped,
Adjusted,
If you might include that in the phone, your emergency, approximately what time the call came in, the phone number is certified.
Okay, sir, the recording part was a Holly Bobo, that is her brother, called the 911 center and reported his sister had been possibly abducted, him screaming concerning, a male with camo pulling into the woods. A neighbor also heard her screaming. Hold on, Sheila, what time is this call coming? Is it 7:59? 7:59, I get it.
So we're looking at that call, we're looking at one official person in the name of Brad,
Yes.
and you're requesting the location.
Yes.
Right? All right, I tried, some of the phone show, I'm not getting a location on the phone right now, but not sure the power on. So unfortunately, we're not able to get any location information on the phone right now.
Okay, let me ask you one thing, sir. If you don't have a signal, what I call a signal in that area, will that affect it then?
Yeah, possibly, I just looked for a location, it's not it's giving me a pretty big radius to it, so, let's say that, pretty trying to question it, because I can,
No, I'm involved. They're looking for it. Okay. Right now, that's in the time to take some state, I got 7,000 million. I'm not understanding what you're saying, pardon.
So the pretty sure
Pretty sure, yes, sir.
So let me give you what I've got here. I requested a few times, I got
Some notes I have here. Your handwriting?
Some of it does appear to be my handwriting, yes, ma'am.
I think one of the problems with these notes is when they're copied, you can see a little bit of what was on the back of the paper also. But would you agree with me that it appears that these rough notes on the piece of paper I just handed you are the same, is the same information that eventually got transcribed into your supplement number 1 of your report?
I would say yes, ma'am. Some of them described into my report.
Would it be helpful if I passed you a copy of your supplement, of your report?
That'd be fine, ma'am. Described into my.
And yesterday you testified, you kind of started with the sex offenders that were closest to the Bobo home. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first person there, John Turner, number 1. It's probably
His name is first on the list, so I would probably have to say it's.
and he lives on Eastwood. You know where Eastwood is. But I'm sorry, you located him at Melton Lane
Yes, ma'am.
in Eastwood. Okay. The second person is on Manus Lane. That's close to Bobo's house.
2,350.
Okay.
1,375. That is a radius of 4,894 meters.
Okay, so I'll let you take it up, Sergeant. Hold on just a moment.
I was given some long-term information to your dispatch. How can I? Well, we're doing a track if possible if this thing moves or anything. Okay, but we would like to give you an email address, and I can set up with email in 15 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. T-W-E-D-E-R, okay, at NDT.net. To the net feed. Okay, so that's T-W-E-D-E-R.net. Okay, I'll get that set up for you. We're going to initial email and then whatever 15 minutes after. Okay, so you think this is taken off your title? Well, last meeting that I took has a location that looks like it's just near a tower or location by Interstate 30. Okay. So sure, and I would say that we're not getting a real precise location right now, it's giving us about a 2-mile radius. Okay. So, hopefully, yeah, it's just a better signal, we're more precise. Okay. So, and that's going to keep hanging in the 15 minutes? Yes, I'll get that set up for you in a couple minutes there, and we're going to have a number of questions back to when we make contact to cancel this. Yes, it's 800 635 800. 635 6840. Right, and when you hear our message, ship number 3 on the keypad, and then that'll switch over to one of our representatives. Okay, and then we're going to let the file number, which is 916 870. Yes. Okay, that's the number. All right, I appreciate it. No problem.
Okay, so that was an accurate reflection of the phone call that day, is that right?
Sounded accurate, yes, ma'am.
And at some point, you heard the AT&T person give a location of Holiday Circle?
I heard him give a lot of locations, pings and numbers.
And the, I guess, the 911 operator was asking if they had an address, and he said, well, it was coming back with an address, and he was trying to give the closest address possible, and he said a Holiday Circle.
Okay.
So, and he also said at some point that the phone was pinging over by Interstate I-40.
Yes, ma'am.
And, but at that time, you did not send a group of officers up that direction, did you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. As a matter of fact, once you got these two readings, the latitude and longitude readings, you didn't send officers to those readings, did you?
I relayed the information that I was given to officers to try to go to certain locations. Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. But as you know, officers did not go to those readings within the first hour.
Ma'am, I don't know. I was clearly at the dispatch center and obtaining the information as to what officers or if any went there. I don't know.
Okay. And then let me. And since yesterday, you had an opportunity to review the report that you prepared in this case, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. I looked at it this morning.
And as a matter of fact, you, as the first officer on the scene, were charged with making the preliminary investigation report in the whole case.
Yes, ma'am. I have to start a case so we can have a case number for follow-up things, just like the AT&T track.
Okay. And so in your report that you filled out on the very first page under the accused, suspect, other category, you actually put Clint Bobo's name in there, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on the second page, you wrote out a narrative.
Yes, ma'am.
And a narrative is just a brief paragraph of kind of what had occurred.
Just a brief summation, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you wrote this, do you remember what day you actually sat down and wrote out the report?
No, ma'am. A lot of that stuff was kind of running together. I mean, there was a lot of things going on during that time.
So you're saying it was all kinds of information coming in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And because of it all, it's possible that it was several days until you wrote out the report?
There may be a timestamp on the report. I don't know.
Okay. And if there's not a timestamp on the report, then no telling when it was actually typed into a computer?
It would have been there pretty quick. It's not going to be a week later or anything like that. It would have been within the first day or so because other people are going to need that case number for their files also.
Okay. And you put down in your report that upon arriving at the scene, you spoke with the brother, Clint Bobo.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
reported the victim, Holly Bobo, of the reported victim, Holly Bobo.
Sounds right.
And you're saying that Mr. Bobo gave you a verbal statement that he was asleep in the home and heard a scream.
If that's what I put down, that's what he told me. Yes, ma'am.
But it's possible that you got that part confused because it's the neighbor that heard the scream.
It's possible. It's in my report. Unfortunately, that's what I typed up, so that's what I have to stand by.
But you didn't have any specific notes from when you spoke to Clint Bobo first thing that day, did you?
No, ma'am. The statement form that I gave him, I don't know whatever happened to it.
Okay, so you would agree with me that whatever piece of paper you gave him that day to fill out has been lost at this point?
I would say that I never gained possession of it back at that day, no.
Okay, because you didn't review that paper in preparation for your testimony today.
No, ma'am. I have not seen that paper.
Okay. And so you also put down that Clint Bobo checked outside the home and he saw his sister in a pink shirt and light colored blue jeans walking into the woods.
That's the description he would have given me.
Okay.
Sounds right.
But he had also told you that he had seen his sister kneeling down, speaking to somebody outside the window. Didn't he tell you that?
I don't remember that.
Okay, so it's a detail you don't remember today.
Yes, ma'am.
And Clint Bobo advised you he didn't think much about his sister heading into the woods with her boyfriend.
Seems like that's right.
Okay. He explained to you that the boyfriend was a turkey hunter.
I do recall that, yes.
At some point, he realized what was happening and he called 911.
Yes, ma'am.
Upon the arrival at the scene, you put down that you did locate and photograph some blood inside the carport.
That's what I put, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so yesterday when you said you didn't take pictures, you did in fact take some pictures.
It says that. I don't know whatever happened to him, but it does say that. So I imagine I would have probably on my cell phone because that would have been what I would have had on me at the time. I don't carry around a camera with me, so.
And back in 2011, did you have a cell phone that took pictures?
It was a department issued iPhone, yes, ma'am.
Okay. That part you remember?
What?
You remember that you had a cell phone an iPhone that took pictures?
I remember that I had a department issued iPhone. We all had them, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then it says that you went inside this home. And you're one of the people that cleared the house?
No, ma'am. I don't remember ever going in the home.
Okay, so it was only Jeremy Pratt that cleared the home?
I don't know that, ma'am. I did not go in the home.
Okay. And you tried to get a dog up there, but they told you that there was going to be a significant time delay on the dog.
I do remember trying to get a dog up there, but I don't remember being told. I did read that in my report this morning, so obviously somebody did tell me that.
Okay. And did you stay in your office to get the emails, or was that something you could get on your iPhone? The emails from AT&T with the pings?
I believe I had to use a computer there at dispatch, but I don't remember. I remember them coming in by email. So.
Okay. And a matter of fact, you were able to get 4 pings total. Is that right?
I don't remember exactly how many, ma'am.
Okay. Well, and I take that back. The very first locate on the phone that we heard there, that locate, there was no hit at the time.
I heard him say that. Yes, ma'am.
And so then we heard 2 locates on the telephone just then.
Yes, ma'am.
And then they ended up sending you additional 2 more. Isn't that right?
Ma'am, again, I don't remember the number in total. I remember some emails coming through, but I don't remember how many.
Okay. And at that point, then, you did not have the means by which to use this latitude and longitude information they gave you to pinpoint it on the map, did you?
No, ma'am, I didn't have a GPS or anything to use that information.
Okay. And it never occurred to you when you were talking to the people on the phone to ask them to update the system every 1 minute?
No, ma'am.
You did hear the man say on the phone that he was constantly refreshing the data to see if it had changed.
Ma'am, he never told me that.
You didn't hear him on the phone just now say that?
I heard him on there say that, but he didn't say that to me. So no, ma'am, I was not aware that you could do that.
Okay. At the very last, when he said to you, I've been refreshing, and then he said, oh, it's just changed, I've got a new reading for you. Did you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
Okay. And then you did a supplement to your report at a later date, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that supplement, you added all the sex offenders that you had gone to visit.
Yes, ma'am.
And you went to see sex offenders with Jeremy Pratt.
Yes, ma'am.
You teamed up together to do that.
We did team up for some of them. I think John Reichard, one of the other road sergeants, assisted with a couple also.
Okay. And so in doing that, I'd like to pass to you some papers I have. I have some copies, and granted, they're not very good copies. Of some notes I have here. Can you tell me if that's your handwriting?
Some of it does appear to be my handwriting. Yes, ma'am.
I think one of the problems with these notes is when they're copied, you can see a little bit of what was on the back of the paper also. But would you agree with me that it appears that these rough notes on the piece of paper I just handed you are the same information that eventually got transcribed into your supplement number 1 of your report?
I would say yes, ma'am. Some of the information was transcribed into my report.
Would it be helpful if I passed you a copy of your supplement of your report?
That'd be fine, ma'am.
And yesterday you testified that you kind of started with the sex offenders that were closest to the Bobo home. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first person there that you go see is John Turner, number 1. It's probably easier if you look at the typed report.
His name is first on the list, so I would probably have to say it's about right.
Okay, and he lives on Eastwood. You know where Eastwood is. But I'm sorry, you located him at Melton Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
At Eastwood. Okay. The second person is on Manus Lane. That's close to the Bobo's house. Is that right?
I'm not sure mileage wise, but it's within the city limits of Parsons, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's Melvin Stegall. You checked on him.
Melvin Stegall. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Seagull. The next person is Timothy Wheat,
Yes, ma'am.
also on Manus Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
Then is it Michael Broughton?
Yes, ma'am.
The fifth person is James Riddle.
Yes, ma'am.
He's on Rawson Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then you move over to Jeanette Holiday Road.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know where Jeanette Holiday Road is located.
I do.
And it's close to the Bobo home.
Yes, ma'am.
It's certainly closer to the Bobo home than Adams Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
And you checked on Eric Christensen.
That's what it says. Yes, ma'am.
And he was home when you got there.
That's what it says.
And then the next person on the list is Terry Britt, number 7.
Yes, ma'am.
And he was at 3138 Jeanette Holiday Road.
Yes, ma'am.
He gave you his story of what he had been doing that day. He said he woke up at 6 a.m. Wife woke up at 8:30-ish, and they left going to All Goods in Camden to buy supplies for remodeling the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember that upon arrival, they were unloading, Jan and Terry Britt were unloading a tub from a truck?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say truck, you mean a pickup truck.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you got there sometime that afternoon after approximately 2 o'clock, didn't you?
I don't remember the exact time, ma'am.
Do you see a time written on your sheet? On your handwritten notes? I couldn't find a time, but.
Ma'am, I'm struggling here. It's kind of copied over and it's hard to read, but not that I can tell. No, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember that deputy, you had just mentioned another deputy who was also doing checks on sex offenders. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that other deputy, what was his name?
Jonathan Reichard.
And Mr. Riker, and he was paired up with a second person also, wasn't he?
Ma'am, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay.
I would say probably.
Okay. And so, do you remember that they had already been by the Britt home that morning and nobody was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And there's a list, a timetable that was included in all, well, I guess, officers, when they came in, then began to try to form some type of timeline and keep a record of who was doing what.
I would hope so.
And you remember that you worked pretty late that day.
I'm sure I did.
Okay. So if at 8:38 you were still out there checking sex offenders, that would make sense to you, wouldn't it?
I'm sure. I don't remember getting a whole lot of sleep there for about a week.
Okay. And that day also, you said that you had gone, you initially were at the Bobo home, but you left sometime that morning to go back to the Parsons or the Decatur County Sheriff's Department.
The dispatch center, yes, ma'am.
And where is the Decatur County Sheriff's Department?
It's on Main Street in Decaturville. I don't know the numerical address.
Okay, so in order to get there from the Bobo home, you would have driven past the hospital, the Parsons Hospital. Is it Parsons or Decatur County Hospital?
Decatur County General Hospital.
So you would have driven past the Decatur County General Hospital going that direction?
That's one way to go, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's the way you went that morning, isn't it?
I don't know, ma'am. I don't know which road I took. I would imagine I took that road just because it's the main thoroughfare.
Okay. If I can have one moment. No further questions, Your Honor.
For the director of the state.
Yeah, I have a few questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I did want to put that phone call in as.
I wondered, let's put the disc in, it will be 37.
Can we have his report put in also and his handwritten notes? You recognize them as.
I'm sorry.
Regarding that, I'd address the court with regard to images and issues before. I'm getting this from Council President.
This will be exhibit 37.
I'll get it. Because I have to turn that thing back on.
want to be heard on that.
Yes, no interruption.
Yes, bring that with you. I'll tell the jury those two reports that have just been filed as evidence were introduced for purposes of him refreshing his recollection. They're hearsay and not to be considered for the truth of it, okay? All right.
Which one is going to be 38?
The big one was, or the multi-page was on top, I think. And 39 is practically illegible.
Mr. Martin, may I continue, Your Honor?
You may.
I think you told us yesterday you're not a cell phone expert.
No, sir.
That wasn't your job.
No, sir, it was not.
So I'm not going to try to make you one, okay? But did you hear what I heard on that phone call?
Yes, sir, I did.
AT&T guy couldn't give you an address, could he?
No, sir.
He couldn't tell you Holly's phone was here,
No, sir.
at a place or on a road or anything like that.
No, sir.
Object to deleting.
No, sir, good enough.
I'll be mindful of it, Judge.
Okay.
Instead, what did he tell you?
Latitude and longitudes of possible locations.
And did you hear him mention something about like a radius?
Yes, sir. 4,000 kilometers, approximately 2 miles, I believe is what I heard him say.
Approximately 2-mile radius.
Yes, sir.
So you're talking about a 2-mile swatch
Yes, sir.
and not a place or a road.
No, sir.
Did you hear him say anything about a city?
No, sir.
Did you hear him ever mention Holiday, Tennessee?
Not that I recall. No, sir.
Did you ever hear him mention Interstate 40?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you know, you were asked where Adams Lane is?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who lives on Adams Lane?
Yes, sir, I do.
Who?
Zach Adams and his grandfather.
Adams Lane near Interstate 40?
It is, sir.
It's right there, isn't it?
It's pretty close. Yes, sir.
Adams Lane near Holiday, Tennessee?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right there, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, even though you aren't a cell phone expert, and they gave you these things, they emailed you things, right?
Yes, sir, they did.
Did you just ignore them?
No, sir. We gave the information to people that I thought would be useful to them.
Because that was your job.
Yes, sir.
Did TBI get them?
They did. Yes, sir.
Highway Patrol?
Highway Patrol did also. Yes, sir.
Other people responsible for trying to find them.
Other people that were trying to help us. Yes, sir.
And you went about your job.
Yes, sir, I did.
There was a list of sex offenders you talked to.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
I object to deleting.
Yes, sir, there is.
That was not overruled.
Did you talk to Terry and Janet Britt?
I did. Yes, sir.
You saw them that morning, is that right?
Yes, sir. At some point during that day, I did run into them.
And you were asked, you saw them doing something, is that right?
When we,
Your Honor, I
All
object
right, that
to.
is leading.
What did you see when you encountered them?
when Deputy Pratt and I pulled up into the driveway of the Britt's home, they were outside unloading a pickup truck with some remodeling supplies to their home.
Okay. Previously, the word tub was used, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
A bathtub.
Okay. Stuff for the bathroom?
That's what it appeared to be. Yes, sir.
Okay. Not like a big bucket or something like that?
No, sir.
You did all that after you'd actually been at the crime scene where she was taken, right?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
We talked about this yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Takes a second, Judge, sorry.
The lunchbox, okay, here we go.
While we wait for it to warm up, did you describe for us that one of your things you did out there was put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, sir. I did.
Now, were you the crime scene officer?
I was the initial officer on scene, sir.
You know what I mean by that when I say crime scene officer?
A tech that examines.
Absolutely.
No, sir. I'm not.
You weren't doing that?
No, sir.
You weren't taking samples of blood?
I was not.
You weren't walking every step of the crime scene, putting tape and everything?
No, sir. No.
Just saying.
Did you put some tape up though?
I did at one point. Yes, sir.
Okay. If we can just resume the lights, Judge, I'll pass him this and we can, we'll figure it out over the next break.
Okay.
My pass you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 7.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you see the tape that you put up?
I see some crime scene tape, and that's the area that I put it up. Yes, sir.
Can I my first witness, Your Honor? My first witness. Can you show me the tape in the area that you put up?
Yes, sir. Over here next to, there's an alleyway going down the carport. All right. Over here would be the door walking down into the carport where Holly's car would have been. Just to the left of that, there was some sort of decoration, and then the door going into the main entrance of the home on the back side. I tied the tape between there, strung out through here, and back over to a brush, small tree on the back corner of this right here.
Okay. And would you agree with me that you put tape that stretched from the porch or from the carport, I guess it's more the porch than the carport, all the way across this back area to a tree or something?
I did carried it all the way across to the shed back here where you can see Clint Bobo's truck. I was trying to preserve this area just in case, because we'd already observed the blood on the carport, or in the carport, I should say, and then the spatter on the wall. So I was trying to preserve this area just in case there might have been some sort of indication of a trail of which way they had left outside of that
You
area.
know, the other side, it spans from some trees or something over next to the carport all the way across to the other trees.
That's correct, sir.
Would you agree with me that you didn't put any crime scene tape across the mouth of that carport?
No, sir, I did not.
If somebody put crime scene tape across the mouth of that carport, that would not have been you.
No, sir, it would not.
Might I display this to the jury?
You know.
Just states exhibit number 7. You can see the crime scene tape going across the backyard, is that right?
Yes, sir.
On both sides of
It
the,
covers up a big section of that driveway there at the end of the carport.
but you can see that you didn't put crime scene tape actually on the mouth of the carport.
No, sir. Or yes, sir, you can see that.
So somebody later came on and did that, that wasn't me.
If it was there later, yes, sir, it was not me.
That's all my questions, John.
Further cross.
Mr. Weber, you did not put up that crime scene tape right away, did you?
No, ma'am. I put it up after I noticed the blood in the carport.
First thing you did when you got there was you handed Clint Bobo a form to fill out, didn't you?
No, ma'am. I spoke with Clint Bobo first. And then eventually during our discussions, yes, ma'am, he was handed a form to fill out.
He was handed the form to
Your
fill out.
Honor, I would object this goes beyond the scope of recross.
It does, Your Honor, because
She can.
you gave him the form to fill out after Karen Bobo arrived, before Karen Bobo arrived.
I would say that was safe to say, yes, ma'am.
And the crime scene tape was after that.
After what?
You gave him the form to fill out.
At which time? No, it'd be hard pressed to say. It all happened pretty quick within the same moments therein. Once the blood was noticed, there was several things that happened. I realized the severity of what was going on and things started happening a lot quicker.
But once you realized the severity of what's going on, you still didn't go in the woods.
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Sorry, before you go, you can remain for next one.
Your Honor, can we have a minute to see if we can get the projector working, because our next witness, we're going to use that.
Well, let's just utilize that time. We'll take a morning recess. Follow the rules I gave you at the outset, please. No discussion. The things that are on page 1 of your notebook. Do your notebooks with us, and we'll take 15 minutes. I said there would be no placards, no T-shirts, no stickers, things like that in support of the victim's family. I instructed the sheriff if they saw any, that they were to cover those. There were some yesterday, there were some today. I don't think it's the family. I think it's well-wishers from outside. One car was Chester County, one was Madison County. So just be aware, please cover anything that would indicate support for anyone. If you don't, the sheriff will cover it. I don't think it will be an issue because this jury is very closely guarded. They're on a bus where they can't see out and they come directly in the courtroom, but please, if you would, be cautious about that. You folks can be seated until the jury comes in. Thank you. All right, be seated, please. I won't say anything else. Mr. Cho, birthday yesterday.
Thank you, Judge. I
All right.
appreciate that.
I'm Friday, and we're not going to sing, okay? All right, call your next witness for the state.
The state called Special Agent Lauren James.
She'll be going in, okay? Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir, I did.
Be seated, state your name and spell first and last.
My name is Lawrence James. Lawrence, Lawrence, James, James.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Agent James.
Good morning.
You also go by Lauren, Loren.
I do.
Where do you work, Mr. James?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
What do you do at the Bureau of Investigation?
I am a Special Agent Forensic Scientist Supervisor in the Memphis laboratory. I supervise forensic scientists, as well as forensic technicians in the evidence receiving unit.
Agent James, how long have you worked with the TBI?
I've been employed with TBI since January of 1999, so a little over 18 and a half years.
Both as a special agent and as a forensic scientist?
That's right.
When did you become a supervisor of the forensic scientists?
June 2013.
Agent James, I want to ask you about your education and how you came to be a forensic.
Let me coach just a minute. Stipulate,
Yes, sir.
all right, stipulate that he's an expert in the field of forensic science. You can go into whatever you want to, but I'm going to give them the opportunity to board here if they weren't going to stipulate.
I'll shorten this up.
Okay.
Thank you. Agent James, tell the jury, please, where you went to college.
I went to Union University,
And you graduated with what degree?
a Bachelor of Science degree in biology,
What year?
1997.
With honors?
Yes.
And have you worked in the area of science and law enforcement pretty much since that time?
Yeah, there were a couple of years when I was flirting with grad school, but started working at TBI when I was 25.
One of the areas that you're involved in is forensic biology and DNA.
That's right.
Tell the jury how you have experience in those areas.
Yeah, my background is in forensic biology or DNA testing. I trained for approximately a year and a half under the supervision of other qualified DNA analysts at TBI. During that time, I had hands-on experience with approximately 300 cases. I also spent a lot of time in the scientific literature. I had to prepare presentations for my peers to establish my grasp of the material. And at the end of my training, I had to complete a simulated case and defend my work in a simulated court environment. Also, during my training, I completed the TBI's Forensic Scientist School. This was basically, it was a 6 weeks course. They gave me an overview of all of the disciplines provided by TBI, specifically within the context of applying those at crime scene processing. And so when I completed that course, I was qualified by TBI to participate in the violent crime response teams for West Tennessee. So I have a slight working knowledge in some of those areas, such as microanalysis or latent print analysis. My specialization is DNA. I still do some DNA testing on a good day if I get lucky and have enough time to do some of that. I'm also required to attend a certain amount of continuing education every year. Generally, that takes the form of attending forensic conferences, or sometimes we'll bring training in-house within TBI and train our analysts within the discipline. Besides that, I've completed training. I've completed the FBI's DNA auditor program, which qualifies me to audit DNA laboratories. So that's kind of an overview of it.
Thank you, James. How many number of serological and DNA examinations have you conducted over your time as a special agent forensic scientist with the TBI?
I stopped counting a long time ago. It's at least thousands, if not tens of thousands of tests.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in courts in Tennessee in forensic serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times?
I believe I'm at about 95 times right now.
You know, there's been a stipulation as to his qualifications, but I would tender him as an expert last time.
He's 96 now, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent James, you talked about the violent crime response team. Tell us some more about that.
So TBI provides, we offer the service of violent crime response team for West Tennessee. Generally, that entails responding to violent crimes. Over 90% of those, I would guess, are either homicides or officer-involved shootings. Essentially, what we do is we go into the scene that has been made secure by the local agencies. We document in various forms, such as video, photography. things of that nature, sketches, and we'll also collect evidence, search the scene for any evidence that we can find, package it, bring it back to the laboratory for testing, things like that. And then after the scene is over, the team leader generates a narrative of what we did and provides that to the investigators.
Agent James, I want to take you back to April 13, 2011. Were you one of the leaders of the violent crime response team on that day?
I was.
And were you dispatched to the Bobo home at 681 Swan Johnson Road in Decatur County, Tennessee?
I was.
Please tell the jury what you did that day.
The laboratory supervisor at the time called me that morning. He told me that to get in contact with Brent Booth, one of our TBI agents. I called Brent. He told me that there had been a young lady who had been abducted, and that they had already done some searching of the scene, but they wanted specialized forensic assistance. And so I got 3 of my coworkers, and we drove to Decatur County.
What did you do when you arrived at 681 Swan Johnson Road?
I was briefed by Terry Dicus. He gave me an overview of what he knew, of what they believed had happened. And he told me that my team's job was specifically to focus on the garage area. That was where Holly Bobo's car was, and there was believed to be some probably important evidence in that area. He told me that her brother had observed Holly being led towards the woods behind her house with a man in camouflage. And Terry told me that they had already searched that area for footprints. And of course, my team, we still went back there and looked for anything. We were looking for blood. We were looking for shoe prints, anything like that. But we were primarily we were concerned with the area of the garage, and later did some work inside the house as well.
Were pictures taken of the surroundings, so to speak?
Yes, photography and video were both collected.
Approach with.
Yes. Are you going there?
I want him to look at it first. Agent James, I'm going to pass you what's been previously marked as exhibits 3 through 13 and ask if you can identify those. Recognize those?
I do.
What are those?
These are photographs of the Bobo property.
I'll put these on your overhead. Agent James, I'll tell you that the jury's already seen these, but I want to run through them if I could. Ask you to identify exhibit, first one, exhibit 3.
Shoot, we're getting good with these lights.
Once I got the projector for everybody.
I'm not talking about you, I'm not in here.
What is that?
That's a photograph of the Bobo home taken from approximately the road leading up their driveway.
Next exhibit, please. What's that?
It's a photograph of the front door, the entrance to the Bobo home.
These are as they look on April 13, 2011.
Yes.
Next, please. What's that, Agent James?
This is a photograph taken from behind the house on roughly the north end, taken from a bird's eye view, looking down at the garage floor. You can see 2 steps up at the top of the frame that are steps leading between the back door of the residence and the garage. And basically, you can also see the Mustang over in the lower left-hand corner. It's our car. So these were presumed blood drops, later confirmed to be blood.
I want to pass you forward 12 pictures and ask if you can identify them as well. I'm sorry. Next one, please. Let me, before you look at that, Mr. James, this is another, what is this? Exhibit 20.
This is another photograph taken from the south looking north. The steps leading up to the back door are at the far end of the frame. Obviously, Holly Bobo's vehicle is in the frame, and it basically shows, at least it gives an idea of the proximity of various where blood evidence was located at the scene.
Okay.
You can see. You have a laser pointer? So basically, these approximately right here is where the blood drops are, end on the south end of that carport area. And there was blood droplets going. There was a fairly large pool right here, and there was some up on the step as well. And so this photograph just kind of gives an area, a representation of the area where the blood was contained.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll turn to those additional pictures. You recognize those, Agent James?
I do.
What are those generally?
These are photographs that were taken in the carport area.
I was taking to ask those be admitted into evidence as separately numbered exhibits as we have done with the other pictures. All
right, it'd be 40 through 51.
Your Honor, I did share those with the next. Commissioner Bubba Strong.
Is that correct through 51?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I publish wrong. I publish those exhibits.
You may.
Agent James, we're now looking at exhibit 40. Can you tell us what we see here?
This is a photograph of Holly Bobo's vehicle as it was when I arrived on the scene.
And again, you took pictures of a number of areas of the house and the outside and what you believe to be the crime scene.
That's right.
Next, please. Let's turn that. This is Exhibit 41. Agent James, what do we see here?
This is a photograph again of Holly's car parked in the carport, and basically just giving kind of a proximity of how close it was to the walls.
Are you interested in anything about the surface of the carport?
Well, yeah, definitely. We were the carport had a good bit of dirt that had blown in, and so it was potentially a good surface for shoe prints, and that was definitely something that we wanted to be mindful of. And also too, just the fact that it's close to the walls. You know, when you're working crime scenes, you work with what you've got. You make intuitive decisions. There was also definitely an aspect that as close as that vehicle was to the walls, you know, someone may have brushed up against the vehicle or brushed up against the walls. Maybe left a handprint or, put their hand on the car. I mean, obviously the fact that blood is there indicates there was probably some sort of struggle. And so all of that kind of factors into our decision making is when we're looking for potential evidence.
Next, please. What do we see here?
This is a photograph of Holly's car taken from the far side of the carport or garage area.
Next, please. This one, sir?
That's a photograph taken from the front driver's side corner of the bumper. It was relevant because there was a good amount of dust on the car. I mean, the car had some dirt on it, and which was good for us because we could see where contact had been made to it. And so there was an area on that corner where the dust had been brushed off, where something had obviously made contact with it. And so hopefully, it could have been anything. It could have been the side of someone's leg, but it could have been a hand as well that knocked that dust off. And so that ended up being, I ended up taking a swabbing of it in the hopes that someone had put their hand down on it or something like that.
Next, please. And James, this is Exhibit 44. What did you see here?
This is a photograph that was taken of a partial shoe print that we located in the garage. It's got a ruler in it because the idea is that before we try to lift shoe prints, we try to photograph, with high quality, high resolution camera for the purposes of comparing if we have any shoes that become submitted later, so that we can make a comparison whether to eliminate or include as a possible source of that shoe print.
The fact that there is a ruler there, trying to get a more specific or precise measurement.
That's right. Yeah, it's the ruler is in there. It is placed in the photograph so that there can be a one-to-one comparison if you actually get a shoe submitted at a later point. I said we earlier. I'm referring. We have a specific unit in our Nashville laboratory that specializes in microanalysis and items such as shoe tracks or tire tracks.
Was this picture taken with the camera on a tripod?
Yes, it is.
Next, please. What do we see here in Exhibit 45?
This is another some sort of print that I thought might have been a shoe. We saw this pattern. There's kind of like a crosshatch pattern, and I saw that pattern a couple of places on the garage floor.
You're showing.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Say that again, please.
Yeah, so I believed that this was a shoe track that that I observed on the garage floor, and this was, I believe we saw this in a couple of locations, and so it's just an attempt to photograph it, hopefully obtain something of for comparison purposes.
Do you have any observations, conclusions here about the condition of the floor?
Well, just that the floor of the garage was quite dirty, for better or worse.
Yes, please. This is exhibit 40, I can't say, 46? 46. Please tell the jury what you see here.
Again, this is a photograph of a possible shoe track.
Look like pebbles or rocks or little stones on the floor.
Yeah, you can see dirt. I mean, obviously that track appears to be in dust.
Next, please. This is exhibit 47. Tell the jury what you saw here.
Again, this is a photograph, and I'll be honest with you. Just looking at the photograph, I'm not sure if there was any part of a shoe print there. It definitely looks like something went through that dirt or dust that that disturbed what was there. But ultimately, just looking at the photograph, I couldn't tell you right now if I think that's a shoe track or not. I think it's ultimately just documentation that somebody was moving through there was movement in and out of the garage.
Again, what conclusions do you have about the condition of the floor?
And there were areas where there was a lot of dirt.
Next, please. This may be a little bit similar to what you saw earlier in one of the other exhibits. This is exhibit 48 with what is that? What are we seeing here?
So again, this is a slightly zoomed in photograph of what I showed you earlier. You can't see the stairs very well anymore, but it's basically a photograph that contains most of the blood evidence that I observed around the vehicle.
That's the front of the car.
Yes, this is the front fender on the left.
Where are the steps?
For the bumper, I mean.
Where are the steps?
The steps are, that concrete is the bottom, and I guess that's the first step right there.
Okay. Next, please. Agent James, this is exhibit 49, and there's some Post-it notes on there. Are those yours?
I did add those Post-it notes.
They weren't in the original picture.
No.
What was in the original picture?
So this is a photograph taken slightly from above. This is the step right here. First step. Holly Bobo's car is right here. It's the bumper, and this is the wall of the house. And so basically, I was trying to give an overhead shot again of the blood evidence that I observed at the scene.
This is looking down on the other side of the car, still at the front, kind of on top of the step.
Yes. It's a little bit awkward. It's definitely not parallel with the ground, but I was doing the best I could standing on the stairs.
And those groupings have some importance with respect to your scientific testing later, or not.
That's right.
I'll come back to those. Let's see the next one. Let's see the next one. This is exhibit 50. Again, those are Post-it notes you put on there.
That's right.
Tell the jury what this view is.
So this is the stair going up to the back porch. The wall would be on this side of the photograph. The vehicle would be on the left side of the photograph. This is a zoomed in area. There was a pool of reddish brown stain that was close, within a couple of inches or so of the stair, a few inches of the stairs. And there are also some other blood stains in this view. This one became, it caught my eye, and I can explain that later.
Well, let's go to the next exhibit.
Okay.
Is that the one that caught your eye?
It did.
We're looking at exhibit 51 here.
That's right.
What is that? That's again your posted note.
Yeah, that's it ended up being reported out on our report as Exhibit 1E. Basically, it's a blood stain that it appeared different from a lot of the other stains. Many of the blood stains appeared to be drops that were on the floor of the garage. This one looked like a smear. There were also, I don't know how well you can see it. This photograph is pretty, its focus isn't the best, but there was one spot down here, and then this kind of an extended. It's almost like that. The stain together looked like an exclamation point. But the thing that stood out to me was that there were like striations or lines that were observed. They looked as if some sort of pattern had been impressed on that stain. I don't know. I called it ridge detail because I've got that terminology in my head from latent print examination, but ultimately it looks to me like striations from fabric, like denim or I don't know. I think my khaki pants that I wear to work most days tend to have striations in them that are real subtle, but they look like that.
Striations is a big word. Is that kind of like pattern?
Yeah. Just parallel lines.
We're gonna come back to the blood in just a moment. I'm gonna ask you a question about two more photos. You want my standing approval to approach?
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you two more pictures.
Yes.
What are those?
These are photographs that were taken of Holly Bobo's car.
Do you recall if these were taken the next day?
They were taken the next day.
The state would ask that these be admitted into evidence as the next two exhibits.
52 and 53.
I published those, Your Honor.
You met
This is Exhibit 52, Agent James. That's the same Mustang
It is.
in the garage, the carport the next day.
It is.
He was in the same spot.
Yes.
And what are you doing here? What were you trying to do?
So I've been called back to the scene around involving a possible what appeared to be a latent print on the hood. And so this is a photograph of the front passenger side fender near, the area of where the hood kind of curves down onto the side of the vehicle. And yeah, I think the next photograph will explain it.
Next, please.
It'll be kind of self-explanatory. So there were.
Is this the hood?
This is the hood. You can see the wheel well down here. And this line right here is the hood. And there was a smear area right here that you can see. It's not small. It's large. And likewise here, you can see where the dust kind of, like on this side, the dust was totally wiped off. On this side, it was just disturbed a little bit, and there's a smear in there, and it very much looked to be like a palm size smear. There was even ridge detail that was observable in it.
Thank you. I guess to say it the easy way, you responded to the scene that day, and the next day took pictures, took samples, and did crime scene investigation. And you also acted as a scientist after that, correct?
That's right.
We'll go back and flip back up Exhibit 49. Exhibit 49 has these posted notes that May not be entirely clear, but when the jury gets it in the jury room, they'll see. Tell them what will they see.
Okay. So, obviously blood evidence can be a valuable tool in terms of, examining crime scenes and examining evidence. There was a good amount of blood here at this scene. My approach generally, I'm speaking for myself and most of the people that I work with, we don't process every blood drop we see. We don't swab them individually. I might have had 50 or 60 blood drops here. My approach, number one, I'll just give you my mindset. The importance or the significance of blood evidence is to establish who was at a crime scene, who was bleeding at a crime scene. Obviously, if you've got a victim of a violent crime, a reasonable assumption is your victim is very possibly going to be bleeding at the scene. That's the case in the vast majority of the crime scenes I respond to. At the same time, my goal is to seek to put someone else, a possible perpetrator, at a scene using DNA evidence. And so my approach here was to group these blood droplets, the blood stains, into manageable group sizes that would allow me to cover most of what is represented here, to test most of it, and at the same time, not spend the next 6 months analyzing blood drops on the garage floor. So what I did was group these into 5 different areas and collect a representative sampling of blood droplets from those areas. I told you earlier about the shape that looked like an exclamation point. It looked like something had been pressed into it and left the striations or the pattern in it. I sampled that one separately just because I thought it was interesting. My feeling was either somebody knelt down onto a blood drop and smeared it a little bit, or it was already on somebody's clothing and they knelt down and transferred it onto the ground. Either way, it was a different stain than most of the drops that I observed.
Which one is that?
So you can't see it very well in this photograph, but it's roughly in this area, right? Actually, I can't see it. It's right there.
Is that 1E?
That's it. That's 1E. Yeah. I called it swab number 5 in my original notes. And when it got submitted to the laboratory, it became exhibit E. And I believe my report says area with ridge detail. It's a swab from the floor of the garage. It says area of ridge detail. There was another area. The first stain that I collected was roughly this area right here that encompassed this large pool right here. I mean, that was a fist size approximately blood stain. So not just a couple of drops.
That's 1A.
That's 1A. And I called it a large stain on my report just to clarify. There was another grouping. The second swabbing that I took was a grouping of what appeared to be blood drops that were over close to the wall. And again, thinking maybe if 2 people are scuffling in this area, maybe if both of them are bleeding or whatever, maybe one person's blood might be over here versus right here. And so I took a sample right here that became exhibit 1B in my report. It's just swabs from floor of garage near wall. The third grouping was this far. This is the grouping that's the furthest south. It roughly lines up with about the middle of the hood. I mean, that license plate on the front of her vehicle is a pretty good estimate of where those fell in the scheme of that area. And so I called that swabbing ended up being exhibit 1C, swab from floor of garage, south end of the pattern. And then the fourth stain, there was a grouping that was area, and you can't see it very well. I was kind of disappointed how the photographs came out, but there was a stain up here on the step as well, a good sized stain. And so I swabbed that area along with those. So that was my fourth grouping, and I called that swab from floor of garage stairs.
So let me see if I can summarize. This area is the area that had the plaque with number 1 on it.
Right.
You took 5 different swabs, 1A, B, C, D, and E.
That's right.
Tell the jury what it means to be taking a swab.
Well, we use cotton swabs. They're glorified Q-tips on a wooden stick. Swab on one end, just put some sterilized water on it to wet it, and then swab the surface of the area. In this case, blood droplets.
Pass you a. Turn the lights back on.
Okay.
Pass you a paper bag and ask if you can identify this. Need some scissors?
You want me to open them? Yeah, that'd be great. I do recognize the package.
What is it?
This bag contains the swab samples that I collected from the floor of the garage.
Those are the samples you collected and then ultimately tested.
That's right.
In the same condition that you took them in.
That's right.
Are those samples?
Yes, they are in here.
That's those 5.
Yes.
They would ask that the bag and its contents be marked and admitted into evidence as an exhibit 54. Agent James, let me go ahead and get that marked, and then let's see. Your Honor, may Agent James just hold these up in post? Told you,
Sorry,
told you keep gloves on. Just pull them out and show them to the jury.
It'll be all right. So basically, what I did was I've broken the sticks off of them, but every one of these contains a pair of swabs, and some of them still have a good bit of sample left, and some of them are, I believe they're mostly consumed on one of them or something like that. But basically, every one of these little plastic petri dishes contains a pair of swabs, and most of them have some reddish brown stain on them.
Thank you. So you've been to the house, you've taken pictures, you've obtained these swabs, and you've obtained the panties that you exhibit 26, correct?
That's right.
What was the purpose for getting all that?
So the panties specifically, or the other things, or?
Well, all of them. Let me ask you this. What were you ultimately trying to get to?
Well, ultimately, like I said earlier, we were wanting to hopefully establish a link with a suspect, whether through shoe prints or through blood drops, grazing against the bumper of a car, things of that nature.
You're ultimately going to do a DNA analysis?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell the jury what DNA is.
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's a chemical that's present in most cells in our body. Basically, it's a chemical blueprint for everything that goes on in our body, from how we process the food we eat to how our body transmits nervous signals. There's also a component that DNA is inherited from our parents. We get half from our mother, half from our father. And so even physical characteristics, the fact that we look like our siblings or we look like our parents, it's attributable to DNA. It determines those characteristics as well.
Do individuals have different DNA?
Yes, much like fingerprints, DNA is unique to each individual, with the exception of identical twins. So for my testing purposes, identical twins would not be distinguishable by DNA testing. But besides that, as far as we know, we've never seen any two individuals have the same DNA profile.
And how do you go about your DNA testing? What do you do first? Or you got these samples, what did you do first to start down this path?
The first thing that I do is called serology. Serology is just the identification of body fluids. Most of the samples that come into our laboratory undergo some degree of determination of, is there a body fluid here that might be relevant? And so in this particular case, I did testing to determine that, yes, indeed, these stains that I've swabbed off of the floor of the garage, they are blood.
So let me interrupt. You thought it was blood.
Sure.
But you did a test to determine that.
That's right.
And that test generally came back with blood.
That's right.
Okay.
Once I determine that a stain is blood, for example, I'll proceed with DNA testing at that point. DNA testing it's a 4-step process. The first step involves extracting DNA out of everything else it's on. In this particular case, I showed you that I've got cotton swabs. So what I would do is take a cutting from some of that stain and run it through a process where the DNA is removed from all the substrate or the cotton swab, as well as the other biological debris that's present in that stain. I run a second step that gives me an idea of how much DNA is present in that sample that I extracted. The third step is called amplification. Basically, it focuses or specifically isolates. In 2011, we were looking at 13 specific areas on DNA. When I say that, I guess a lot of people think that maybe DNA analysis consists of sequencing or something like that. We don't do. The testing that we do is we're basically looking at about 12 pages out of War and Peace novel. We're looking at a very small amount of the DNA, but there are 13 specific areas that are known to be highly variable in the human population. And once I've done amplification on the sample, in other words, I've made lots of copies of what I've already got. The last step is just putting it on a genetic analyzer that separates out DNA fragments by size and then attributes a DNA type to those DNA fragments. Once I have a profile that I've obtained from an item, then I'm able to compare it back to DNA profiles that I've generated from reference samples from individuals in question.
Talk about a few pages of War and Peace. Let me see if I can understand that. If you're looking at DNA attributes, so to speak, there's many of them, correct?
That's right.
But you, at the time, we're looking at 13 specific ones that can distinguish different people. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that what you did here?
Yes.
Is that what's typically done?
Yeah, we've since 2011, we've gone from 13 to 15, and now I believe it's 24 areas that we're looking at. But that was the standard in the forensic community at the time, and still is pretty representative of what's done.
That's to be able to see if a profile matches someone or doesn't match someone, correct?
That's right.
That can be a suspect or a victim, could it not?
That's right. It may also be a mixture, so we may have multiple people present in a profile.
The TBI has protocols for this.
Yes.
Those followed in this instance.
Yes.
And pass forward to you, document and execute. Recognize it.
This is a copy of the report I generated.
Your own statement asks this to be admitted into evidence as the next number of exhibit.
I see a copy of that, just so I know.
Yes. This is the report you prepared.
Yes, sir.
Has the application number on it, the same as on the swap you took earlier.
Yes.
So you have these 5 swabs. You have this this pair of underwear. I want to switch for a second and talk about the underwear. What did you do with the underwear?
The underwear was collected in lieu of, because I didn't have a reference standard from Holly Bobo. Generally,
Let me interrupt. What's a reference standard?
yeah, reference standard is a sample that's collected from a person of interest in a case. And generally, that's done by a cheek swab. It's quick, easy, but that's assuming you've got the person of interest available to collect a sample from.
So if I was a person of interest, what would you do to get a reference sample?
Well, law enforcement would, we actually provide kits for, they're called buccal swab kits. And it's just a pair of swabs, and they would ask you to open your mouth, and they would swab the inside of your cheek and then package that up and send it to me.
It's one of those fancy Q-tip type things.
Yes.
That's a reference sample.
Yes.
Sample.
Historically, they've also collected blood for that, but the cheek swabs are just less invasive and don't require a nurse. And so that's where most of law enforcement has transitioned at this point.
At this point, you didn't have any reference.
That's right. Yeah, both. I use them interchangeably. Standard is kind of the word that implies this is an item of evidence that's specifically collected for generating a profile as a reference.
So you didn't have that here, but you did have Holly's underwear.
That's right, yeah. So obviously Holly was missing. We didn't know. Ultimately, I had to find something personal of hers that would generate, that I could obtain a profile from that would reasonably attribute to her. I looked at toothbrushes, and from what I remember, there were several toothbrushes in there. I believe it was a shared bathroom, and the investigator was out. Ultimately, she was the only young lady living in the house as far as and using that bathroom. And so just from many years of experience with underwear, I expected to be able to get a profile out of it, and I did.
What did you do to get that profile of Piggy James?
I just took a cutting of the lining and ran it through the same DNA process that I did with the swabs.
That same 4-step process?
That's right.
And after you took the cutting, you actually cut a piece of fabric out
Yes.
and then ran your tests on it.
Yes.
You did produce a profile.
It did.
Now, with respect to the blood, there were 5 different samples. And each of those tested, they were in fact blood, correct?
That's right.
Let's talk about 1A. We've got back up on the screen. We don't have to darken the lights, but 1A is there at the bottom left.
That's right.
Okay. Tell us what you did with respect to that. Did you run that through the process, the DNA process too?
Yeah, I generated a DNA profile from that sample.
And what was your conclusion, your reason to agree with medical scientific certainty?
The profile that I obtained was partial. In other words, there was indication that there was, and I'll just go on and tell you what my suspicion is, but dirt is known to be, and it is known to be something that interferes with the DNA, specifically the amplification process. And so it became an issue on several of these samples. But ultimately I got a partial profile, and that profile matched the profile that I obtained from the Bobo, the underwear that I assumed to be Holly Bobo's.
And her mother identified, well, you don't know that. That's exhibit 26 that you looked at earlier.
Okay.
So you have a profile, a partial profile, correct?
That's right.
You got a partial profile off 1A. Correct?
That's right.
It's fair to say just because you see what you think is blood, but test presumptively to be blood, you don't necessarily get a complete DNA profile from it in certain instances, correct?
Sometimes it doesn't. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. Like it's my feeling and opinion that the dirt interfered on this one.
You did get a profile from this underwear,
Yes.
and that was based on using these 13 specific markers on DNA.
That's right.
All right, so we talked about 1A. 1B, which is, point that out to the jury again.
1B is the area that's up close to the wall up here.
What was your result of the testing on 1B?
So the profile that I've got there, I actually ran that sample 3 times. The first time I got data that was below my reporting limit.
And I tell the jury what that means. Data below your reporting limit.
Yeah, so the DNA profiles that I obtained, there's kind of like, we set a point. This is hard to explain, but I would, if I could make an analogy, I would liken it to radio signal for those of us who use radio, where if you've got a little bit of signal, sometimes you can, if you're rolling through the stations, you'll hear some stuff, and you can pick up enough to know that it's a talk show or it's music or this or that, but you can't really hear lyrics. That's kind of, there's a range where my instrumentation is similar to where we acknowledge, yeah, that is human genetic data that's being generated. But when you start getting down in these low levels of sample, you get interference, you get data that drops out. Ultimately, what I would say is that data is, we've decided through our own internal studies that below a certain point, that data is questionable. It starts to get gray. It's a gray area where we're hesitant to use it. We certainly won't use it for inclusions. We might use it to exclude people if that's the case. But this sample fell in that range where it was just low level. Again, my suspicion is the dirt was interfering. And ultimately I ran it 3 times. 2 of the times I got data below the point where my laboratory allows me to interpret it. And one of the 3 times my DNA ended up in it, which I think has happened twice in 18 years. So,
Sneeze or cheer or something?
I don't know. There was a period we wear masks these days because we've learned the hard way that, yeah, if you talk over something, you're liable to show up on a piece of evidence or on an evidence profile. But my DNA showed up on one of those 3 examinations.
Let's go to 1C. Did the same sort of test on it?
That's right, same test.
What were your results for degree of scientific certainty?
The profile that I've got was a complete profile, and it matched the profile that I got from Holly Bobo's underwear.
You were able to get a complete profile that matched all those important markers.
Yes.
They gave you a result on all those markers.
Right.
And it matched the profile that you obtained from Holly's underwear.
Yes.
Can you use the laser and show us which that was? It's D.
1C.
C.
C was the grouping that's on the far south end.
What about 1D? Same sort of analysis?
Yes. 1D is the area on the step and immediately below it, kind of in the middle between the wall grouping and this large pool grouping.
What was your conclusion of reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Again, I got a partial profile from that area, and it matched the profile from Holly Bobo's underwear.
And lastly, 1E, one that had those striations, you call them.
That's right. The one that kind of resembled an exclamation point that was right in the center, roughly. But yeah, I wasn't able to generate a DNA profile that met my reporting limit.
And again, that's because of, what do you think?
Again, just, and I will say there wasn't as much sample on, it wasn't like droplets, like some of the other 4 samples. I still would expect to get a DNA profile from it. And I believe, it's my opinion, that the dirt played a factor in that.
Dust and those stones and other things we saw on the carport floor.
Yes.
Have you experienced that? Have you experienced that during your work at TBI and other cases?
Yeah, it's not uncommon. There are several things that we know of that we encounter on a regular basis. Leather gives us problems. Blue jean dye, the blue dye in denim gives us problems. Ultimately, and I guess one of the frustrating things is that, we've developed tools to cope with these issues that arise since then, but that's where I was in 2011. And so I didn't go back and retest.
So with respect to 1C, you said the DNA profile matched the profile from the underwear.
That's right.
What is the probability of an unrelated individual having the same DNA?
Which exhibit are we on again?
1C.
1C. So the probability of obtaining that profile, if I were to go out and randomly select out of the population, I would expect to find that profile approximately once in 812 trillion, 300 billion individuals from the Caucasian population. I would expect to find that profile approximately once in 1 quintillion, 260 quadrillion individuals in the African American population. In the Southeastern Hispanic population, I would expect to find it approximately once in 3 quadrillion, 595 trillion individuals. And in the Southwest Hispanic population, I would expect to find that profile approximately once in 62 quadrillion, 660 trillion individuals. Point. Yeah, it is a lot.
It exceeds the world population, does it not?
Yeah, how we report it, just to summarize it concisely.
Just a moment, John.
You may.
That's good, John. Thank
Why don't you kill that light, unless you're gonna use it. All right. All right, cross-examination.
I'd like to pass that bag up to you.
you. Is it previously been marked or not?
It has not previously been marked, so
Do you
go
want to
ahead and
identify?
identify it.
You need gloves?
I think I'm okay. Do we have some available? Are you going to want me to cut into it? Okay.
Um, Okay, so this bag, let's see, it's, I know it is Exhibit 5. So I'll
Okay.
pass it up to you.
But that's not our exhibit.
It's not our exhibit number, it's
Okay.
just the number
I'm
on.
trying to keep our records straight.
Right, I think that's the lab number, so let me pass to you. Now, I'll tell you what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a report. Do you have all your reports with you?
I hope so. I'm not, I believe so.
There's so many reports.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
At one, it's a micro-analysis report, but it's dated 5/25/11. It's not a report you did, but this report's telling me, I believe you collected this bag.
Okay.
Is that your writing on there?
It is my writing.
Okay, because I couldn't identify the signature, it was a little scratchy.
Yeah,
Okay,
Did we have scissors earlier? Here.
I have them.
Okay.
can you go ahead and open that bag for me? If you can, I think there's a pair of shoes in there.
I believe there may be.
There might be other clothing, but I was interested in the shoes.
Okay.
Okay, and can you pull out the two shoes in there for me? They're gonna be D and E.
All right, there's E. Here's D.
Now, can you tell me where you collected these items from?
I'm gonna have to look at my notes.
These clothes were collected from Clint Bobo, weren't they?
They were collected out of his room.
Okay. And weren't they the clothes that he was wearing that morning?
I'm not sure if I was privy to that information or not. We just found clothing in his room. I don't remember.
Clearly, you didn't take all the clothing in his room.
Definitely not.
I mean, these, as far as you remember, are the only clothes that were collected that day.
Right.
And you would have collected clothes that would have been relevant to the investigation,
Sure.
not just any clothes that were laying around.
Right. I remember looking through his clothing for bloodstained items.
Okay.
That's one of the waiters were collected.
Sure, in case somebody's changed before you got there and they had blood on their clothes.
Right.
And these shoes, can you go ahead and open the two shoes? They're a left and a right cross, weren't they?
I believe so. Actually, there are two pairs. So I've got, this is Exhibit 5E, and these are Crocs.
Okay,
They don't look like it on the top, but they're Crocs.
okay. The 5E was the one that I was interested in anyway.
Okay.
And tell me, can you look at them again? Tell me what size do they say they are? The Crocs have a size on them.
9.
9? Okay. It's not necessary we open that then.
Okay.
So Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that we put these into evidence. Since they're all packaged in one bag, I don't know if we need to put the whole thing in. Just put the whole bag in. Okay.
Okay. The entire bag and contents will be moved into evidence exhibit 56.
Now, Mr. James, did you do any of the crime scene investigation when the state of Tennessee searched Terry Britt's home?
I did.
Okay, and you're familiar with that also, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have your reports with you from that search?
I do.
Okay. So what's the first date on one of those reports?
I'm not sure if I'm, okay, because I'm going to get confused.
I don't go by the first date. What's the first date you pick up?
The first,
Reports from the same day?
I'm a little bit lost because we weren't generating reports on crime scene responses we weren't issuing violent crime response team reports in 2011 or 2012. And so
Okay.
I may have done work in the laboratory on stuff that was collected, and it's going to be in a different location from my actual violent crime response notes.
Okay. So are you saying you didn't bring it with you, or?
I think I've got it, but I've got a lot of paperwork that I'm going to need some direction.
Me too. Okay. Well, we'll just start with the search of Terry Britt's house. You remember that this is a home that's owned by Janet and Terry Britt? Yes?
Okay. I remember the property.
And they're a husband and wife. Do you
Okay.
And they lived there and close to the Bobo residence. Do you remember that part?
Well, I know because I got there from an airport. I drove from an airport to the residence, and I
Okay.
couldn't get there again. But
Okay. So when you searched their home, some of the things that you searched there were cars. Do you remember that you searched, there were 5 cars there?
what I remember is that we had numerous teams and numerous agencies involved in that, and my entire day was spent in one house.
Okay,
I don't believe I ever looked at vehicles.
vehicles, okay. Which part then did you participate in?
The residents.
Okay, and there were multiple buildings there. Do you remember that there were multiple buildings and then a big,
I believe there was like a semi-trailer or
Yeah,
a storage
semi-trailer.
container or some
There
a
was
shipping container may have been out
there
there.
was a semi truck trailer that was a refrigerator trailer, had very thick walls. Do you remember that part?
Yes, and I didn't go into it.
Okay. And then there was like a mobile home trailer that had a lot of items stored in it. Did you go in there?
This is not the residence.
Not the residence, no.
I don't believe I may have stepped in there, but I really don't remember much about it.
So you did go in the residence.
Yes.
And do you remember finding some cell phones that were hidden in the residence in the bathroom under some personal hygiene products?
I'm sorry. I'm refreshing off my notes.
It's no problem. Take your time.
I have in my notes that there were 3 cell phones that were collected, but they weren't collected by forensic personnel,
Okay.
or at least when I say forensic personnel, I mean my team, my coworkers.
And
There was one TBI person, I believe from Nashville, and there was an FBI employee who was involved in those.
and there were some blonde hairs collected there. Were those collected by the forensic team?
I don't remember. I do have in my notes that there was a possible hair collected.
Okay, and where, in your notes, where was that particular hair collected from? Can I ask you right now, what is it that you're looking at?
I'm reading my narrative that contains an overview of
I guess, Your Honor, at this time I'd asked for Jinx material. I know I'd asked yesterday and understood I had everything, but I don't believe I have that narrative he's looking at. I'd like to have copies of his notes and narrative, which may help me narrow my questions.
Your Honor, it's the state's understanding everything has been turned over on multiple occasions. In fact, at the end of June, there was a whole nother run. So the TBI lab information that was brought to Nashville, copied and made available to you.
And that is what I have, Your Honor, and I don't believe I have a narrative from the Britt House. I know I would have read it and studied it and had it right here.
I think there's
I
absolutely
can help.
no objection on the part of the state for her to look at whatever she wants to. We stand by the fact that we've turned over everything we've provided.
Okay,
She
well,
can look at it. He's
let's
got it.
hand it, the bailiff, hand it to her, and you can examine it. If you haven't been able to find this, we'll run copies.
If it helps, that narrative is actually an extension of the original crime response from April 13th, 2011.
Okay,
So if you've got the narrative for my original response on April 13th, then the Brit portion of it starts on page 5.
I thought you said that you didn't used to do narratives from 2011 from a crime.
We did. We wrote narratives and we turned them over to the investigators but about 1.5 years or 2 years ago, we actually started issuing reports that are accessible in our LIMS system. So it's actually in a report. It's not just a Word document as it used to be, essentially.
Okay. Find what I have here. Okay, what I have that I thought was from you was simply, it's Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and then it's a brief crime scene description. It has a lot of drawings in here, and measurements of the home, and some notes from that day, like what time you arrived, what time you went into particular rooms, but I don't see anything at all in here from the Britt home. And I don't see any typed narrative in what I have. I have handwritten notes. Because it looks like you were there the next day also. And this is at the Bobo home.
That's right.
So if I could just see those papers then, and maybe that'll help me. So it says that you found one possible blonde hair in the portion that you searched, but you aren't the person that tested that blonde hair, are you?
Definitely not. I've got mention of it. Ultimately, What I have in my notes is that one of our agents, Mike Frizzell, was designated as an evidence custodian for that day in relation to that specific search warrant. And so I've got that all evidence was turned over to him. So I don't even have an evidence log from that day,
Okay.
which we would normally complete as part of VCRT responses. And so,
So he's the one that might have that evidence log.
And
He's
it's-
the one that would have done it.
I think so.
Okay.
And what I would expect is that the bag would probably contain more information on where it was collected.
That would contain what?
More information on where it was collected.
Okay.
It's
Very
just kind of a
And
typical.
do you remember collecting a photocopy of a yearbook with a young woman's picture on it, and somebody had highlighted her name and then rewritten and highlighted her name out to the side?
That does ring a bell.
I'll pass this back to you.
You should have a 10-minute witness.
I don't think our witness, I don't know how tall he is, but I don't think he'll be.
I said 10 minutes. I didn't say a short witness.
I didn't want to tell you short, but I don't think he'll be across the way.
All right, let's call the next one.
Warren Rainey.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God.
Be seated, state your name, and spell first and last name for the court reporter, please.
Warren Rainey, WarrenRainey.
And you just will tell them, I stole your ink pen 25, 30 years ago, but I did give it back, right?
No, sir, that is incorrect. He stole my ink pen and I did not get it back, but he bought it.
Okay, okay.
That's the truth.
Some people never forget, I'll tell you. That goes back many, many, many moons ago.
A long time.
Where you work?
Tennessee Highway Patrol,
How long have you been doing that?
31 years.
31 years. What area of Tennessee do you live in?
I live in Carroll County in Huntingdon.
I want to ask you about April of 2011. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Did you take part at all in the search and investigation to try to find Holly Bobo?
For about 18 months.
Just you or other members of the Highway Patrol?
In the beginning, it was anywhere from 12 to 15 members. And in the end, it was just a couple of us.
When did y'all first get started?
The very day.
The day after.
Yes, sir.
Y'all out scrambling and running.
Yes.
After that, still scrambling and running.
Every day.
At some point, did you have occasion to focus on one Zach Adams?
Yes. 2 occasions.
Did you have an occasion to visit his home?
Twice.
What brought you to his home?
Very soon after Holly was taken, I began asking people for anyone who lived north of Parsons, who'd been in trouble, drug user, sex offender, which I could look that up on the internet, which I did. And I would ask anyone, and one of the names that came up was Zach Adams.
I object to the hearsay coming in, even though he's not saying.
This is not being offered for the truth, it's to show why he did what he did, okay? And once again, the jury won't consider it in any way for the truth, it's just explain the officer's action.
Why in the work of Parsons?
I had mapped where Holly's cell phone had went, what direction. I knew where the evidence was collected. And when I drove those routes from their house on Swan Johnson to get to this area on Yellow Springs Road.
And where's Yellow Springs Road?
It runs right beside the interstate, right beside I-40.
Is that in Holiday, Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. You drove those routes?
And went to the last area in that area where a credit card receipt that she had signed was found in a man's yard. So in my mind, this someone knew exactly where they were going. They knew these roads because I've worked in and out of this area for 25 years. And I don't know that I could drive through there today without having them out.
You're looking out for a tourist or for somebody who knew these roads.
They had to know it.
Someone in the area of Yellow Springs and Holiday.
Yes, sir.
An area that you have been in years and years and years.
Yes.
So what men did you go to? What men near Holiday did you go to?
Sometime around the second Saturday, I had been speaking with FBI and the TBI, and I decided that I was going to go to Zach's house, see if I could find him at home.
And you said second Saturday after what?
Second Saturday after the abduction.
Which was on Wednesday.
Yes.
So this would be about a week and a half after the abduction. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Best of my memory, it was.
To your knowledge, was Zach Adams a local?
Yes. My troopers knew of him well.
To your knowledge, does Zach Adams live near Yellow Springs Road?
Not very far.
North of Parsons?
Yes.
Near Holiday, Tennessee?
Yes.
Well, why'd you go to talk to him?
His name kept coming up.
What was your purpose in talking to him?
Matter of fact, just knock on his door and see if he knew anything about this.
So is that what you did?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Knocked on his door. I took a trooper with me. It was fairly early in the morning, not real early. The door opened up and Zach came to the door, opened it up. He looked like he had just woke up, just got out of bed, had on a pair of blue jeans, some kind of shoes, no shirt. Asked him to step outside, asked him what his full name was. He said, Zachary Adams, what's this about? And I said, well, just let me ask you a few questions. And I said, do you own a cell phone? He said he did. And I said, well, give me the phone number so I can put it on here. And he said, no, my girlfriend's already gave that to him. And I said, what gave what to who? He said, gave my number to other agencies. And I said, well, just give me your number so that I can have it in case I want to talk to you. And what's your address? And he said, wait a minute, I need to get a shirt. So he starts into the house to get a shirt. Well, I'll go in right behind him. We take about 3-4 steps. And he stops and turns around and he says, what are you doing? And I said, well, we're coming in here to get a shirt. I'm not going to let you walk in here by yourself. And there was a shirt laying on a pool table, I believe it was. And he got it out and he wanted me out of the house. So we went outside and he put it on. And he kept telling me that he didn't have anything to do with it, that his girlfriend had turned him in. I could tell he was just visibly shaking. He was scared.
Why did you come to the conclusion that he was scared?
Because he was shaking.
Shaking so much that you noticed it?
Oh, yes.
A lot or a little bit?
A lot.
How long did that meeting last?
It was pretty short. I went over to talk to his grandfather because I knew from looking on the internet, but I wanted to know where their property line was in the back of the house. His grandfather, very nice man, was very helpful. And then we left.
Okay. And did you leave and just forget about it?
Nope.
Tell me what you left and did.
When I drove down to the end of the driveway, I was doing more driving, looking out my left rearview mirror than I was looking where I was going. They live on a road. Their driveway is very long. We was left from the grandfather's house, which is next door, and I saw Zach in my mirror and even keyed the radio up and told the trooper behind me, look out your mirror. Zach ran, I'm not talking, a little jog, a little sprint, wide open back to his house.
Ran wide open. What did you think about that?
Why does he need to get back to that house? Something's up.
You've been shaking? Is that right?
Yeah.
And now run.
Yes, sir.
So what did you do next?
I went and hid up the road.
You hid up the road?
I went up the road by the CB shop and hid. I wanted to watch. Told a trooper to go back down 641 toward Parsons and stop somewhere. I called, I'm going to say a command post, someone there, told them you need to get someone up here because I'm very suspicious about Zach Adams. Okay. There's something here. And about that time, a pickup truck pulled out and headed toward Parsons.
Pulled out of where?
Out of their driveway.
Who was in that pickup truck?
Dylan.
Dylan Adams?
Yes, sir. I did not know that at the time, but he left out there so reckless, why it probably caused to stop him. So we had a trooper stop him before he got to Parsons.
So he took out driving fast out of that place?
Oh, yes. And took back roads to get to Parsons.
And he was stopped later?
Yes.
All right. And what'd you do?
Just continue to watch the house. And at some point in this, I'm not sure it was that afternoon, but I described to the agents, and they could be TBI agents and FBI. But anyway, they came and talked to him. Someone did. I know Sheriff White was one of them, and someone in a suit, from what I could see in my binoculars, was with him.
So you're hid out with binoculars watching this place?
Oh, yes. So I assembled either that afternoon or the next morning, and I've been told it's the next morning. 3 K9 teams.
All right, you can't testify to what he's been told.
I asked you for an exact date when what you're about to tell us happened. Well, what would you tell us?
I have absolutely no idea. I took reports, wrote reports, and I don't know what happened to him.
Was it close in time to when you had encountered him and he was nervous and he was running and
Yes.
Dylan took off driving?
Yes.
Within a day or 2 or 3 or weeks? Which one?
The day.
Okay, so within a day?
Yes.
Either that day or the next day?
Yes. I think it was the next day.
Okay. What happened the next day?
I assembled a search team at 3 K9 units with cadaver dogs and sent them, showed them where the property line was, and I sent them all behind the house. There's hundreds of acres of county property back there, and told them to go search.
And how about you? What did you do?
I think I went back around while they were searching I know it did, to the front of the house where I'd been parked.
In front of whose house?
Zach's just down the road.
Okay. Did you, this next time where we got dogs and searchers in the woods behind,
Mhm.
did you encounter Zach at all
No,
at this time?
no, I did not.
Okay. Uh, We're gonna hear from one of the searchers. So
Yes.
I'm not asking you to, you can't testify to things you didn't, do.
Right.
As a result of any of the searching, the information that was conveyed to you, did you take any other step? What did you do next?
I went back. I had to go back to the house, to his house.
Back to Zach's house?
Yes.
All right. What did you do at Zach's house the second time?
Told Zach and his grandfather that a searcher saw something behind the house.
Let's just leave.
I'm gonna object to the fact that he's talking about what he's learned from another person.
Now, he can say what he said to Zach.
Well, not if he's saying somebody told me and then he starts to say what somebody
Then
told
the
me.
jury will not consider that for the truth.
But it is for the truth. He's telling Zach something.
Well, he can give Zach's response then.
Zach's response?
I asked Zach and Dick Adams for permission to look at an area behind Zach's house.
On the way to that area, did you notice anything that you thought was odd?
Absolutely.
What did you notice?
I went around the north side of the house, headed in the direction where this area was that I needed to look at. And I noticed a mattress leaning up against the house on the northeast corner.
Okay, why did you find that odd?
It looked like a decent mattress to me. I could describe it. I just don't know why. If you would put, why would you would lean a mattress up the side of the house like that and leave it?
So it didn't look like an old mattress.
No.
It looked like a decent one.
Yes.
Leaned up against the house that Zach lived in.
Yes.
Did you ask him about it?
No, I didn't.
What did you do next?
I walked down the hill behind his house, turned the corner, and this is right on the edge of the county property. I noticed that someone had cut a tree up high and had felled it, and it was over a dirt area about half the size of that table. I'm going to say 6 foot by 8 foot spot that was bare dirt with no grass.
Had somebody been afraid or something that this was a grave or something?
Yes.
But did you check it out?
Oh, yes.
Did you dig?
Yes.
I'm gonna object to that leading question about the grave.
Well, to establish that it wasn't. I mean, I took it to be fair.
He can continue.
Yes.
You established that it was not,
Yes, I needed a shovel, and I asked Zach, and he went and got me one.
and you dug.
Yes, I
There
knew
was
that
no
it
grave.
was no grave. It's roots on top of the ground. There was no way.
You saw the mattress, you dug, it's not a grave. So do you just leave and forget about it?
I spoke with him and his grandfather briefly, then I left and called a TBI agent.
Did you tell them what you saw?
Absolutely.
Did you still have people in the woods?
Yes. All but one had to come out.
You still have one person in the woods?
No, I
And
had
everybody in the
6, 8,
woods.
10 in the woods. One had to come out.
Still watching?
Yes.
That's all the questions.
We'll take lunch as soon as we finish cross-examination.
So, Mr. Rainey, did you know Mr. Adams before Holly Bobo disappeared?
No.
So you basically went around town asking who's a bad guy.
Yes.
Okay. And somebody, based on what they said, you decided you were going to focus on Zach Adams.
Yes, because his name had come up several times.
Okay. So were you aware that he was involved in methamphetamine?
I'd been told that.
Okay. So you show up to his house on, what day of the week was it?
I do honestly believe it was a Saturday morning.
Saturday morning, you show up at his house, and this person who's involved in meth looks like he's been asleep that morning, right?
No, most definitely.
And I see today you're wearing a highway, is that the highway patrol, Tennessee Highway Patrol uniform?
One of them, yes.
And when you showed up at his house, would you have had a Tennessee Highway Patrol uniform on?
Yes, as a utility.
What do you mean as a utility?
It's a lot cheaper uniform than this one because we've been doing a lot of searching and it tears them up.
Okay, so you had your
BDUs.
outdoor uniform on,
Yes.
maybe is what you call it. Okay. But it still would have clearly indicated you were law enforcement.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And you knock on his door, cold call.
Yes.
Okay. He opens the door. He looks to you like he's sleepy.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't have a shirt on, just has on some pants.
Correct.
And you say, first thing you notice about him is he's looking nervous.
Oh, yes. His eyes came well. He was not asleep anymore.
He opens the door and here's the police standing there, and his eyes are big, you said.
Yes.
Okay. And you said at some point as he's talking to you, he begins to shake.
Immediately.
Immediately. Police are at his door, and he opens the door. You've got on a uniform. Do you have a gun when you are in your uniform?
All the time.
So you have a gun strapped to your waist,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yes,
he begins to shake.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so next thing you're asking him for is, and you don't have notes of your activity that day with you, do you?
I turned them in.
Okay. So the next thing that you ask him is you say, well, you want his telephone number.
I think something to that effect. His full name, his address, his cell phone number.
And he begins to get nervous when you ask for his telephone number. Is that right?
Now, he was nervous when he opened the door.
He begins to object to giving you his telephone number.
Yes, he did.
And he says that it's already been provided to law enforcement.
He said his girlfriend had turned it in.
Okay. Now, when you were there that day, had you been specifically told to go talk to Zach Adams?
Absolutely not.
So this is kind of what you're doing as a searcher, an assistant. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart because you're wanting to help find this missing person. Is that right?
I'd have done anything to find her.
Okay. And so you say you want his cell phone number.
Mm-hmm.
And he does not provide it to you at that point. Is that right?
Not at the beginning.
Okay. And he eventually provides it to you?
Yes.
Okay. He says, well, wait a minute, I need to go get a shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so he turns around and he starts to walk back to get a shirt on.
Right. Correct.
And you, without invitation, step into his house.
Absolutely.
And you recognize you have absolutely no legal right to be in his house.
I wasn't going to go all the way through his house, but I was not going to let a man that I did not know step in a house and obtain a firearm and shoot me.
Okay, but that's a position you've put yourself in.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so you took it upon yourself to step on into his house.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if somebody wearing a gun showed up at your house and began to walk into your house, you personally might, let's say they're not wearing a uniform, they just are standing there with a gun on. You might find it offensive for someone with a gun on to step into your house without invitation.
It would probably cause me some concern.
Yes. So he turns around and says, wait, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
And for all you know, No telling what he had in his house, right?
I have no idea.
So you're certainly trying to imply here today that your suspicion is he had something to do with Holly in his house.
When I went in the house, it had nothing to do with Holly in his house. It had to do with him obtaining a weapon.
You're implying to the jury here today that the reason he was so nervous was there's probably some kind of Holly evidence in his house. Is that what you're trying to suggest?
No, ma'am.
No.
I stepped in door.
I'm not talking about why you went in the house. You went in the house to make sure he wasn't getting a gun to shoot you.
True.
But what you're saying is the reason he was so nervous, the reason he didn't want you in the house, you suspect the reason he didn't want you in the house was because there could have been, or you suspect there was, either Holly's body in the house, Holly alive in the house, or some kind of evidence about Holly in the house.
Any of the above.
But that's your suspicion.
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you're clearly trying to indicate to the jury here today.
Yes.
Okay. But you would agree with me, it is just as likely that he could have had all kinds of drugs in the house, and that might be why he would be nervous.
Absolutely.
Because after all, you've already heard that he was involved in methamphetamine and other drugs.
Oh, yes, I know that for a fact.
Okay. So besides the fact that he might have been nervous about having Holly in the house, he could have had marijuana plants growing in the house.
He probably could have, but I know where they were.
Okay.
Hundreds of them.
What?
I know where hundreds were right behind his house.
Okay. So right behind his house, is it close to this cleared plot of suspicious land you saw out there?
Looks like the county property was used to grow marijuana.
Okay. So he has hundreds of marijuana plants growing right behind his house.
Yes.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're not to draw any inference whatsoever concerning the defendant's guilt or anything on this case based upon the fact that there might or might not have been marijuana plants on the property. That's not an issue before us. That's why I told the police just leave that.
And then you say that there's this mattress that's outside that you thought looked like a perfectly good mattress.
Yes.
Now, it's very possible that that mattress might have belonged to his girlfriend.
I have no idea who it belonged to.
Okay. And did you know at the time he had been living with the girlfriend on and off?
I have no idea.
Okay. So it's possible that that mattress might have been on its way to be moved out of the house.
I find that highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely that it's on its way to be moved back to a girlfriend's house?
Highly unlikely.
Why do you find that unlikely?
The mattress was leaned up against the house on the northeast corner. The carport is on the south side of the house.
Okay.
The front door is on the west side of the house.
Right.
This was near nothing.
But the master bedroom is off the back and it has a deck back there.
Ma'am, I don't know. It was at the far north corner of the house.
But the far north corner of the house would be where the deck and the master bedroom are.
If it was going to be moved, why not leave it on the deck?
Would you agree with me that people that use drugs don't always make the best decisions?
Oh, I know thousands of them that hadn't.
That haven't made the best decisions?
Correct.
Okay. But you would agree with me that, so you're also indicating here that you think that mattress was outside the house because it might have had some kind of evidence about Holly Bobo on it. Some kind of Holly Bobo evidence related to the mattress?
When I saw the mattress, it gave me the gut feeling of something is not right.
Okay. And so you're thinking that somebody that has evidence to hide might hide that evidence outside?
Could.
Okay.
Yes.
If I can have just one more moment. Dylan Adams' truck was stopped. You're aware of what came from that, aren't you?
Yes.
It turned out that there was no evidence related to the disappearance of Holly Bobo in Dylan Adams' truck.
Not that I know of.
Okay. And were there any drugs in that truck when it was stopped?
I don't know, ma'am.
If there'd have been giant drug bust related to that, you would have heard about it.
Yes.
That's all you're.
Any other questions? All right. Take a lunch recess. We'll take 1 hour to bring the lunch in for you. So we'll confine it to an hour. Council, be ready to go at 1:20. Please say your first. I want to make a general inquiry without making any promises at this time. Do we have any Hardin County Tiger football fans? Wow. We might see if we can get you folks out there in the presence of guard. You understand, we'll be isolated, but probably could put you on the visitor side. We play south side. If you want to go, there should be adequate place in this visitor side where we can put you without danger of exposure. All right, number 2, Saturday, Gainesville, Florida. Anybody know what's going on? They're actually going to play the game in Gainesville. They've debated for a while. Comes on CBS at 2:30. Is there interest in watching that? Okay, several of you. Now, what we'll end up doing on that, since it is a local affiliate, as long as the game's going on, the screen will be there. When they go to timeout or breaks, we're going to kill it just out of a extra sense of precaution to make sure there's not some flashes across the screen. There'll be a guard there to control it. If they flash something while they're doing action, which I wouldn't suspect because we won't be in trial, avert your eyes and we'll take care of it. Okay? We're going to try to accommodate those things. All right? How many do we have on Hardin County football? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow. Okay. I need to talk to our director of schools and get a little cooperation as well. All right. Let's. Y'all have a good lunch. Is that working out pretty good up there? Yes, sir. Rather do that than up and about out. Okay. Saves a little time. We're actually starting about 10 minutes late, but a lot of times that happens. We're actually, the pace is moving along pretty good. I'm time compulsive, as you folks know, and so far I'm fine with our pace, okay? I want both sides to have adequate opportunity to explore their theories of the case. I'm not going to try to cut them off, but I probably don't need to play poker from up here. They can probably read me pretty well as long as I've been doing it, so I think they'll keep it moving pretty good, okay? Call your next witness for the state.
Brian Young. Brian Young.
Go ahead and face me, raise your right hand, please. It's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. I want you to state your name for the record and spell first and last.
Stephen Brian Young, Stephathen, Young, Young.
As you probably figured out when you leaned up against that mic is, it's hot, so you can talk into it and it should amplify you, okay?
Can you hear me, Mr. Young?
Yes.
Tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a commercial fisherman / restaurant owner.
You commercial fisherman, and you also got a restaurant, don't you?
Yes.
Where's your restaurant at?
Little Josh's in Parsons, Texas.
In Parsons. Do you remember back in April of 2011?
Yes.
Did you take any part in the searches for Holly Bobo?
Yes.
And why did you take part in the searches for Holly Bobo?
I knew the Bobo family some, and I also knew Drew, which was Holly's boyfriend at the same time.
Did you ever had any military experience or anything like that?
Yes.
What is that?
Army National Guard.
Were you ever called upon by law enforcement in this case to help them search, to go to certain places?
Yes.
Do you know Warren Rainey with the Highway Patrol?
Yes.
I want to ask you, did he have you on one occasion go in the woods behind Zach Adams' house?
Yes.
Tell me what you saw that day.
That day when we first got there, Warren just got through talking to Zach.
All right, so Warren had gone to the house?
Yes.
And where were you when Warren was at the house?
We was on the outside perimeter. It was actually 6 of us.
6 of y'all?
Yes.
And were y'all in the woods or standing on the street?
We were standing in the woods.
Standing in the woods.
Or kneeled in the woods, actually.
Kneel down in the woods? Is it fair to say hiding?
Yes.
Did y'all have binoculars or anything?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Rainey talk to Zach?
No. He was on the opposite side of the house.
What was the view that you had through the woods at that time?
Well, we couldn't see Zach at all at that time. We were just supposed to be covering the outside perimeter of the house.
Okay. Is that the back of the house or the side?
The back of the house.
The back of the house. At some point, were you notified that Warren Rainey had left the house?
Yes.
How was that done?
Warren had called us.
Warren called y'all?
Yes.
And what happened next?
Actually, what we're supposed to have done is seen the movements of Zach, watched the movements of Zach after Warren had left.
All right. So y'all were there because you wanted to see what Zach did after Warren left?
Yes.
What did Zach do after Warren left?
He come outside, went to the garage, got a vacuum out and started vacuuming a black pickup.
Started vacuuming a car?
Pickup.
Pickup. Started vacuuming out a black pickup.
Yes.
And where was that black pickup?
It was in a shed, in a green shed down behind the house.
And was he doing that slowly, fastly, or how would you describe it?
Slowly.
Where did he get the vacuum from? Could you tell?
I couldn't tell.
How long did he vacuum that truck out for?
Approximately probably an hour and a half.
An hour and a half. And the whole time y'all were kneeled down in the woods?
Some of us was kneeled down, some of us was still actually just combing through the back of the, there's a big thicket, probably 20 to 30 acre thicket. And some of us are still in a movement back there trying to find it.
There was a thicket to contend with too.
Yes.
After Zach got done vacuuming that car, that pickup out for an hour and a half, what happened next?
I had found a pair of surgical gloves and a water bottle.
Is that just some stuff you found in the woods?
Northeast, probably northeast of the house, the back of the house.
Let me ask you, did you ever see a mattress at the house?
There was 2 mattresses leaned up against the back of the house. Yes.
Two mattresses leaned up against the back of the house?
Yes.
Did you ever see Zach do anything with regard to those mattresses?
I didn't, but my partner did.
And was this at the same time as this before or after the vacuuming of the car?
It was after the fact.
After the vacuuming of the car?
Yes,
So you saw the vacuuming of the car, and then your partner saw whatever he saw afterwards
right,
with regard to the mattresses.
right.
You found some stuff in the woods?
I found a pair of surgical gloves and a water bottle.
Did you turn those in?
Yes, I had to meet Mr. Ramey at Teasers off of, I'm trying to think of the name of the road,
This area here, there's the interstate, is that right?
Sugar Tree Road.
Okay. There's the interstate, not far, is that correct?
Right.
There is you just said the name of it, Teasers. What kind of place is that?
It's actually a strip bar.
Strip club.
Right.
Close to Teasers, close to Teasers, there's woods, is that right?
True.
If you go through those woods, you can eventually get to what?
Back to Zach's house.
To Zach's house. So all this is close together.
Wooded area, yes.
And is this close to Holiday, Tennessee?
Yes.
And close to the interstate?
Yes.
Did you ever see the dirt or whatever that had been disturbed behind the house?
Yes.
Okay. And did y'all report that to Rainey?
Yes.
Were you there when Rainey checked it?
Yes.
Okay. And you acknowledge it wasn't any sort of grave or anything like that?
I can't say that. I don't know.
Okay. Did you see Rainey find anything there?
Rainey wasn't actually with us. Rainey was at the Teasers.
Later on.
Later on, he come off of Duck Farm Road and met us on Duck Farm Road.
Okay.
They was actually two dog teams with us.
I thought you said they were asking. I just want to make sure we're getting hearsay.
He just said there were 2 dog teams with him.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Other than the hour and a half of vacuuming and whatever your partner saw, is that basically what you observed Zach Adams do that day?
Yeah, supposedly what it was, my partner had seen him.
No, you can't say which partner
I'm just
saw
saying.
or heard,
Right.
okay?
We can hear from him. Okay.
Why I was going to give the gloves is what I'm
All
saying.
this happened when Rain left.
Right.
That's all.
Sorry, Cross.
Yes, sir. Now, these things, you're calling surgical gloves, you're just talking about latex gloves, aren't you?
Yes.
White latex gloves,
Blue.
blue latex gloves, and you're aware that they sell those at Home Depot.
Yes.
People use them a lot if they're going to do something like paint,
Yes.
and you might use them if you're going to change the oil in your car.
True.
No further questions.
Done?
No further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Young. You may be excused, or you can join us in the courtroom if you'd like. Or you can get out of here and get back on the river, okay? All right, next.
Matt Ross.
If I can read him, he can't wait to get out of here. It's not everybody's idea of fun to come into the courtroom. Let me just put it that way. Basically, raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Be seated, state your name, spell your first and last.
It's Matthew Ross, MATTHEWROSS.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Mr. Ross, what do you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the FBI,
And how long have you been doing that?
over 15 years,
Where are you stationed at?
at our Memphis headquarters city location.
Well, we're here to talk to us about something that happened pretty far away from Memphis. Okay?
Okay.
In April 2011, were you involved in the investigation in the search for Holly Bobo?
Yes, I was.
And how is it that you became involved in that?
About a week after she had gone missing, and both the TBI and FBI had opened cases, our office in Memphis asked for volunteers to go to our Jackson resident agency or to Decatur County to help with the investigation.
Did you know this area at all or know that area at all?
I was somewhat familiar with Decatur County. Prior to being an FBI agent, I was a special agent with the Tennessee Alcohol Beverage Commission. And so every summer we would spend, a week or half a week in Decatur County doing marijuana eradication.
I hope you don't know where Teasers is, do you?
I've heard of it.
On April the 23rd.
It used to have a worse name than that.
I think it was Bill Dundee's at some point. Too.
It was Bill Dundee's.
April 23rd.
And before you get the wrong idea, I just pass it on the highway. Going to other courthouses that I serve, okay?
April 23rd, 2011. Do you have occasion to speak with anybody involved in this Holly Bobo investigation?
Yes, I did.
What were you tasked with? What job did they give you that particular day?
Well, when I got there, we were basically, myself and several other agents, task force officers, were told to just stand by to help out, possibly cover leads that had been generated from the case agents that were working the case. I guess that had been 7 or 10 days after she had gone missing. And so we were just waiting around, and at one point someone came up to me and gave me an assignment and said, hey, we need you to go talk to this person or that person.
And who was the person that you were supposed to talk to?
The first assignment I was given was to go talk to an individual by the name of Zach Adams.
Did you know Zach Adams at all?
No, never heard of him, didn't know.
Would it be fair to say that you had limited information at that time that you were going to talk to him?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, tell us what happened. Did you go talk to him?
I did.
Tell us what happened when you went to him.
Myself, one of our task force officers from Memphis, she was a Shelby County Sheriff's Deputy, Annette Cotton. I believe the sheriff of Decatur County and a lieutenant from the Highway Patrol, I don't recall his name.
I think we just met him.
Okay, that might be him. I don't remember. It's been a while. We traveled to Zach Adams' residence, met him there, and just asked him what he knew about Holly Bobo, if he knew anybody that knew her, if he knew anything about her disappearance, and where was he during the time she went missing.
Did you notice anything about Zach Adams on your visit?
Yes, as we talked to him, I noticed that he had some pretty visible scratches on his arms and knees, I think, or leg area.
And apart from noticing that, did you document it sort of any other way?
I took photographs. I asked him if I could take photographs of him and the scratches, and he said yes, I did.
Let me pass you a series of 4 photographs. May I approach this?
You may.
Thanks. Just look through them and tell me if you're familiar with what picture you're for.
Yeah, I'm familiar with these.
What are they?
These are the pictures that I took that day.
The pictures you took that day?
Yes.
Of Zach Adams?
Yes, they are.
Can you see the scratches?
Yes, I can.
If I would introduce those as the next number of exhibits, Sean.
I think we start with 57. So it'll be 57, 58, 59, and 60.
Publishing Judge.
You may.
It's gonna be on the screen behind you. Is that Zach Adams that day?
Yes, it was.
It's over at his house, all right?
That's correct.
That was exhibit 60. This is exhibit 57. What can I see here?
There's pretty visible scratches on the inside of his arm right there. There's a big scab or scar up at the top.
You see these linear scratches?
Yes, those two.
Are these the scratches that you noticed?
Yes, they are.
This would be exhibit 58. Which is actually a better picture if you see it in person, but it's just another angle of these linear scratches.
Yes, it's a little bit far away. You can see how long they go down his arm.
And this would be his left arm, is that correct?
That's correct.
Maybe this will show up a little bit better now. Shows up a little bit worse. In person, you can see it better. Is that right, Agent?
That's correct.
But on this overhead, linear scratches.
That's right.
Down this left arm.
Yes, that's correct.
And it looks like you also took a picture of his legs. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And I don't see much here. Did you notice anything on his legs?
So you can kind of see some bruising right up under the knee and on scratches a little bit on the top of the knee.
Okay. But here I don't see any of the long linear scratches that were on those arms. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you ask him about these scratches?
Yes, I did.
And did he tell you how he got these scratches?
He did tell me.
What did he tell you?
He told me that he had gotten the scratches after he'd been arrested by the police somewhere. I think it was Henderson County or one of the nearby counties, and that he had run through the woods trying to escape and had gotten cut up by a bunch of briars.
Okay. While cut up by briars or whatever.
That's correct.
While he was running from, what did you say?
He said the police.
Okay. No further questions. So Ms. Thompson needs a minute. I'm going to ask to pass these pictures around anyway.
I was going to use the pictures, so we'll just go ahead.
It just doesn't show up.
We'll publish them at the end of cross-examination.
I'm going to try to stand over here where I can run the machine. Now, what kind of camera do you remember you used to make these pictures?
I believe it was my BlackBerry cell phone I used.
Does it focus better? Oh, this right here. Okay, let's see. No. Maybe try zooming. Maybe if I can zoom it a little, then I can tell if it's in focus. Does that seem to be the best in focus to you, Mr. Ross?
Yes, that's a little bit better.
Okay. And you certainly seemed very happy that day when he was talking to you.
He did have a smile on his face, yes.
Yes. And the pictures you have here, they're just of one arm, isn't that right?
I believe so. I may have taken a picture of the other arm, but I don't recall seeing it in there.
Okay. And is that the front of his arm or the back of his arm?
That's the front inside part,
Okay.
I believe, right there.
Would you agree with me? He's got a skinny little arm there.
Well, I'm kind of skinny, so he was a little bit bigger than me, so
I'm
I guess it's all relative, but sure.
Okay, let me see if I can zoom up on that stuff too. Now, of course, the picture itself is a little grainy. I mean, if you look at the actual picture itself, it's a little, I'd say digitized. It's got the little kind of square chunks of color in it. Would you agree with me about that?
Yes, this picture up here does, yes.
So it's not like it's taken with a 35 millimeter quality camera.
No, like I said, I took it with my cellular phone. So
But what we're looking at here, it seems like there's I'll kind of point it out to you. This is like a little bit of a round bump almost. Would you agree with me? With a
Yes.
scab in the middle?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and it looks like it's definitely been healing on the outside of the scab.
Yes, I would say that.
And then, and it just has a little bit of a scab left. The other ones, they're reddish pink lines, but they don't even have scabs left on them anymore, do they?
They don't appear to, no.
No. And this one actually shows it. Maybe this one shows it a little closer up. Does that one actually show it a little closer up?
Yes, a little bit.
So they're really more kind of like scars rather than fresh scratches. Is that right?
Well, they weren't old scars. They definitely would have happened recent
They're
weeks.
pinky scars, pink colors.
Yes, they were pink colored scars.
And you also took a second. You visited more than just Zach Adams, didn't you?
Yes, I think you mean throughout the day?
Throughout the day.
Yeah, I maybe talked to 2 or 3 other people.
Okay. They were just kind of dividing up work, and everybody was getting a few people to go out and try to find.
That's correct.
And if you'll help me here kind of figure out this Saturday, the April 23rd, that was a Saturday, wasn't it?
I think so.
If Wednesday was the 13th, then we're gonna add some days there. You do your math and use some fingers, which I did. It's unfair because I was able to do it while I was sitting over there. It's Saturday's the 23rd.
That sounds right. I believe so. I believe I remember it was a Saturday.
Okay, and you were there, so this would have been the second Saturday after she disappeared, is that right?
That would be correct, yes.
We can turn the lights back on now, I'm finished. How long to these one other stuff? And so, and you actually filled out not even a formal report, but you just typed up some paragraphs about what you did and who you talked to.
Yes, I believe we filled out, at that time it was called a lead sheet or something to that effect.
A what?
It's called a lead sheet, I believe is what it was called, what we refer to it as.
Okay, well, your report here isn't on lead sheet. It's not on a lead sheet like worksheet. It's a typed written report. Did you type this up?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you filled out a lead sheet somewhere.
Yeah, well, I filled out like the top of it, and I believe Officer Cotton filled out the bulk of it.
Okay.
And then I believe, I'd have to see it up close, but I believe those are her notes.
Okay.
Or type notes.
So, but it would be accurate to say that your interview with him started about 9:25 in the morning.
That's right, I remember it being in the morning. That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Adams even gave you a brief summary of what he said he had done that day.
Yes, he did.
He said that he'd gotten up about 10 or 10:30 in the morning.
That sounds about right.
On April the 13th, 2011. He said that there was no one in the house to verify what he had done, or what.
That's correct.
He said he and his brother Dylan had picked up a friend Shane, and then had gone to the Shell station.
That's correct.
He gave you his telephone number.
Yes, he did.
There's a phone number and an address. He even gave you a social security number, his driver's license number.
I don't exactly remember that, but I'm sure he did.
Okay. He disclosed to you that he had a girlfriend, Rebecca Earp, or former girlfriend.
Yes, he did.
Okay. He gave you consent to search his house.
He did, as long as he was with me.
Okay.
He put that caveat on there. I'll just throw that out.
Right. He just wanted to walk around
Right,
with you while you searched it, but he
Right.
invited you, he allowed you to search his house.
He did, yes.
And he even allowed you to search underneath his house in the crawl spaces.
Yes, he said we could look. We didn't actually crawl under there. We just opened the doors, took a look inside.
Matter of fact, you made a note that it didn't appear, let's see, it did not appear recently disturbed under the crawl spaces.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So looking at that, you chose not to go down. Is that
Right, on the outside of the, there's small doors that swing
Right.
under the crawl space. Didn't appear to be disturbed. We opened the doors, took a look inside, didn't see anything.
okay? And he voluntarily let you take pictures of his arms and legs. He wasn't under any kind of warrant regarding that. Is that
No,
right?
he consented to all that.
And you were there until 10:55 a.m.
That sounds about right.
Okay.
About an hour or so we were there.
Yeah, so 9:25 to 10:55, an hour and 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I have to use fingers. 30 minutes. Does that sound fair?
That sounds right.
And at the same time, then you also spoke to his grandfather, Dick Adams, and his brother, Dylan Adams.
Yes.
And they allowed you to look around Dick Adams' house also.
I don't believe we looked in his house.
But you would have been invited to. I mean, they didn't prevent you from doing that.
I don't know that we asked.
Okay. And no further questions?
Anything else? No questions, just publish these exhibits.
All right, step down here before you go. Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
Bailiff, you'll start those with the jury if they can be. They can pass those among themselves. Let's get your next witness while they're doing that.
Chris Hill.
Raise your right hand. I swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Be seated. State your first and last name and spell them for the benefit of the court reporter.
It's Chris Hill, CHRISHILL.
Okay, let's hold up just a minute, let them finish passing the photos, and then.
probably sat longer while they were looking at the pictures, and you're gonna have to sit for this. But where, your name again?
Name is Chris Hill.
And where do you work?
Work at Natchez Trace State Park.
I want to ask you about April the 4th of 2011. Okay?
Okay.
8 or 9 days before the 13th, which is the day that Holly Bobo disappeared.
Okay.
Okay. On April the 4th of 2011, did you have occasion to come in contact with Zach Adams?
Yes, I did.
And whereabouts were you on?
It was a traffic stop on Highway 114 in the park.
Was it a routine traffic stop? I mean, did it go routinely?
It did not.
Okay. At some point, what did Mr. Adams do?
He fled on foot.
Was he pursued?
He was.
And was he arrested?
Yes, he was arrested.
Did you have occasion to observe him before he took off running?
Yes, I did.
And did you have occasion to observe him face to face, body to body, after he was arrested?
Yes.
I want to ask you, after that arrest, okay, on April the 4th of 2011, did he have any long linear scratches down his left arm?
No, sir.
They weren't there?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Okay, now, on April the 4th, 2011, this whole incident began because there was a tree down, power lines down due to a tree in the state park. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And you were actually there assisting some people with traffic and trying to direct them to get around the power lines, weren't you?
We were, yes, I was stopping traffic while I worked on trees.
Okay, and then suddenly this white car comes up, and do you remember specifically what happened next?
Remember the vehicle drove down the wrong side of the road, past the cars I had stopped at a little bit of high rate of speed, and got to the tree and turned around. I stopped at the vehicle as it was coming back out then.
Okay, so what happens is this car, and let's be clear, do you remember what kind of car Mr. Adams was driving?
It was a pickup truck. Without my notes, I don't remember from 6 years ago the make or anything.
Did you review this before you came today?
It's been a week or so since I've looked at it.
Okay, so if I told you you put down that it was a white Nissan pickup truck. You even specifically put down that the tag was 574CBJ.
Okay.
That would have been fairly accurate in your report, wouldn't you assume?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you wouldn't have a habit of putting down a brand and a color of pickup truck if it wasn't something you had observed.
Right.
Okay. So this white pickup truck kind of comes up and sees you stopped on the side of the road, directing traffic, and he zips into the ongoing traffic lane, passes you, tries to speed on down, and then suddenly realizes he's blocked and can't get past the power lines. Is that what happened?
Well, he came around a whole line of cars. I was at the front of the line. There was probably half a dozen cars. He came around to get to where I was.
So clearly this person was driving erratically.
Yes.
And sped by a police officer.
Yes.
And that's when he realized he had to turn around and come back is when you pulled him over.
Correct.
And at that point, then you found there was a camouflage bag on the floor of the car.
Yes.
And you picked up the camouflage bag to see what was in it.
Yes.
And by bag, it's just a little, is it a drawstring bag with materials in it?
It was like a fanny pack.
Okay, fanny pack.
Yes.
So you pick up this little fanny pack and you're getting ready to open it to see what's in it. Mr. Adams rips it out of your hands and takes off running through the woods, doesn't he?
Yes.
Clearly, whatever was in that bag, he didn't want you to see it, did he?
Correct.
And as he's running through the woods, he's unzipping the bag and throwing things out of the bag.
Right.
And so you, at this point, are required to hightail it right after him. and,
Right.
and try to catch him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Adams before this?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you're chasing after him. You catch him, don't you? You
Yes.
catch
yes,
up to him.
Yes.
You had to tackle him to get him to the ground, right?
I shoved him to make him go to the ground.
You shoved him to the ground. And then, I mean, it was a pretty physical arrest at that point, isn't it?
Well, then he went down fairly easy. He tried to scratch at my hand after I got him down for just a second or two before he calmed down.
He tried to scratch at you,
At my hands, yes.
like with his fingernails?
Yes.
Okay. And so at that point, and you're doing this in the woods, right? He's not running down the road.
Right.
It's through the woods.
Right.
Okay. And do you remember what color shirt he had on?
No, I do not remember.
Do you remember what, like long sleeve, short sleeve, what it looked like?
I do not remember.
Do you remember what kind of pants he had on?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then at that point, you handcuffed him and you arrest him.
Correct.
And that white pickup truck that he was driving, that Nissan pickup truck, it got impounded, didn't it?
As I recall, the Henderson County Sheriff's Department was there as well, and I think they took an interest in the truck.
Okay. So he didn't get to drive that truck home that day.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, after you had physical, you kind of went full hands-on with Mr. Adams, right?
Okay.
Pushing him to the ground. Did you fill out an incident report about the physical contact you had with him?
That was included in the incident report for the whole event.
So, under your department regulations, you're not required to fill out a special physical contact report when you have full hands-on contact with a potential arrestee?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you didn't fill out anything other than just this arrest report and what happened right here, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Under what conditions are you required to fill out a full hands-on report?
If there was an injury or if we had to use some type of a weapon.
Okay, and then that goes in your record too, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So you would prefer not to have those filled out, wouldn't you?
It really would make no difference to me.
No? Can I have 1 minute?
Just real quick. Talked about impounding the truck, right? Say something about that?
As I recall, the local sheriff's department talked about it, and I believe it was released just a day or two later.
It was released just a day or two later.
That's as I recall it.
Your Honor, I object to him speculating. If he knows, that's one thing, but if he's just speculating, I object to that testimony.
May I ask them?
You know that.
Are you just guessing, or is this something you've checked on for?
Just going off my memory.
On your memory?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not just guessing.
Right.
Are y'all in the business of seizing cars as park rangers?
Our department does not typically seize cars. Usually we hand those cases over to the sheriff's department to take care of.
And then the car is released?
Yes.
As a police officer, do you try to take note after you arrest somebody, especially if you've had to put your hands on them, as to their physical condition?
Absolutely.
Why do you do that?
Because don't want any chance of any kind of contamination between any kind of bodily fluids they might have and ourselves.
Okay, so you're looking for blood, whether or
Right.
not blood's been transferred?
Exactly.
Okay. How about to ensure the person doesn't claim you did something that you didn't do?
Right.
I mean, do you try to protect yourself too?
Yes. Yes.
And so if you had seen bloody linear scratches, is that something you would have taken note of?
Absolutely.
But they weren't there.
Right.
Maybe that's all I have.
Okay.
Might ask you about this truck now. You said Henderson County Sheriff's Department is the one that came and impounded the truck. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember specifically who the registered owner of that truck was?
I don't remember the name. I believe it was Mr. Adams' grandfather.
Okay. And so how is it that you happen to remember that?
It's in my mind.
Okay. Was that something that you had discussed with the district attorney? Did the district attorney tell you that?
No, ma'am.
But you weren't involved because you're a park ranger, you wouldn't have been there when the truck was released.
Correct.
And actually, you don't even know where it was. Do you know where it was towed to?
It would be speculation.
Okay.
All right.
So no further questions.
Done? All right, thank you, Mr. Hill. You're free to leave if you'd like. Oh, you're next.
Christy Cleaning.
The last name.
Cleaning. Cleaning.
Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes.
Be seated. State your name first and last, and spell it, please, for the benefit of the court reporter.
Christy Cleaney, CHRISTEE, CL. Yes, sir. CLENNEY.
Sound like there's a lot of E's in your name. Christy with 2 E's.
Yes.
I'd written down how to use it.
I know, I do it.
It's happened a lot.
What do you do for a living, Ms. Cleaning?
I'm a RTI testing coordinator.
What's that mean?
Well, I've been in the school system teaching for 20 years. Now I help with response intervention and the testing and data, help along with some other jobs.
What schools have you taught around here?
Parsons Elementary School, and I was the Learning House pre-K. I was pre-K teacher for 10 years, and now I'm at Decatur.
April of 2011. Where were you living?
I was living on Markletown Road in Darden.
Markletown Road?
Yes, sir.
And it's in Darden?
Yes.
A few miles from Parsons?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the street Swan Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Does Markletown run into it?
Yes.
All in the same little neighborhood?
Yes.
Are the roads big and wide, or are they small?
They're narrow.
Are the roads frequent traffic all the time, or not?
No, not a whole lot of traffic.
Something notable or strange happened to you one morning?
Yes.
All right, well, tell us what you were doing.
Okay, I've been recovering from neck surgery, so I was out of work for 6 weeks, and I've been walking every morning, somewhere between 7:30 and 8:30 every morning. And so, after a few weeks, one morning, I was walking, and I would always walk to Swan Johnson Road, and back. Yes, I would walk on Markletown Road to Swan Johnson Road, and I would stop there and go back to my house. And I would usually do that about 3 times because that was about 3 miles. And that was part of my rehabilitation for the neck, is what he wanted me to do. And so one morning I walked to Swan Johnson. I was on my way back, and I just heard a loud truck. And so I turned around, and there was one idling on Swan Johnson Road. And I heard it.
At this point, is that anything particularly strange?
Well, I mean, I wasn't alarmed at that moment. I mean, I just turned around. I mean, I heard it is why I turned around. And, you know, I like to get out of the road completely when cars are coming up and down. So I was just kind of looking backwards. And then it sat there for a few seconds. And that was kind of weird to me because I continued to hear it. And then
Where was it at, like physically?
it was physically like at the very end of Swan Johnson Road where the stop sign was.
And do you know the Bobos? Do you know Karen and Dana Bobo at all?
Yes.
Do you know where they live?
Yes.
How far away from their house were they living?
I mean, it's probably, I'm not sure, but it might be a half to 3/4 of a mile from that
Okay.
that stop sign.
Less than a mile, a
Yes.
half to
Right.
3/4.
Right. I never did continue. I never walked down that road all the way. I would just walk to the edge of it. But I know that they live just not very far down that road.
Okay, so your health walk, rehabilitation walk was from your house up Mirakletown until it hit Swan Johnson.
Right.
And the Bobos live a little bit up Swan Johnson.
Yes.
All right, the car's idling there. It's a loud. What kind of truck did you say?
It was a white. I didn't, register what kind. It was a full size white truck.
Okay. Pickup truck or like a SUV?
A pickup truck.
Pickup truck. Okay. What happened?
And so then it turned right. It was going really slow. And I just, kept walking straight ahead. And then I heard it turn around. I knew where they turned around at. It's probably at Box Road is what I was figuring. But I could hear it. It was loud enough that I could hear it turn around. And I thought, oh, that truck's coming back. And I still wasn't real alarmed, but I thought it was weird because it had idled by so slow. And I had a hoodie on. And then it came really slow back. And I just kind of kept my head straight and walking. And
At this point, were you alarmed at all?
I was a little bit thinking, what are they doing? Because I'm used to seeing the same vehicles at that time. People are going to work, or there's the same people that you usually see coming back. It's not, you don't see a whole lot of new vehicles, and people don't just kind of cruise around that early in the morning, especially somebody, a young man or something. So
You don't have tourists driving up and down Mirakletown Road
No,
or Swan
no.
Johnson, do you?
no, it's not a happening place.
So this truck's coming back at you?
Right. And so then I am starting to, think this is kind of weird. But then when I heard it turn around again at Swan Johnson Road, I really did start thinking, okay, now what should I do?
You had heard this thing idling there at Mirakletown and Swan Johnson. You had heard it turn around and what you're guessing is Box Road.
I was guessing that that's where you turn, because there's not many turnaround places. It's narrow and there's
And then
not.
you've heard it turn around again.
Yes.
How about now? You starting to wonder
Yes,
about this?
I was getting really alarmed, and I was even thinking about, would I go out into the woods? What would I do? I mean, I was actually thinking about what would I do if
You're
something
walking by
happens.
yourself
Yes,
with a hoodie on.
yes. I had a red hoodie on. I remember exactly what happened.
All right, what happened next?
And then he drove really slow, and he actually looked over and he was looking like out his window to talk to me. And he said, did I scare you? And I was just like, no, I'm good. And then he said, well, I didn't mean to scare you. And he said, I thought you was a girl that I knew that lives around here. And he said her name. And then I was just like, no, I don't know her. Or I don't know. And then he kind of laughed and he's like, well, did I scare you? And he said, well, I didn't mean to scare you. He kind of laughed or chuckled. And then he went on after that.
As a result of that, what did you do?
I texted my husband at the time and told him that something really weird just happened with a white truck. And then he called me whenever he got a chance. And I told him the story of it. And I just said it wasn't your normal little, hey, I thought you were somebody else. And so he got me some mace that day to start taking. And my dad actually had brought me a gun he had, but then he also bought me one that he thought would be better to take.
But you made it home safe that day?
Yes, I did.
Were you aware that Holly Bobo was kidnapped on Swan Johnson April 13th, 2011? Were you aware of that?
Yes,
Around 8 o'clock in the morning. Were you aware of that?
yes.
Would you have been walking on a weekday or weekend?
I always did on the weekdays for sure, and I did a lot of weekends also. But I would plan to walk after everybody left for school or was out the door, and I thought most of the traffic to school was gone. So.
And how long before was this compared to when Holly was taken?
It was days before. I don't know. I've said it's been anywhere between 7 to 10 or 12 days. It was within that time period.
Okay. So you're certain it wasn't the day before?
Oh, no, it wasn't. It was not.
It was a week?
I'm thinking it was past a week. I'm not positive now on the exact days because really, I just didn't think about trying to remember what day it was. I just, wish I would have.
So when did this strange incident, when did it sort of come to light afterwards?
Well, when I heard about that, and I had told my coworkers about the white truck also at the pre-K. I was working in pre-K, and they had mentioned, a couple of them was like, "What about that white truck?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know. There could be a connection." And so because we just heard about it that day, but still that was like it had just come out like she's missing, and I think a lot of people were still thinking, well, she's going to be found, really quick is what we were all praying for. And then when we got home, my husband and I, we had talked about it. And that morning there was a roadblock at the end of the road the next morning. And he had mentioned to the police officers or whoever was there at the end of the road about the white truck. And so they had, whenever I got up there, I told them about it also.
Okay. So after Holly was taken, a day, 2 days, did you remember?
We talked about that day, but it was whatever day the roadblock was, which I'm not positive exactly.
So after she was taken, there were roadblocks at various places.
Yes.
And so you got to this roadblock, and did you tell the policeman or whoever about this?
Yes.
What did he tell you to do?
He said they'd be contacting me.
So you gave him your information?
Yes.
Is it ex-husband now?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Was your husband with you then?
He was in the truck in front of me, so he wasn't with me when I gave that information, no.
Y'all were driving?
Separately, yes, because he was going to a different place than I was, different school.
Gotcha. Did the investigators get in contact with you?
Yes.
And what happened once they got in contact with you?
Well, that day, I'm almost positive it was that day, but I'm not 100% sure because they brought pictures to the pre-K and asked me to come out and look at them. And I think it was the TBI that came.
Okay. And did you see the man from the truck in those pictures they brought to you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. What happened next?
And they said that they'd be contacting me about coming to the police station to look at more pictures of maybe out of the inmate lineups or whatever.
Did you go to the police station and look at different pictures?
Yes, and I had my husband at the time meet me there, and he went with me.
Okay, so you and your husband?
Yes.
Did y'all meet with police officers there?
Yes.
And you said you looked at different pictures. Did you recognize anybody?
No, I didn't know who anybody was.
You didn't know who anybody was?
Right.
Did you, were there any pictures that caught your attention? How about that?
Yes. I pointed to one that I thought looked like the guy that was in the truck.
Okay. And in fact, as you looked through a series of pictures, even after you thought that was the guy?
Yes.
And describe how you kept on coming back to that one picture.
Well, I was looking through it and I'm like, yeah, he looks like this. And then I said, I continue to look, and there was other ones that had that kind of look or the same color hair. And I was going, yeah, these have that look too. But then I said, going back to the front, that one was the one that I thought looked mostly like him.
And who was that person?
Well, and I wouldn't have known it, but my husband was there with me, and he said,
She can't say what her husband said.
okay.
At this point, may we approach Your Honor?
you say your husband recognized the guy?
Yes, sir.
So he was there with you, standing next to you?
Yes.
What's his name?
My husband's name, Timothy Clenny.
Timothy? Clinton? That's the church. Cross.
So your husband is Tim Clenny, is that what you said?
Yes.
Ex-
My ex-husband, yes.
Sorry, yes. Now, you gave this report, the roadblock. If there's a report that says that this was on April the 19th, 2011, when you gave this information at a roadblock, does that seem right to you?
Ma'am, I have no idea, but I'm not sure exactly how many days.
5 or 6 days after Holly disappeared?
I'm not sure.
Within a week of the time she disappeared?
I would think so, but again, I just don't have any idea exact how many days, what day that was on.
Okay, so your memory's kind of faded since then?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time, you said that the person was driving a full-size white pickup truck. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. At one point, you said it was a nicer model pickup truck. Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember exactly what all I said, to be honest with you on that. I don't remember what I said on that.
Do you remember now that it was a nicer full-size pickup truck?
I just remember it being a white full-size pickup truck, yes.
Okay. You remember saying that the man you saw weighed between 180 and 190 pounds?
I just don't remember.
Okay. You don't have a memory now of how much that person weighed, do you?
No, I have a look of what they look like, but I don't remember a weight.
Right, but the look that you have now, what this person looked like, is after you've looked at lots and lots of photographs. Would you agree with me?
Are you talking about at the time
No,
or now?
the look you have in your memory now is after you have looked at photographs. Clearly, your memory now is after you've looked at photographs.
Yeah.
Yes, and you've thought about it a lot in your head. You've had a lot of thinking about it and what was trying to remember.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that it had happened 2 to 3 weeks before the day of the roadblock?
No, I don't remember exactly what I said on the time.
Okay. If it would have happened 2 weeks before the roadblock, and the roadblock, well, if it happened 2 weeks, you said, tell me again what you said earlier about how close in time it was to when Holly disappeared.
It was several days. I don't know exactly. I'm estimating, so this is not a fact, but I would think it would have been anywhere between a week to 2 week period of time, you know. I mean, I have averaged it was like 10 or 12 days, you know, but I didn't know for a fact.
Okay. But if the report said the 19th, that's probably right, because there would be no reason for them. You didn't report this more than once to the roadblock, right?
Correct.
So if there's a report that says it's on the 19th is when you gave this information at the roadblock, that would most likely be correct.
I would think whatever, yeah, I mean, I'm not disputing.
Right. Okay. So you're not disputing that.
No.
Okay. And if at the time you said that this incident with the white pickup truck had occurred 2 to 3 weeks earlier, your memory then was certainly better than your memory is now.
I mean, I would think it would be too.
Right. So that was probably accurate information from you at the time, 2 to 3 weeks earlier.
I can't imagine me saying 3 weeks, but I don't, you know, I can't imagine me saying 3 weeks earlier. Because that would have been way past what I would think that it would have been.
Do you remember?
I don't ever remember saying 3 weeks, as a matter of fact.
You don't? Okay. Do you remember saying that the person was in their early to mid 20s?
Yes.
And do you remember saying light brown hair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes.
Brown hair. Yes.
Well, do you remember saying light brown hair?
I don't remember saying, like, specifying light brown hair, but I remember saying that there was brown hair. Yes.
Okay. Do you know Lori Kennemore?
No,
No,
I don't.
no further questions.
Anything else? No, Judge. All right, you can step down. You're free to go.
Let's try Timothy Queen.
All right.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach you.
Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear testimony that you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat. State your first and last name and spell it for the court reporter, please.
My name is Timothy Clenny, Timothyclenney.
What kind of job do you have?
Currently,
Yes, sir.
I am a independent insurance agent.
Back in 2011,
I was a school teacher.
what grade did you teach?
In 2011, I was teaching middle school, 7th or 8th, not sure exactly which one.
2011, were you married to Christy?
Yes,
Did y'all work at the same school or different schools?
different schools.
Do you remember a morning when she called you and told you something strange had happened?
Yes,
Is that something y'all talked about?
absolutely.
Do you remember her reporting that to law enforcement?
I remember roadblocks being set up along different roads to basically monitor people coming in and out. And we had talked about, should that be something that should be brought up to them? And we said, absolutely. So yeah, we kind of, in one of those times is when we talked.
After that, did you have occasion to go to a police station with her?
Yes,
Do you remember what station it was?
it was the Sheriff's Department, Decatur County.
Decatur County? And what happened once y'all got there?
We went through mug shots basically of current and past inmates and things of that nature. And we'd go through, and of course, having been a teacher for so long, I knew almost everybody in there. And when it came to that particular one,
That doesn't mean you're a bad teacher.
right. Law of averages. So when it came to that particular person, she pointed to him, and I was naming off several of them, and I said the name of the individual. She said it was a bill. She didn't say that is the person that I have seen, but she said that fits the description.
Was there a picture she kept on coming back to and back to?
Yes,
And who was that person?
it was Zach Adams.
That's interesting.
Props.
Yeah, Your Honor, first I'd ask for Jinx material. I didn't even know this person was going to be a witness.
Got anything?
We do not judge.
All right.
Well,
No.
I'm going to ask if they have notes. Surely they've interviewed him. If they have notes of that, there's some case law that says if there's no other materials, we can have notes.
We can approach, Judge, if you like.
have just 2 minutes and sit here and try to
Okay.
get some materials. Has already left, or is she in the courtroom?
I told her she could be excused.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure she wasn't sitting in the courtroom.
I didn't, she wouldn't have been allowed in, I don't think. Because they're still at the door and we're observing, not coming in except during.
Sorry, Mr. Clooney, I'm just trying to read through some papers here. Are you aware that your ex-wife had initially identified a person named Jonathan Martin as being the person that she saw driving the truck that day?
No,
Do you know Jonathan Martin?
I don't recognize that, no.
Okay. Are you aware that she'd initially said that the person who she saw was in his mid to early 20s?
I don't remember that part.
Are you aware that she said that the person she initially saw had light brown hair?
I don't remember that as well.
That she initially said the person she saw weighed between 180 and 190 pounds.
That.
And how many pictures did you look at that day?
Maybe in the 20s. I don't remember the exact number, but several.
And when she came back to that picture, she kept coming back to it, but initially she did not say that is the person. She said that looks like the person, didn't she?
She never said that is the person.
She said that looks like the person.
Right.
No further questions.
Anything else?
All right.
Your Honor, at some point I'd like to recall Ms. Clenny. There's some additional questions I'd like to ask her. So I'd like for her to remain under subpoena.
I've already discharged her. Maybe we can issue another subpoena.
I'll get a subpoena.
All right. don't know how much contact you have, but you're not to discuss your testimony with your ex-wife. You understand that?
Okay, yes, sir.
All right. He can step in. We're gonna take a recess. Let's see if she's left. If she hadn't, then we'll tell her she remains under subpoena. All right, be seated, please. The defense counsel indicated they wanted to take up some matters outside the presence of the jury before they come back in.
Okay, everybody, we're going to take a short minute to take a little bit of an eye break and rest. And we have on our screen right now, Miss.
Hey guys, June, is that you speaking?
Yeah, I was getting ready to introduce you.
Introduce me, I'll be right there.
We have Miss Ada, and let her talk a little bit of her take on this trial. Then we will get back to some of the trial. So what are y'all thinking about this trial so far? Now that looks like we're kind of moving a little bit more. So here she is, Miss Ada.
Hi guys. I'm hot in this room. My gosh, it's so cold in the hospital. Thank you guys. Thank you, mods. Thank you. I guess Angela's at her appointment. Thank you guys so much for everything and for all your kind thoughts, words, and prayers. She is holding on, fighting, but she is passing. And spent 2 nights with her. Last night was very difficult and very active night, very agitated night. They're running some tests and all this kind of stuff. Other family members have come in. Her power of attorneys come in. So we're all gathered around her. I wish I could be here more. I have been, I only had an hour and a half sleep yesterday. This morning I had about 45 minutes sleep because she's so, I need to be hands-on with her. So I am going to be here for just to say hello. I've got to go lay down and get some sleep, and I've got to be back there at 7 p.m. tonight and stay till tomorrow morning when they start arriving. So that is where we are. It's difficult because Tracy, my other sister, passed away November 30th, and her second, she has 2 sons. One of them got in yesterday. The other one is coming in right now. I'm hoping once he gets here and sees Mama that she is able to just release. I think she's holding on to waiting for her son. So I've not been able to watch today. It has been a very difficult day. They did a lumbar puncture and a lot of other stuff. And so I've not been able to step away from her side until this moment. So June, thank you so very, very much. I appreciate you. I will be monitoring on my iPad until I fall asleep. And I will be getting up at about 5:30, and I'll check in then. But thank you guys for sticking with us. Thank you for walking through this with us. Thank you for your super subscription, membership, super chats, or whatever. Thank you for everything and just being here. So thank you. And we will be seeing you guys in a little bit, but I have got to go lay down and get sleep. Less than 3 hours sleep in 48 hours is not going to work. So love you. Bless you. Thank you so much, June and Angela, Honey, all of my mods, Amy, all of you. I am so touched that you are sticking through all this. So thank you so very much. So June, I'm going to turn it back over to you. Bye, guys.
Okay, thank you, Ada. So we are now going to go ahead and pick up where we left off at. I'll probably say this again later, but I just want to wish everybody from the Ada Gavel Gang crew a happy and safe Thanksgiving. And we will not be streaming tomorrow, but we will be back on Friday. So here we go. Yes.
Yes. Your Honor, Jim Simmons on behalf of Zachary Adams. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to strike the testimony of Tim Cleaning in that he was not disclosed prior to trial as being a witness, and that then we were unable to properly prepare for his cross-examination, and also he testified to what we would characterize as 404B evidence. That's what? 404B, and we're unable to characterize that. All right, motion overruled. All right, let's bring the jury in. No. I said earlier they could talk with the state that witness was not disclosed. We've had. He said he first talked with him yesterday afternoon very briefly. Correct. And then maybe again this morning. So they've disclosed everything they could disclose, basically. Okay. Okay. Again, Your Honor, for the record, I move for mistrial. All right. Overruled. Oh, I'm going to go into a very brief description of Jinx material, JINX. One of the jurors wanted to know what is a Jinx witness. So here we go back to law school again, okay? Ready? And it's actually JENKS. That's based upon a Tennessee case, State of Tennessee versus Jinx. It's something lawyers cast about all the time. They're used to using it. But Jinx material is essentially if someone has given a statement, made a statement, whatever, the other side is entitled to view that. Legally, it's required once that witness has given testimony, the other side's entitled to get it and review it. Usually, it is disclosed prior to coming into court to move a little quicker. I try to encourage that. So it means, and it applies equally to both sides, okay? So you might hear the state, if the defendant chooses to put on proof, they might ask for Jinx material. But it's just, if that person has given a statement, the other side's entitled to examine it to make sure there's nothing prior inconsistent or something like that. So, all right, another little lesson in law. Call you next.
Rebecca Earp.
We don't need this part of the record, do we?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where,
You asked.
it will be the last numbered exhibit. I don't want to get our numbers out of whack, but I guess we can. But I will read verbatim every letter on this. Jury question. J is capitalized, Q is capitalized. What is a JINX witness? Question mark. You still need?
Yes, please.
All right, exhibit 30 what?
61.
50 what?
61.
61. Raise your right hand, please. solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Come up here, be seated, state your first and last name, and spell it for the court reporter.
Rebecca Earp, Rebecca-E-A-R-P.
Again, as comfortable as you can, you'll be there for a minute. Okay, sorry. Is this a day that you've been looking forward to?
No.
Tell us who you were in relation to Zach Adams.
I was his girlfriend for 2.5 years.
His girlfriend for 2.5 years. Were you his girlfriend around the time of April 2011
Yes.
when Holly Bobo disappeared?
Yes, sir.
Describe for me your relationship with Zach Adams around that time.
Around that time, it was awful. After his grandmother passed, he got on morphine.
About when did his grandmother pass?
I don't remember.
He got on morphine?
Mhm.
Was he on any other drugs as well?
Meth.
Meth. And why did that make the relationship awful?
His temper.
Did you back then live with him or not?
Mhm.
You have to speak so everybody can hear.
Yes, I did live with him.
And where'd y'all live at?
At his house by his grandfather's.
He has a house other than you. Does anybody else live there at the time?
No, sir.
His grandfather's, that house close by?
Yes.
Right across the driveway.
Yes.
And who lived in his grandfather's house?
Dylan.
And did the grandfather live there too?
Yes.
And who is Dylan?
Dylan is his brother.
Did you get to know Dylan?
My man knew him, knew of him.
Knew of him?
Mhm.
So was Dylan around Zach and his friends a lot?
Off and on.
And how was Dylan treated?
Zach was pretty much bossy towards him, I guess.
Was it bossy?
Bossy.
And how were you treated back then in April of 2000?
I'm going to object. We have 404B evidence I'm concerned about, and we filed a motion on that, Your Honor. I request any kind of hearing before we go into anything.
All right, well, maybe I could phrase the question better. I'm not asking about any specific instances of anything that happened, just the general tenor of their relationship in the preceding day. Did that make sense to you, what I just said, Rebecca?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not asking you about anything or things that happened. I'm just asking about the days before Holly went missing. What was the relationship like? How were you being treated?
I just pretty much worked, came home, sleep, couldn't keep up with him, so I was just doing my thing.
Had you broached the idea of him of breaking up?
Yes.
Had you tried to leave him?
Yes.
Again, I'm not asking about specific incidents, but what was his attitude towards your trying to leave?
He would always talk me into coming back, and he would be very stern or threaten me.
Stern and threatening.
Mm-hmm.
Objection, Your Honor. I object to the phrase threatened.
She said stern approach or something like that.
Stern.
On the road.
In fact, on the very day before Holly went missing, did you try to leave him again on that day?
I was at my mother's that day.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean physically with him or not. Did you try to leave him as boyfriend and girlfriend?
Yes.
Did you try to break up with him?
Yes.
And was his response the same?
Yes.
And this would have been April the 12th of 2011.
Yes.
The time that he was on morphine and meth. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Who else did he hang out with? Did you know Shane Austin?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever observe Shane Austin to be involved in meth and morphine?
Yes, sir.
Frequently or infrequently?
He was more on pills.
He was more on pills?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Jason Autry?
Yes, sir.
Do you know, you've already said, Dylan Adams?
Mhm.
Were these people that would hang around Zach Adams?
Yes.
Would they come to his house?
Yes.
Would Zach go to theirs?
Yes.
Did you know where Shane lived?
Yes.
And I'm not asking you the address. Did you know what street he lived on?
It's by Yellow Springs Church.
By Yellow Springs Church.
Mm-hmm.
And is that close to Zach's?
Yes, across the highway.
The highway's Interstate 40.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Holiday, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
April the 12th, 2011.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that night, April the 12th, 2011.
He talked me into coming and staying with him.
I couldn't quite hear when you first.
He taught me to come stay with him that night.
He talked you to come in?
He talked me into coming to stay with him that night, so I did.
So that day, breakup.
Mm-hmm.
But that night, where were you?
His house.
Do you remember what time you arrived at his house?
No, sir. It was late though.
Late.
Mm-hmm.
When you got to his house, was he there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else with him?
Not that I remember.
Did y'all interact with each other late when you got to that house?
We talked a little bit, but then I went to bed and he stayed up.
Did he ever come to bed that night?
Not that I remember, no.
What woke you up that morning?
Zach.
And what was he doing to wake you up?
He kissed me on the forehead and he said he was going to haul off scrap.
And about what time was this?
It was anywhere from 6 to 7:30.
6 to 7 or 7:30?
Mm-hmm.
Early in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Did you stay in bed or did you get up?
I stayed in bed and slept for a little bit longer.
Do you remember what his demeanor was when he told you he was going to go sell scrap?
Yes, sir.
How was he acting?
Fine.
What do you do that morning after he leaves?
I go back to bed for about 30 minutes and then I had to get up, get ready, go to work because I had to be there at 9.
Do you get up and get ready?
Yes.
And do you go to work?
Yes.
And where's your work?
Joe's Video in Parsons.
In Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
So you go from the Holiday Sugar Tree area
Mm-hmm.
down to Parsons.
Yes, sir.
How long does that take you? Do you know?
15 minutes.
You had a car back then?
Yes. Well, yes, sir. At that time.
Okay. What was Zach driving back then?
The white Nissan.
White Nissan?
Mm-hmm.
Was it a car or was it a truck?
It was a truck.
Is that what he was driving that morning?
I think so, yes.
Okay, well, let's not, if you don't remember something.
I think so.
Did you see what car he got into when he went to go haul the scrap metal?
No, sir.
What we're going to talk about later. Did you see him later in the day in a car?
In his truck.
Okay, we'll get there. You get to work.
Mm-hmm.
It is 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Has anything strange happened that morning?
Yes.
What's that?
Holly came up missing.
Holly came up missing.
Mm-hmm.
And did you know Holly at all?
I knew her through Joe's video. She would come tan or rent videos.
Yeah, because Joe's video used to, is it still open?
No.
It's closed.
Yes.
Used to not just rent videos, but there's tanning booths in there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you knew her from that.
hmm
Did you also know her cousin?
Yes.
What was her name?
Natalie Bobo.
And how did you know Natalie?
Through tanning. She would come in there and tan.
How did you hear that something happened to Holly that morning?
I think it was the news.
When do you hear or see Zach Adams again that morning?
It was close to the afternoon. He come by my work.
To Parsons?
hmm
Close to the afternoon to Parsons.
hmm
And what was his demeanor? Or did you personally see him when he came back from Parsons?
Yes. We got into an argument, of course. And we was arguing because I thought he was lying about going to the scrapyard because he switched phones.
Who switched phones?
Zach.
And what do you mean by switched phones?
He was using his brother's phone that he would use, which was Becky's.
How do you know he was using his brother's phone?
Because he takes me from it.
And that was unusual.
Yes.
And so you immediately thought he wasn't scrapping.
Yes.
And did you confront him about this?
I don't remember.
Did you have a conversation with him about this?
Not necessarily about the phone, no.
No, not about the phone, but about the fact that you didn't think he was scrapping.
Oh, yes.
And what happened?
We got into it
Where?
at Joe's video.
And what happened?
He grabbed my head.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, let's now go on specific.
It ended disagreeably.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
When he came to see you at Joe's video, did you see the vehicle that he was in?
Yes.
What vehicle was he in?
The Nissan.
The white Nissan?
Yes, sir.
Pickup truck?
Yes, sir.
Was he with anybody or was he by himself?
I don't remember.
After this disagreeable ending, did he leave?
Yes.
Do you remember if you heard from him again that day?
No, I don't. I didn't see him till later that night, I think.
Now I want to ask you about particular things that happened after that day, after the day that Holly disappeared. Okay. That next day, was there an occasion that you were at Zach's house and Zach and Shane were there?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was cooking supper and the news come on and they were talking about Holly missing and Shane kind of smirked and started laughing. And Zach made the comment, said, they'll never be able to find her.
We'll never be able to find her.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any more conversation about that at that time?
No, I didn't say anything. I just kept cooking.
You just kept cooking.
Mm-hmm.
What's the next thing that you notice? What's the next thing that you notice?
What do you mean?
You describe Zach and Shane laughing and Zach saying what he did the day after the disappearance. After that, what's the next thing you notice that's suspicious or unusual that catches your attention?
Just, I don't know.
Okay, let me recall you to particular X.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Did you notice any physical injuries that Zach had around that time?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
3 scratches on his neck.
Scratches on his neck?
Yeah, parallel scratches on his neck.
On his
Neck.
neck.
Yes.
And had you seen those before he went scrapping?
No.
Did he have those after he went scrapping?
Yes.
You said you didn't believe that he went scrapping.
Mm-mm.
In fact, did you try to check on that?
Yes, I called.
After you called, did you still not believe he went scrapping?
I called and I asked them, I said, they said they couldn't give me any information.
So I'm not asking you what they said,
Oh,
okay? But listen to me. After you made that call, okay,
mm-hmm.
were you still suspicious that he didn't go scrapping?
Yes.
Did you ask Zach about these scratches he had on him?
No.
Did you follow the news in the day, the next day about Holly Bobo?
Yes, sir.
Were you familiar with the roads and the area around her house?
Yes, sir.
Did you know if Zach Adams was familiar with the roads and the area around her house?
Yes, sir.
And how did you know that?
Because we wrote them together.
Had you ever seen the map of where Holly's cell phone went that day?
Yes.
Did that catch your attention?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Because that's the road he took all the time.
How long did you live in that house with him after she was taken
Till July,
till July?
3 months.
3 months in that house.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever notice anything strange physically about the house?
No.
Did you ever strike that? Let's go to July.
Okay.
Okay. Again, I'm not asking you about a particular incident. Okay.
Okay.
When you finally left in July,
Yes, sir.
was that under unpleasant circumstances?
Yes.
During the course of those circumstances, did you and Zach argue?
Yes.
Fight?
Yes.
Were you trying to get away from him?
Yes.
Did he make any statements to you at that time about Holly?
I'm going to object if he's trying to get into 404B evidence.
Well, I'm asking for a statement. You make any
Well,
statements?
Even if it's statements, Your Honor, if it's not relevant to this, then I object to that coming
And
in.
this is about this. I asked
Can we
her
approach?
statements about Holly Bobo.
Mm-hmm.
Your objections overruled and passed.
Did he make any statements to you about Holly Bobo?
Yes, sir.
And what did he say?
He said he would tie me up just like he did Holly Bobo and nobody would ever see me again.
Did he tie you up like Holly Bobo and nobody ever see you?
Yes, sir.
July was your last month in that house
Yes, sir.
at Adams Lane.
Yes, sir. We talked and associated after that, yes.
You talked and associated after that, though. What was your life then, Rebecca?
Do what, sir?
How was your life then, Rebecca?
Awful.
Your Honor, I object to the relevance of this.
Overruled.
Are you doing better now?
Yes.
But after July, you were still talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
Was there an occasion after July in which you heard him make any statements about Holly Bobo?
Do what now?
It was kind of general. After July,
Uh-huh.
when you were still talking to him,
Mm-hmm.
you're still
I would still go over there and stay the night and stuff.
seeing him,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes staying the night.
Mm-hmm.
And if the witness can be instructed to actually verbalize the answer.
I think she is, but make sure you answer the court reporter taking down what you say.
Okay.
I'll try to help you. If you nod your head, I'll try to,
Okay.
There you go. Did you ever overhear a conversation that Zach had with another person having to do with Holly Bobo?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about that.
It was at John Mitchell's house.
And who's, just generally, who is John Mitchell?
It's one of his friends.
His friend, you mean Zach?
Yes.
What'd you hear?
That everything was ready to go in the back of the truck to be put up under the Birdsong Bridge.
To be put up under the Birdsong Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And they say what this was, it was going to be put up.
They said it was the remains of Holly. But when they found out that I found out about it, they said that it was remnants of making meth is what they got rid of.
So let me just back up so I understand. Do John Mitchell and Zach know that you're there?
Yes.
Zach says something about, tell me again, I don't want to miss. What does Zach say?
Zach said that everything was in the truck ready to go.
Everything's in the trunk truck.
Truck.
Everything in the truck ready to go to do what?
Take that Tupperware, it was a blue Tupperware thing, to Birdsong.
The bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And you know where that area is, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
And that it was, who said something about the remains of Holly Bobo?
I can't remember.
Was it either Zach or Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
And then you said something about actually what it was with methamphetamines.
Yes.
And how did you figure that out?
Because later on they told me that it was just a joke just to see if I would call the TBI.
They told you it was a joke to see if you would call.
John told me,
police?
yes.
You were able to get away,
Yes.
to get out of this.
Yes.
He never tied you up and did you like Holly Bobo?
No.
And you're doing better now.
Yes, sir. Way better.
What's that?
I said a lot better. I have a son now.
Just a few more things I just want to ask you about.
Okay.
Okay? You said you know Natalie Bobo.
Yes.
Do Do you know whether or not Zach Adams knew Natalie Bobo?
Yes, I introduced them.
Back then, did Zach have Facebook?
Yes,
Is that something that he would use?
yes,
Is that something he would use sometimes to communicate with you?
yes,
Is that something he'd use to communicate sometimes with other people?
yes,
Did I ask you to review a large stack of papers?
yes.
What was that large stack of papers I asked you to review?
It was pictures of us together at a bar, comments, just posts.
Was
Yeah.
it Zach's?
Yes, it was
Facebook?
his Facebook.
And had you seen his Facebook before?
Yes,
A lot?
yes,
Had you seen him using his Facebook before?
yes,
A lot?
yes.
Did he let other people use his Facebook?
No.
Was that his?
Hmm.
And the various pictures that you saw on Facebook that you just told us about, were those pictures things that actually happened
Yes,
in your life and in his life?
yes,
And so what I showed you was his Facebook.
yes, sir.
I just want you to look at the top paper from that approach. Is this the Facebook records that I showed you?
Yes, yes, sir.
And I'm not seeking to introduce these. This is years and years of Facebook records. I think they should be marked for identification. Later on, a very, very small portion will be introduced to another
All right,
witness.
the exhibit 62 for ID purposes.
I approach the witness again, Your Honor.
You bet.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Is that Zach Adams?
yes, sir.
Is that his Facebook profile?
Yes, sir.
No, I would have that picture marked.
The exhibit 63.
Yeah. Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
You bet.
Okay. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, sir.
What's that picture of?
One of the first times he took me up under the bridge.
He had taken you to that spot before, hadn't he? Up under the bridge
Yes, sir.
near Birdsong.
Yes, sir.
And what did y'all do there? What's that picture of?
It's a picture of spray painting Rebecca Lovesack.
Up under that bridge
Yes, sir.
at Birdsong.
Yes, sir.
I have that marked in evidence.
The exhibit 4.
Can I publish these?
You bet.
I'm really bad at this. This is exhibit 64. Did you and Zach spray paint that together?
No, it was just me.
I swear he took it.
Yes.
Exhibit 63. That's his Facebook book.
Yes, sir.
Can I see that last picture just?
That's all my questions, Judge.
So back in September of 2014, you were pregnant with your first child, weren't you?
Yes.
And that was after Zachary Adams had been arrested on charges in this case, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you specifically remember that Valerie Trout, a TBI agent, came to talk to you at your mother's house, don't you?
Yes.
And at that time, she threatened to take your unborn baby away from you and put it in DCS custody, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. Matter of fact, she said that was based on whether or not you were going to be a fit person to take care of your child.
It was threatening me to say that if I told them all the truth and everything. I said I've been nothing but honest.
Right, but she specifically said that if you weren't going to tell them the truth, that they were going to
Yes.
take your unborn baby away.
Yes.
Okay. And that's not Zachary Adams' child, is it? It's
No.
another man's.
Yes.
So I want to go back and talk with you. You've given multiple statements in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, your statements have changed over time.
Yes.
So the first statement you gave was actually in April of 2011.
Yes.
Do you remember? I mean, just early on, someone stopped by and talked to you.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you gave absolutely no indication that Zachary Adams was involved in what had occurred.
Right.
And you even acknowledged at that time that Zach had scratches on him that he had gotten while he was being chased by an officer at the park, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And so then you gave your next statement in July of 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this was shortly after you and Zach had broken up for your final time of living together, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you were very upset with Mr. Adams.
Yes.
And to be clear, Rebecca, I mean, just to be honest, back in the day, you were using meth also, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were using a lot of Xanax, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you would use meth with Zach and use drugs with Zach, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So much of the time you spent high.
At the first of it, yes.
Okay. And Zach was high also, wasn't he?
Yes.
Okay. That's one of the things that attracted you all to each other.
Yes.
And you had a very volatile relationship. It was full of very highs and lows, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, at some point you really loved him.
Yes,
And
I loved
he-
him a lot.
What?
I loved him a lot.
And he expressed to you, he loved you a lot too, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that made the relationship so volatile, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that you were so upset about the scrapping is you suspected that he might be cheating on you.
Yes.
And that had you very upset, didn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So in the July of 2011, you spoke to investigator Ricky Inman about Zach Adams.
Yes.
And at that time, you said that you and Zach had broken up shortly around, you were breaking up around the time that Holly disappeared.
Yes.
And you said that that morning, the night of April the 12th, you spent that night with Zach.
Yes.
And you said that the next morning, he was still at home when you left for work at 9:15 a.m.
You've got to understand I was under the influence then to where I was scared. I didn't know. So, yes, my statements are going to be different.
Yeah, but you were also under the influence of drugs too, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said at that time that he was still at home that morning and you left around 9:15 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
It's just the court reporter. I understand what you're saying, but she needs to be able to write yes or no. And that you had been, so you spent that morning at Joe's Video working.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, is that a yes? Sorry.
Yes. Sorry.
And Zach Adams' grandmother died on April the 1st, didn't she?
Yes.
And Zach was very close with his grandmother, wasn't he?
Very.
And so when she died, it tore him up, didn't it?
Yes.
Matter of fact, Zach's close to was close to his grandmother and his grandfather.
Yes.
Okay. And so after she died, he was using extra amounts of meth, wasn't he?
Yes.
And some of the morphine that he had gotten
Yes.
from her. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so he was heavily dosing himself, wasn't he?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware that he was arrested on April the 4th at Natchez Trace State Park.
Yes.
Matter of fact, it was his grandmother's funeral was April the 3rd.
Yes.
She had breast cancer. I mean, they expected her to die. It wasn't a surprise.
Yes.
And so her funeral was April the 3rd, and April the 4th, he just really got out of control at the state park and got arrested, didn't he?
Yes.
And at that time, his truck got impounded, didn't it?
Yes.
And Dick Adams actually owned that white truck, didn't he?
I think so.
And I think you said earlier it was a new truck, but it was a 98 Nissan pickup truck, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was a mid-size pickup. It was not
Not a full size, no.
What?
It's not a full size, no.
Okay, it's not a full size. And so after Zach got arrested, his grandfather left the truck in impound for a while, didn't he?
Yes.
And then wouldn't give it back to Zach right away, would
Right.
he?
Right.
Okay. And so that meant because Zach's black truck at that time, they had a black Nissan truck also, didn't they?
It was a Chevrolet truck.
No, that's Dylan's truck, the
No,
Chevrolet.
Dylan's was beige Chevrolet truck.
If the actual title to the truck shows that Dylan had a charcoal black or a graphite colored
Well, then
truck.
it might have been in Dylan's name. I don't know.
Okay.
But that's I thought that was Zach's truck. The black one.
Black one. Didn't
Mhm.
Zach have a dark green truck at some point?
Not that I remember.
Zach went through a lot of cars.
Yes.
Can we say that?
Yes.
Okay. And so at some point, Zach is then looking around for transportation, wasn't he?
Yes.
And Shane Austin did not have transportation because he had wrecked his truck, hadn't he?
Yes.
Matter of fact, Shane had also been in a motorcycle wreck, hadn't he?
Yes.
And he had also had an accident where he fell off a cooling tower.
Yes.
Matter of fact, was it the motorcycle accident that left one of his eyes kind of
Yes.
crooked?
Droopy. Yes.
Droopy. So like the eyelid didn't go up right next to the eye, and it kind of drooped. You could see the pink under his eye, couldn't you?
Right.
And he had some scarring on his face too, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. And so initially, when you talked to Ricky Inman, and Ricky Inman's an investigator for the local police department, correct?
Yes.
He's not a TBI agent.
No.
And initially, when you talked to Ricky Inman, you said that you thought Zach and his friend Victor Dinsmore were hauling scrap that day.
Yes.
And you didn't know for sure if Zach had talked with Shane Austin or not.
Right.
You said at that time that Zach, and this is just a few months later, but you said at that time Zach had never made comments to you about Holly Bobo, had never made comments about Holly before she was taken.
Because when that had do what now?
He had not made comments about Holly
No.
before she was taken.
No.
Okay. Zach certainly would have liked the reward money, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody was aware that there was a large reward out. In the end, how much do you remember it being?
$250,000.
$250,000. And you specifically do remember telling Ricky Inman that Shane was dependent on other people to drive him around because he didn't have a car.
Yes.
And you also did not believe that Zach had gone to the coon hunt that year.
Right.
Okay. So and then the TBI came back, and the next time they had gotten the search warrants and been searching Zach Adams' home. And
Yes.
that was February the 28th, 2014,
Yes.
when they talked to you the next time.
Yes.
And, but this time when they talked to you in July, that's after you all had broken up. It was your final breakup.
Yes.
And Zach was out of your life for a while.
Yes.
So the next time the TBI talked to you, it was 2014. So it was basically 3 years later.
Yes.
Okay. And a lot of time had passed since the events had all occurred.
Yes.
And you didn't make notes. I mean, you yourself had not written down the events of that day, had you?
No.
So you were going by your memory.
Yes.
And the memories that you'd made as best you could, because at the time you were using meth and
Yes.
Xanax. And you used some other drugs too, right? Marijuana?
Marijuana.
Okay, so the next time they talked to you, it was several TBI agents that came to talk to you. Do you specifically remember Joe Walker and Joe Craig being there?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. And at that time, you knew already that Zach had been arrested for this, didn't you?
Yes.
Because they came in and told you, listen, we've got the guy, didn't they?
Yes.
I mean, they were very confident when they came to tell you that they had arrested him. They didn't say, we've arrested him and we think he might be the guy, or.
Your Honor, I think we're hearsay on hearsay in this question. I ask that you not characterize what other people say.
Well, right. Of course, I am not offering the fact that they said he was guilty for the truth of the matter. Let's be clear. I'm just offering it to show.
So that she can show what her
Right.
response.
Yes, so the fact that they said all this to you mean, you have faith in law enforcement, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you want to believe that if law enforcement does something, they know what they're doing, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. So then when they come to talk to you, they specifically said, they're asking you again about what happened. They brought with them some documents from Birdsong Auto Salvage regarding scrapping. Do you remember them bringing you documents?
No.
They brought you a list of all the people whose names were turned in. You're familiar
Okay,
with
yes, I
Birdsong.
do remember now. Yes.
First of all, you're familiar with Birdsong Auto Salvage.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a metal scrap
Yes.
location where people can take scrap metal, turn it in for cash money.
Yes.
And back in 2011, Zach Adams made a lot of his money with scrap metaling, didn't he?
Yes.
And that's where he got some of his money to buy drugs.
Yes.
He also sometimes on and off had some odd jobs here and there, didn't he?
Yes.
At some time he had worked for Decatur County and
North 40.
North 40, okay?
Yes.
And Zach Adams would spend a lot of time out looking for scrap metal.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Sometimes he'd get it on the up and up, and sometimes he'd just have sticky fingers and pick up scraps around. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Okay. And so the TBI brought to you a document that showed that Zach Adams' name was not on the list of people that had scrapped metal on April the 13th, 2014.
Correct.
But they failed to show you that Zach Adams had actually scrapped metal on April the 11th, Monday, 2011.
Okay.
If I said 2014 just a minute ago, I meant 2011.
Okay.
And they didn't tell you that he'd actually scrapped metal on Friday, April the 15th, 2011, did they?
No.
And so your memory 3 months later was that he had told you he'd gone to do scrap metal that day.
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't specifically write that down anywhere that he had gone to do scrap metal.
No.
You were going by memory in July from an event that had happened in April, April 13th.
Yes.
Okay. And Zach did do scrap metaling a lot back in those days, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that morning, you think that you went into work at Joe's Video at 9 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And you remember 9 a.m. because you usually open the store?
Yes.
And what time did the store open?
10 o'clock.
Okay, so you would get there at 9 to get things ready?
Yes. Yes, because I had to go to the bank to do the deposit.
Okay. And so then after they showed you this list and told you that Zach had not scrapped any metal that day, that you were then angry with Zach Adams at that time, weren't you?
Yes.
Because you felt like that was confirmation that he had lied to you and was perhaps cheating on you at the time.
Yes.
And you're an emotional person, clearly. I mean, I see that you wrote Becca plus Zach, or Becca and Zach on the bridge support. You spray painted it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at times when you were in love, you wanted the world to know, didn't you?
Yes.
And so, and Zach had a way with the ladies, didn't he?
Yes.
And so the fact that he might be cheating on you was not out of the realm of possibility.
Right.
Okay. So you remembered in February of 2014 that you didn't get back until 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock that night after having worked. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You don't have a memory of that now as to what time you got home, do you?
No.
Now, you say Zach had scratches on his neck,
Yes.
and where were those? Since you're saying neck and not throat, I'm assuming you mean around in the.
They were right here on the
So-
side of his neck.
So, okay, let's see. I just want to be clear for the record. You are pointing to your left-hand side? Is that your right-hand side?
Yes, right.
Left-right problem. So you're saying that the scratches would have been on his right side of his neck,
Yes, ma'am.
and they would have gone under the jawline from the
Towards the
ear
Adam's apple.
towards the Adam's apple.
Yes.
And how many scratches were there?
3.
There were 3 scratches right there.
Yes.
And how deep were those scratches?
Not very deep.
Not very deep?
Mm-mm.
Okay. At that point, did it alarm you when you say you saw those scratches?
Yes, but I never spoke of it.
So why wouldn't you speak of it?
I was scared.
Why were you scared?
I just was.
Okay, so knowing that at some point there was reward out, there was a $250,000 reward, did it ever occur to you to say something before he was arrested by the TBI?
I did. I have.
You have what?
I have called the TBI and informed them before.
You called the TBI before that? Oh, well, when did you call the TBI?
Well, whenever I heard about the remains.
Oh, but you heard about the remains after he was arrested.
Yes.
Okay, so no, I'm talking about before he was arrested.
Okay.
When did you call and tell them about scratches?
Oh, I didn't.
Okay, you didn't.
No.
Okay. Do you remember specifically talking to an investigator, Danny Mulligan, from the defense team that came to speak with you?
Yes.
Danny kind of has long ponytail?
Yes.
Now, do you remember specifically when you talked to Danny Mulligan, you told him, see, I had it up, that's computers when it's not on the paper. Do you remember telling him that the scratches on Zach's arms referenced in the report, and you say emphatically that the scratches were from a different day when Zach was running from the cops in Lexington and were not from the day that Holly Bobo disappeared?
Yes. He always had scratches on him.
Okay, so he had scratches from when he ran from the cops in Lexington too?
Yes.
Okay, so he did have those scratches?
Yes.
You acknowledge that?
Yes.
Okay. So now you're saying, yes, he had scratches from when he ran from the cops. And when we say Lexington, you're talking about the Natchez Trace incident.
Yes, ma'am.
So he did have those scratches, but now you're saying he had some additional scratches on his neck that were new, okay?
Yes.
So now you're saying he had 2 sets of scratches,
Mm-hmm.
at least,
Mm-hmm.
because you say he always was getting scratches.
Yes.
Okay. Then, do you also remember telling Mr. Mulligan that you weren't sure that it was incorrect in Joe Walker's report that you had worked till 10 o'clock p.m. that night? Do you remember telling Mr. Mulligan that you had
What
not?
night?
On the night that Holly disappeared, April the 13th, 2011. Do you remember telling my investigator that that part of Joe Walker's report was inaccurate?
No, I don't remember.
Is there a reason you wouldn't remember specifically what you said to our investigator?
I remember working the night before, but I don't. I mean, my 2-year-old was there
No, I'm sorry.
when he was interviewing me.
That's not what I'm talking about. Let's go back because I've confused you. When Danny Mulligan came to talk to you, you specifically remember he pulled out these TBI reports and handed you the written copies, right?
Yes, let me read them all.
He let you read them all.
Mm-hmm.
And then you took a highlighter and you highlighted things in the report and then you marked on them. Do you remember
Yes, that wasn't true and was true.
Okay, so the part and I'm referring to Joe Walker's report because Joe Walker wrote up the report when he came to see you February 8th, 2014, along with Special Agent Joe Craig.
Okay.
And then Joe Walker put down, I worked until 10 o'clock p.m. that night. You told Danny Mulligan that that was an inaccuracy in Joe Walker's report.
Of what night?
Then it's April the 13th, 2011, the day Holly disappeared.
That means I would have had to work a double. So no, I don't think I would have.
Okay, so that's an inaccuracy in Joe Walker's report.
I guess.
Because you didn't work a double shift that day.
I don't remember. No.
Okay. And even after you and Zach broke up for the last time in July of 2011, you all still remained friends at
Yes.
some point. Yes?
Yes.
And you occasionally would spend the night over there and hang out with him.
I don't recall ever spending the night, but going over there, yes.
I thought on direct you said you spent the night over there some.
I could have, yes.
Did you just say that a little while ago on direct? When Mr. Hagerman was asking you questions?
Yes.
Okay, so sometimes you do sometimes you say things that you forget. Is that what?
No.
Okay. So you did sometimes spend the night with Zach Adams?
Yes.
After you all broke up?
Yes.
Do you consider yourself to be a psychic type person?
No.
Okay. And then you gave another statement. The next day, because 2014, well, that statement was on the 28th of February, and then you gave a statement on March the 1st, and I think 2014 was a leap year, so it would have been 2 days later. Does that sound right to you?
I guess.
Okay. And so in that statement, they actually sat down and went over some telephone numbers with you.
Yes.
And they went over your call records that day.
Yes.
Because you do recognize that the TBI went ahead and subpoenaed your telephone records from the day Holly disappeared from AT&T.
Yes.
And they went over your telephone record with you very carefully to ask you what numbers were what.
Yes.
And I think earlier I heard you testify that on the day Holly disappeared, Zach Adams called you from his brother Dylan's cell phone.
Text me, yes.
Texted you from his brother Dylan's cell phone.
Yes.
But would you be surprised to know that Dylan's cell phone records do not show that a text call was made to you from his phone?
He also had this spoofing card that he could make it come up any number.
Okay, but what the spoofing card did was made caller ID look like any number.
Mm-hmm.
You would agree with me the way the spoofing card worked, because you heard him use it. He used it as a joke, right?
Mm-hmm.
He could.
Yes.
You dial the spoofing card telephone number, right?
I guess, yes.
And then there's a little second, and you put in the phone number that you want to show up in caller ID.
Yes.
And then you dial the number you want to call.
Right.
Then you can pick another kind of voice too, because you can have it alter your voice to make it sound like a woman or a man, something like that, right?
Yes.
It just alters the tone of the voice, kind of like auto song does tunes or auto tune does songs, right?
Yes.
Okay. But there still would be a record of you calling into the spoof card line phone number, right?
I guess.
Okay. So if the Dylan's telephone does not show that any calls were made on it that day, then does that surprise you that the phone wasn't actually used?
No, I think she's already answered this. I think that's how we started this whole
What was the question? Okay. Was it surprised that he called from?
No, that he didn't really use Dylan's phone to call you that day.
I just remember him calling me from a different number that wasn't his, is what made me led to believe that he did not go to the scrapyard.
Okay, so he called you on your cell phone number?
Yes.
So what time of day did he call you on that cell phone?
I don't remember.
So, but you don't know for sure it was Dylan's number?
I thought it was his grandmother's, the one that Dylan was using, yes.
Okay. So you would agree with me, because you reviewed your cell phone number, your cell phone records from the day Holly disappeared, that you and Zachary Adams had a lot of texting going on that day.
Yes.
I mean, you had tens of texts going back and forth to one another.
Yes.
And he kind of blew up the phone at Joe's video too, didn't he?
Yes.
Joe's video had, was it a landline number?
Yes.
So
we had 3 numbers.
They had 3 numbers?
Yes.
Okay, do you happen to remember what those 3 numbers were?
No.
So he blew up the Joe's video number.
Yes.
And he blew up your cell phone number too, because he was calling it a lot.
Yes.
And matter of fact, Cindy Adams, Zach Adams' mother, got involved in your dispute that day, didn't
Facebook,
she?
yes.
On Facebook?
Yes.
But she also was on the phone with you and was on the phone with Zach, wasn't she?
Yes.
And she had a Georgia telephone number.
Yes, ma'am.
Because she lived in Georgia.
Yes.
Okay. And so are you aware that cellular telephone numbers, if you get the records, can show where somebody's location is?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that your cellular telephone records from the night before Holly disappeared, April the 12th, show that you stayed or they show that your phone was hitting off of the tower in South Parsons. Are you
My
aware?
mother's, yes.
Yes, and your mother lives in South Parsons, is
Yes.
that right? And then the next morning, your telephone records show that they're hitting off the cellular telephone tower in South Parsons again.
Where I work.
Is it possible that you just spent the night there with your mother that night?
It's possible, but I mean, I remember him waking me up that morning to where I went there late the night before because we'd been into it.
But it's possible you spent the night at your mother's house.
No.
It's not possible?
I remember him vaguely. I mean, I remember,
You vaguely remember him waking you up that morning.
yes, kissed me on the forehead, said he was hauling scrap. It
Okay.
was that day.
But the thing is, that morning, before Holly had disappeared, there was nothing different about that morning to make it stick out in your mind than Monday morning would have been or Friday morning would have been. Was there?
No.
Because until after Holly disappeared, it was going to be just like any other day, wasn't it?
Right.
Okay. And you worked a lot at Joe's Video, didn't you?
Yes, full time.
And I see that you wrote, you're the one that spray painted Becca and Zach on the bridge. You all went down to that area a lot, didn't you?
Yes.
And if Zach's cell phone records show that he was over there hitting off of the cellular tower next to the river, it's because you all would go over there.
Yes.
They have a greenway over there under the bridge, don't they?
Yes.
Where people go and exercise and walk, don't they?
Yes.
People go over there to fish. It's a great fishing spot, isn't it?
Yes.
And there's a lot of people that go over there to that greenway, aren't there?
Yes.
Okay. And it's really just a beautiful place with birds and wildlife and trees, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
One of us is married to a court reporter and is very aware when people don't answer. So you actually, on March 1st, went over all of your calls with with Joe Walker that day. So the night before, there were multiple calls between you and Zach Adams, after 10 o'clock p.m. So this is on April the 12th. There were multiple calls between you and Zach Adams after 10 p.m. Up until about 1 o'clock a.m.
Yes.
And all of those calls were made. You recognize that location showed that you were hitting off of your mother's tower. Your cell phone was hitting off your mother's tower.
Okay.
Where her house is.
Yes.
And nobody else would have been using your phone. It would have been you using that phone at that time. Is that right?
Not necessarily. Sometimes I use my mother's phone. Cell phone.
But nobody else, there's not another woman that would have called Zach Adams from your phone.
Mm-mm.
Okay. So if somebody's calling Zach Adams from your cell phone, it would have been you. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, everybody wake up.
Okay, and then the TBI, they had another little follow-up question for you also on March 1st about your telephone. Then they came back and talked to you again on March the 5th. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. They talked to you a lot.
Yes.
Right after they searched Zach's house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And you testified today that at some point, Zach, you said it's in July when you were finally breaking up, that Zach told you that he was going to tie you up.
Yes.
And nobody would find you. Said he would tie you, I tried to write it down verbatim, said he would tie you up like he did Holly Bobo and nobody would ever see you.
Correct.
But at some point, didn't you tell the TBI later on that he said he would tie you up and put you in his closet?
We were in his closet when it happened.
And didn't he indicate to you something about you're claiming that he indicated to you that he would tie you up and put you in the closet like he did Holly Bobo?
No, I never said that. Not that I remember, no.
So if it's in a report, it's an error that you said he put you in the closet.
Yes.
Because certainly you lived there at the time and you know Holly Bobo was not in the closet.
No. Mm-mm.
And Holly Bobo was not in the Adams house.
No.
She wasn't kept there because you lived there, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you certainly wouldn't have tolerated or hidden that fact from the police, would you?
No.
I mean, you weren't so in love with Zach Adams that you would cover up and hide a horrible crime like that for him, would you?
No.
And part of your conflict that you have is, when the DA was asking you if it had been very hard, part of it's because you now feel like you dated and were in love with a person who's been charged with this horrible crime.
Yes.
And so that's something that's very hard for you to take because you feel like you've exposed yourself.
Yes.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
And so in a way, you're wanting to do the very best you can because you feel like you need to rectify some wrong. Isn't that right?
Yes.
I mean, you're eager to please the TBI and help them convict
I'm eager
Zach.
to tell them the truth. No, I wouldn't say please them.
Well, you want to help them convict Zach, though, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. You had a very good friend named Brandon Williams, didn't you?
Yes.
And Brandon Williams at the time was a best friend to you, almost like a girlfriend would be.
Yes.
And so Zach Adams actually on the day that Holly disappeared spent some time talking to Brandon Williams also on the telephone, didn't he?
I guess.
And he would have talked to Brandon Williams because.
Your Honor, I'm going to check this is not even conversations. This was a party to it. She's talking about her client speaking.
Talking to Brandon Williams.
Right.
The hearsay on hearsay.
Well, I didn't say what he said. I just said he had spoken to him.
Because I'm objecting.
She said he had spoken to it.
Yeah, and Brandon Williams was contacting you that day too, right?
Yes.
So when he was contacting you, he was working out the relationship with you. All were working on relationship problems with Zach Adams. Isn't that right?
I don't think so. No, I don't remember.
But you don't remember specifically.
No.
Okay. So now here today, you testified that at some point Zach Adams said everything was ready to go in the back of the truck and there was a big blue Tupperware box back there.
Yes.
And he told you it was the remains of Holly Bobo?
Didn't tell me, no.
You're saying he said
They
out
was having
loud?
their own conversation. I was in a different room.
And you're saying now that he said out loud it was the remains of Holly Bobo?
One of them had said that, yes.
Okay. Well, you could certainly tell the difference between Zach's voice and John Mitchell's voice, couldn't you?
I just don't remember. I just remember going straight to my mother's after that.
Okay, so you didn't go to the police and report it.
No.
And in all those times that the TBIs talked to you, you've not mentioned
I
that.
called the TBI after that.
Okay, you called the TBI after that.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
this is before you all broke up for the last time, is that right?
I think so.
Okay, so you would have had an opportunity to mention the fact that they said, and did you decide they were joking about that? Or
No,
were
they
serious?
ended up telling me it was a joke to see if I would call the TBI.
So did you think it was a joke, or did you think in fact her remains were in the
I
box?
just blew it off. No, I didn't think that was her remains. No.
So you thought it was a joke?
Hmm.
Okay, and so you say you called the TBI, but this would have been before July of 2011, is that right?
No, this was after.
After July of 2011?
Yes, because me and Zach was already broke up when we was at John's house.
Okay, you know that the TBI has kept records. I mean, they have thousands of telephone calls that they've received from people. Did you give your name when you called in and said that it was in a big blue Tupperware?
I think so.
You gave them your name?
I think so.
Okay, well then when Joe Walker came out to talk to you February 28th, 2014, why didn't you say, by the way, why didn't you follow up on the fact that I said he had Holly's remains in a big blue tub?
When I talked to them on the phone, they said that they were going to go down there and check it.
But you didn't mention that.
I didn't think I had to mention it to him because I've already told him.
They are there on February 28th to talk to you about what you know about the disappearance of Holly Bobo.
Yes.
And at that time, you think it is not necessary to mention to them that at some point he said.
Because it was played off as a joke.
Okay, so now you're saying it was a joke. You did go ahead and call it into TBI, even though it was a joke, but you didn't mention it when you talked to them February 28th, March 5th, or March 1st.
I didn't think I had to because I think it would be on records.
Okay. You certainly repeated a lot of other facts at that time, though, didn't you?
I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
Just trying to shut it down.
Now, you say that you introduced Zach to Natalie Bobo. That would have been after Holly disappeared, wasn't it?
No, it was right when me and Zach had started talking. This was before we even got serious. It was when I lived on 6th Street in Parsons.
And so it's just, I mean, you've never before told the TBI that you had introduced Zach to Natalie. When did you tell the TBI this?
From the get-go, I guess. From the very get-go.
Well, we reviewed that first report that you had with Ricky Inman. You didn't mention it to Ricky Inman.
No, not then I didn't.
Okay. We reviewed the second report that you had where they came to talk to you on the 28th. You didn't mention it then, did you?
I don't remember.
So you're saying here today that you were the one that introduced Zach to Natalie Bobo?
As far as I know, yes.
You were talking earlier about your car, but in fact, you had an accident and wrecked your car in May of 2011, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And after that, Zach allowed you to drive his truck to
No, he would take me to and from work
He did allow you to drive some. Did he never let you drive it?
maybe 1 or 2 times.
Did the TBI or DCS come take away your child after it was born?
No, ma'am.
And by that time, you'd straightened up drug-wise anyway, hadn't you?
Yes.
I mean, you were clean when your son was born.
Yes.
So there wouldn't have been a reason for them to take your son away based on
Correct.
drug use or anything. And you're employed right now?
Yes, ma'am.
So you, even though Joe's video has gone out of business,
Yes.
but you have no problem providing for your child, isn't
No,
that
ma'am. I
right?
work 2 jobs.
And that would have been the same in 2014, right?
Yes.
Now, in the process of you breaking up with Zach Adams back in 2011, at some point you had some of your furniture and belongings over at Zach's house, didn't you?
At what time?
In 2011, when you all were living together?
Yes.
You had
Yes.
some of your furnishings and belongings over there, didn't you?
Yes.
You had a mattress over there, in fact.
Yes.
And when you all were breaking up, you at some point moved that mattress back home and then moved it back to Zach's?
Yes.
Now, Zach had access to Zach did use Facebook back in 2011, isn't that right?
Yes.
And he would post to it, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't get on and post to his Facebook page, did you?
No.
He didn't post to your Facebook page. I mean, post as him.
No.
And you didn't post as him, he didn't post as you on your Facebook page.
No.
That's different than writing a message or writing on the wall.
Comment, yes.
And so, I just want to, as a final matter, can you tell me exactly what you did on April the 13th, 2011?
I worked.
Okay. What time did you get up that morning?
I got up around 8 o'clock.
Do you remember what you wore?
No.
Okay. You think you got up around 8 o'clock. Can you be more specific than that?
No.
Okay. And what did you do next? Did you eat
I got-
breakfast?
No, I got ready for work and drove to Joe's video, called in something to eat at Sonic, went to the bank, did
Okay.
a deposit.
Called in something to eat at Sonic. Do you remember that specifically?
Yes.
Or is it just what you did every morning?
This is what I did every morning.
Okay, so you don't have a specific memory that morning of what you called in to eat.
No.
Okay. You went to the bank. Do you remember how much the bank deposit was that day?
No.
Okay. Then what did you do next?
Went and got my food at Sonic and then went to work.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many customers you had that day?
No.
Do you have, you remember, of course, that Holly was disappeared from her home.
Yes.
Do you remember specifically what time you got off that day?
No.
Do you remember what you had for lunch that day?
No.
Do you remember what you had for dinner that day?
No.
Do you remember where you went after work?
No.
Do you remember where you spent the night that night?
It started out at my mother's.
The night of the 13th? The night of the 13th.
The night of the 13th. I was at work. I worked late, I know. But I don't remember where I went afterwards, no.
Okay. Do you remember what time you went to bed?
Mm-mm.
No further questions.
Been up there a while?
Yes.
A while more?
Yes.
Okay. She asked you why you were scared. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Let's start with the day y'all finally broke up. Okay?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I'm
Okay,
going to object to any kind of 404B, Your Honor.
I think the door's wide open.
I did not open that door, Your Honor. That was not the intent of that question. We can approach.
Let's take a recess. I've about 15 minutes and then we'll continue. Please be seated. What I'm going to do, rather than make each piece an exhibit, I'm just going to give them the court reporter. There'll be collective exhibit, whatever the note was, okay? And I'll go ahead and tell you what those are. One of them says, what is 404B content? I'm going to tell them that that's a rule of evidence and that we really don't need to go into it. It's strictly legal grounds, okay? And the other one, they want to know what game I was playing. I think that's the one the sound went off.
Your Honor, before they did come in, I did want to put on the record that the state filed a supplement to the state's notice of intention to use evidence in, I guess. 404B is attached on the back of that set of motions at the end of May. And in that motion to introduce 404B evidence, we included the domestic violence. Well, we included actually, looks like 12 things, including the information that we sought to admit today. We are asking the court to allow us to hear that motion. At the time, we had motion hearings, and the defense, of course, I guess, did not want us to introduce that. Your Honor said that we would take that up in the course of the trial as these things came.
Do you want to take it up now?
I do, because this is the right witness. This would have been the witness.
All right, let's bring the witness in. Keep the jury out. Jury out. All right. Put a 1 on the first one, 2 on one of these, 3 on the other. The witness is what I want. All right, if you'll have a seat there. State can proceed.
Yes, sir, you're still on the road, okay? Jury's not here. There's 2 things that we started to talk about that we didn't talk about under direct examination. That's what I'm gonna ask you about now, okay? Let's start
on the day that you finally left in July,
Okay.
Zach Adams.
Mhm.
Do you remember that day?
The day that I left?
Yes.
Yes,
Is it something you'll ever forget?
correct.
Listen to my question.
Uh-huh.
Is it something that you'll ever forget?
Oh, no, no.
Can you tell us what happened that day?
We got into it physically. I was trying to get away. I took off running, ran in the closet, and he held me down and was trying to tie my feet up with one of his belts. And he told me that he was going to tie me up just like he did Holly Bobo, and nobody would ever find me again. And somehow I got away. He was in his boxer shorts, and I grabbed his manly as tight as I could and pulled, and that's how I got away, and I took off running.
And at the time that he said that, his demeanor, was he joking with you?
No.
Was he being very violent with you?
Yes.
Was he being very serious with you?
Yes.
And is that something that you'll ever forget?
No.
Rewind to the day that Holly Bobo went missing.
Okay.
You described how Zach came to Joe's video.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
You described it as getting toward noon.
Mm-hmm.
Or getting toward the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
What happened when Zach came to Joe's video?
The reason why we was into it, I don't really remember, but when he got out of the truck and he came up to me forcefully and grabbed my head as tight as he could and headbutted me.
That was on the very day that she went missing.
Yes.
Hours afterwards.
Yes.
And when he did that, was he joking or was he doing
No.
violent?
No.
The fact he'd been violent with you, were those reasons why you were afraid of him?
Yes.
But you were still there living with him?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to be heard on the 404B.
I'm ready to rule. As far as 404B, the court finds that these acts of domestic violence, I find that they did occur by clear and convincing evidence. They might conserve a material issue as far as showing her fear. But as far as the last part of that, the court must exclude the evidence if its probative value is outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, and the court so. So we won't go further into those matters. Let's bring our jury in, please. Please sit. We're going to go until the evening break. Had a couple more questions. Someone wanted to know what 404B content is. I will tell you that that's actually a rule of evidence, but it's something that concerns itself in court from a legal standpoint. It does not concern the jury. It's a determination that I must make concerning the admissibility of certain evidence, okay? And then number two, somebody wanted to know what game I was playing. I don't know who did that. I hit one of these doggone videos, and I did it twice, and it sounded like it on loudspeakers up here. But I think we've got that remedied. I will tell you periodically, I will check things on this. I've got Westlaw where I can do legal research. I have actually looked at these proceedings that are being televised to make sure that the press is in conformity with what they're allowed to show and not show. So that's some of what I've been doing up here, and I just hit the wrong button. I might have told you my tech support is my wife and daughter. I can barely get around on the stage, so I make mistakes, but we got it silenced now, okay? All right, we're ready to proceed.
Ms. Ricky, question. We heard about statement. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We've heard about at times something happening at one time and then a different time, maybe at a different time. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
We've heard how your life was back then,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
We've heard that it was volatile with him, correct?
Yes.
We've heard that you were scared of him.
Yes.
I want to drill down right now, just the absolute truth of 3 or 4 things.
Okay.
Okay? So can you really listen to my questions?
Yes.
Okay. The day when you finally left him.
Okay.
What did he say to you that day?
One day that he left. I don't remember. The day that he.
Let me.
I object to any leading.
He can ask it another way. She's already given testimony.
Let me back it up. It's something you already told us.
Okay.
Okay. The day that you finally left.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not asking you what happened. But the day that you finally left, what did he say to you?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, maybe I'm confused.
Yeah.
Your Honor,
He didn't want me to leave.
All right, would you stand when you make your objection?
oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, yes.
And it has not been answered, he can ask.
When did Zach Adams tell you to tie you up like Holly Bobo and you'd never be seen again?
July the 13th.
You remember that day?
Yes.
Is that not the day that you finally left him?
Yes. And I called my mother to come get me. And he ended up calling her back saying that everything was okay. But my mother had an instinct to go ahead and send my nephew to come get me.
Okay, I'm sorry there.
Mm-hmm.
So did my question confuse you before that?
Yes.
It did.
Yes.
So July the 13th, that isn't a day you're ever going to forget.
No.
When's your birthday?
July 14th.
It's the day before your birthday.
Yes.
It's the day that you finally got away from him, right?
Yes.
Your mother came and picked you up?
No, my nephew.
Your nephew.
Mm-hmm.
And what did he say to you that day?
He told me that I better not go to the law or better not make any statements. Otherwise, he would hurt me or my family.
And you were afraid of it?
Yes.
And is that not the same day that he told you he'd tie you up like Holly Bobo?
Yes.
Now back up. I don't want to confuse you.
Okay.
I need you to really listen. You've been there a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Now back up. April 13th.
Mm-hmm.
When Holly goes missing.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you wake up that morning?
Zach's house.
Are you absolutely sure?
Yes.
What woke you up that morning?
Zach.
Are you absolutely sure?
Yes.
About what time did that happen?
Anywhere from 6 to 7.
Just speak up, please.
Anywhere from 6 to 7.
So would you agree with me that you can't say that it was at 6:05? You can't say it was at 6:15. You
Correct.
can't say it was at 6:50. It was between 6 and 7.
Yes.
And are you sure of that?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He kissed me on the forehead and told me to go back to bed, but not to be late for work.
Okay, and what did he tell you about where he was going?
To the scrapyard.
And when he told you this, how close to you is he?
What do you mean, how close?
How physically close is he to you?
Standing from me to you. I mean, he was standing at the edge of the bed.
At the edge of the bed.
Yes.
And you're in bed.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all are just feet away from each other.
Mm-hmm.
And he tells you not to be late to work, that he's going scrapping.
Yes.
What do you do after he tells you that?
I go back to bed.
You go back to bed.
Mm-hmm.
And you sleep some more.
Yes.
Do you know when you woke up?
It's about 8 o'clock. I mean, well, no, it's about 7:45, something like that.
Okay. Would you agree with me that you don't know if it was 7:45, if it was 7:50, if it was 8, if it was 8:05?
I don't really remember.
Okay, well, so that's important.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's important.
Okay.
Where do you go that morning?
I go to work.
Joe's video?
Yes.
Do you see Zach later that day at Joe's video?
Yes.
I'm not asking you what he did, but what was his demeanor? Was he happy? Was he sad?
He seemed irritable.
Irritable.
Yes.
At that point, did you already suspect that he hadn't been scrapping?
Yes.
Do you know what you did after you got off work that day?
No.
Do you know if you went back to your mom's house?
I don't remember.
Okay. Mom lives in Parsons, right?
Yes.
Do you know if you went back to Zach's house?
I don't remember.
Do you know if you spent the night at your mama's house or Zach's house?
I don't remember.
But do you remember? I'm asking you, do you remember in the days after that being in Zach's house with Zach Adams and Shane Austin?
Yes.
And do you remember something coming on the TV about Holly Bobo?
Yes.
And when it did, what happened?
Shane started laughing.
And when Shane laughed, how far from Shane were you?
I was sitting in the kitchen. He was sitting in the living room, so probably from here to the corner of that, from those piles of paper right there. A little farther.
I don't see papers.
About right there.
It's 10 to 15 feet from
Mm-hmm.
10 feet from you. And he laughs.
Mm-hmm.
And what does Zach do?
He makes the comment saying that they'll probably never find her.
They'll probably never find her.
Mm-hmm.
And did that laugh and his comment, did it have an effect on you?
Yes.
Is it something you remember?
Yes.
And then you described other things.
Mm-hmm.
The time you stayed with Zach, even after that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Were those good days for you?
No.
What truck was Zach driving then, April 13th?
White Nissan.
Is there
Truck.
any doubt in your mind about that?
No.
Now, that same truck he'd been arrested in 10 days or whatever it was before, is that right?
Yes.
Had he gotten the truck back?
I guess he went through so many vehicles. I don't know. But yes,
Listen to my question.
Dick had it.
She's guessing at something, I object to guessing.
Listen to my question. What truck was Zach driving on April 13th?
White Nissan truck.
Okay. And why are you sure of that?
Because he came up to Joe's video and he pulled up right where I was sitting.
And did you see it?
Yes.
How far away from you was it?
Me to you.
3 or 4 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Him and his white Nissan. Don't
Yes.
worry about your kids.
I'm not.
So had he gotten that truck back after he was arrested?
After he was arrested, when?
Exactly. I confused you. The weeks before, the park ranger.
Yes. Yes, he did.
He had gotten the truck back.
Mm-hmm.
Were you with him when he got it back?
No.
How do you know he got it back?
Because it was in Dick's shoot. It was parked over there between the two houses, Dick's house and his house.
So you remember he got it back?
Mm-hmm.
And you remember you saw it?
Yes.
There's been questions about, or I heard questions about, well, didn't Zach go scrapping different days? Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember that morning when he kissed you on the forehead and woke you up, that he actually told you that he was going to scrap?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I even heard the trailer and the truck drive around the house. They had the trailer full of scrap.
And in fact, before you left that day, did you do something with a note or something?
Yes, I wrote a note telling him whenever he got back to put the clothes in the laundry.
whenever he got back to put clothes in the laundry.
Or put the clothes in the dryer.
Okay. And that was just a
On a
piece
little
of
notebook.
paper or something. All right.
Mhm.
Later on, did something happen to that
Your
note?
Honor, I checked all the leading.
I'm not suggesting what happened to her. Just
No.
asking her.
Overruled.
Later on, did something happen to that note?
Yes, part of the bottom paper was ripped off.
Okay. And did that happen that day?
I don't remember.
Okay. Why do you remember this note and why do you remember this?
Because he was telling me that he had been home, and I knew he hadn't. Or he told me he'd been home, but yet the clothes weren't in the dryer, and like I said, that paper was ripped, and then the scrapyard's business card was taped on there.
Okay, so you had left a note for him
Mm-hmm.
before you left
Mm-hmm.
on April 13th of 2011. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Asked him something about putting the clothes in the dryer or something.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And he had told you that he hadn't been home.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
But the note was different?
Mm-hmm.
How was it different?
The bottom paper was ripped.
Okay. And what about, there's something about a business card or something?
It was an old business card. It was real dirty. It was just taped on there.
So you had taped on a business card to this
It
note?
looked like it was misplaced, like it wasn't supposed to be taped on there. It was, I don't know.
Okay.
But I knew I didn't leave it there.
And this made an impression on you.
Yes.
This is one of the reasons you were so suspicious.
Yes.
And so what'd you do with that note?
I kept it.
You kept it.
Yes.
April the 13th, the note, you kept it.
Mm-hmm.
And what'd you do with it after you kept it?
I later gave it to y'all.
You gave it to who?
To one of the TBI agents.
To the TBI agent?
Yes.
Can I approach you with this? What is that?
The note I wrote that.
Whose handwriting is that?
Mine.
And what are you telling them?
Will you put those clothes in the dryer for me? Thanks. Have a great day.
And when you returned later that day,
Mm-hmm.
what had happened to the note?
It was ripped on the bottom.
So when you left it, it was a full page of paper?
Yes, sir.
And what else had happened to it?
The business card was taped on, it was halfway taped on the side and on the counter.
And what kind of business card is it?
It's auto salvage.
And that's what he had told you he was going to do, right? Was
Yes.
like scrap?
Mm-hmm.
But you know that he didn't.
Right.
But yet he left that.
Yes.
And so you kept it.
Yes.
You kept it. An actual piece of evidence from April the 13th of 2011. How do you introduce that evidence to some judge?
Exhibit 65.
Well, when you're asked about this scrapping on April 11th, whether or not you remember it, well, here it is. It's from April 13th, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here it is.
Mm-hmm.
Here it is. This is exhibit 65. Whose writing's this?
Mine.
What does it say? Recently?
Oh, yes. Will you put the clothes in the dryer, please? Have a great day. Thanks, love, Becca.
And it was on a piece of paper when you left on April the 13th.
Yes.
When you came back, the paper's ripped,
Yes.
but he told you he hadn't been home.
Right.
And then there's this salvage car taped to it, but you knew he hadn't been scrapped.
Right.
And so you kept this and you turned it in. What's it, Judge?
Okay, so on July the 20th, 2011, that's after the day in infamy, July the 13th, 2011, of course, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And on that day, you've already left Zach Adams forever as his girlfriend. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, when you talked to Ricky Inman, you told him that Zach was still at home when you left for work that morning around 9:15 a.m., didn't you?
Yes, I did. But you've got to understand, I was under the influence. I was scared to death.
Okay.
And he had already told me, I mean, with all the threats and things that he's given me, of course I wasn't going to tell the whole truth.
Okay, so you weren't going to tell the whole truth then, right? But between that day, July the 20th, 2011, you remained friends with Zach Adams up until the time he was arrested.
I loved him.
Didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. You loved him. Okay. And you remained friends. You continued to go over to his house and hang out with him, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And so later on, when you spoke to, I guess earlier today, minutes ago, after 3:30 p.m., when you testified in front of this jury, you told this jury that you woke up on April the 13th, 2011, sometime between 6 a.m. and 7:30 a.m., didn't you? And then just minutes ago, you told Paul Hagerman on your redirect that you woke up sometime between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m., didn't you?
Yes.
So you cut 30 minutes of it off.
It's been 6 years ago.
Okay, so it's been 6 years. Your memory is fuzzy.
Yes.
Okay, and then I'd like to look at this note we've just put in. Is this the note right here? I'm going to look at this note that we've just put in. This is the note. And you pull out this note years later. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, you broke up with Zach July the 13th, 2011. And sometime in 2014 is the first time you produced this note, isn't it?
I don't remember when I produced it. I don't remember when I gave it to him.
Okay. Well, if it doesn't, it's not mentioned in your report with Ricky Inman, is it?
No.
Okay. And so you agreed with me earlier that from that point, after you talked to Ricky Inman in 2011, the next time you spoke with officers was after Zach had been arrested on these charges, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And you came forward and you say you have this note, and this note right here, a scrap note on a piece of notebook paper, is how you remember the day that Zach went scrapping.
Yes, ma'am.
But this note does not have a date on it, does it?
No.
This note, and I think you may have misread it earlier, it says, Zach, will you put these clothes in dryer for me? Thanks. Have a great day. Peace sign, heart, smiley face, love, Becca. Okay. And it happens to have a card for the Highway 191 Auto Salvage taped to it. But this note in and of itself doesn't help you remember which day it was that Zach went scrapping, does it?
It helped me remember because I knew that was another reason that he was in a lie. I mean, he told me a lie.
Right. But the thing was, if you think about it, because you're saying you suspected he was cheating on you, and when the whole thing about metal scrapping is he went metal scrapping, but you think maybe instead he was cheating on you and didn't really go metal scrapping. That's why you were mad, right?
I never said that, no.
I thought you said you were worried he was cheating on you.
During our relationship, yeah.
No, but I thought on direct you said you were worried that he was cheating on you.
At one point in our relationship, yes, but not that morning, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I understood that morning you thought he was cheating on you.
No.
Okay. But in fact, he had, or it's very possible he had been metal scrapping on other days that same week, right?
Yes.
And this just helps you remember. I mean, if you're honest with yourself, it helps you remember you were mad at him about metal scrapping.
Mm-hmm.
It's only through an association in your memory that you say it's on that particular Wednesday. It could have been on that Monday, couldn't it? It's possible.
No, because I specifically remember that was another reason why he lied to me that day, because I knew he had been at home because of the bottom piece of the paper had been ripped.
The bottom piece of the paper being ripped lets you know he was at home some point during the day.
Yes.
Okay. But that could have been on Monday. The paper being ripped doesn't help you distinguish Monday from Wednesday, does it?
No.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, you were already fussing with him on Tuesday, April the 12th. Because that's why you were at your mother's house late, isn't it?
Yes.
That's why you were considering not spending the night with him, because you were already in a fight, isn't it?
Yes.
And you don't specifically now remember what that fight was about, do you?
No.
Okay. So it's possible that the fight on Tuesday had to do with metal scrapping on Monday, isn't it?
If you say so.
No, I'm asking you, it's possible, isn't it?
No.
Okay. So the fact that there happens to be an auto salvage card taped to this note does not help you remember what specific day this occurred on, does it? Not this specific question.
We're about to beat this thing to death. Go
on. Because in fact, he already knew where to go scrapping. He didn't need a card to go scrap there. He didn't need to pick up a card so he knew where to go that day.
Correct.
So you say that he gets to Joe's video and you have a fight at Joe's video with him over scrapping. Is that what you had an argument with him at Joe's video over scrapping?
Yes.
Okay. And he shows up at Joe's video. You say he has the trailer on the truck at Joe's video?
No, the trailer wasn't on there. No.
Okay. So he shows up only with the car.
The truck.
Sorry.
Yes.
The truck. Okay, so if you're having a fight already at Joe's video about the scrapping, you haven't even gone home yet to see the note, have you?
Mm-mm.
So already at Joe's video, you suspected apparently that he hadn't gone scrapping.
Mm-hmm.
So the note in that case didn't have anything to do with reminding you about the fight.
Right.
Okay. And it's possible he could have gone scrapping and still gone home before you, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you don't remember what time you got home that day, do you?
Correct.
And you don't even remember if you spent the night at Zach's house that day or you spent the night at your mom's house that night, do you?
Mm-mm.
No. You don't remember what you had for dinner that day, do you?
Yes.
I thought on direct.
Because actually when the conversation we was watching the news and the conversation come up about her being missing and Zach said that they'd never find her. I remember what I was cooking that night and eating. And so that was the day that she had come up missing.
So you're saying this very day now that that it comes up on the news and he says they'll never find her is the very day that she disappeared?
It was either that day or the day after.
Oh, but you don't remember. So now you don't remember. So now you don't know for sure what you were
I just remember specific details that stuck out to me that didn't seem right.
Okay. Because you left some of these important things out, you didn't mention I can't get this.
Rather than statement?
I have a leading question for my cross-examination. I can't get that back in there, I'm sorry. You have not been charged with lying to any of the TBI agents, even though you've changed your story multiple times, have you?
Mm-mm.
No, I'm gonna object. There's not such a charge. She
There's
wasn't
obstruction of justice. There is obstruction of
You
justice.
can ask
and
her if she's been charged.
You've not been
She
charged
said
with.
she has not been charged.
Okay. No further questions.
No further questions. All right, step in. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Okay.
You're free to go. We're at 5:45. I think it's time to break for the evening. Be ready to go first thing in the morning. I hope we can pick up the pace at that time. There's been a whole lot of repetitive, and I want council to concentrate and try to focus to avoid redundancy. All the admonitions I gave you at the outset, leave your notebooks here, be secured overnight. Hope you do as well as you can do tonight, okay? Thank you.
Honorable court. You may be seated.
Amen. Okay, we're about 5 minutes still. They're in the process of bringing the jury down. Are we dead? And I actually was off mic during that, so I remembered that. State, call your next witness, please.
Dennis McKenzie.
All right, come in, raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated there, and I want you to state your name and spell first and last name for the benefit of the court reporter.
Dennis McKenzie, DENNIS, MCKENZIE.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
We have heard your name twice in this trial. Okay. So let's start with April of 2011. What was your job? What was your business?
McKenzie Tree Service. I actually owned McKenzie Tree Service at the time, and Dana worked for me. He was working for me.
Did you have a lot of people working for you?
Had right at 100 employees. Yes.
100 employees?
Yes, sir.
Big operation?
Yes, sir.
It was your business?
It was, yes.
Did you know Dana?
I knew Dana and Karen both for a long time.
Just through work or socially too?
Well, socially, I knew Karen when she started doing student teaching up Scotts Hill. I was actually a senior in high school. And she was up there doing her student teaching. She graduated from college. And then as we all got older and had kids, our kids played on the same t-ball team together. And got to know them through that way. Of course, we all live in a small, tight community, And then later on down the road, Dana got to working for me and done me a real good job.
When Holly went missing,
yes, sir.
Did you help searching?
I did, yes. Yes, us, myself, and several more employees did for several weeks there before finally had to let someone go back to work. They didn't want to go back to work, but some of us had to. And we were just trying our best to help find, maybe put an end to what was a nightmare. So
How much searching did you do?
if I don't mind mentioning, me and Brian probably was the two that stayed the most. I guess we was by ourselves a lot, probably 18 months, I guess.
That mean getting out in the woods?
Yes, we stayed in the woods about all the time, and creeks and the springs, and pretty much that's an every weekend thing. A lot of afternoons.
I want to ask you about one particular day. It's arranged by Warren Rain. It's arranged by Warren Rain.
And after Warren had talked to him, and
Where were y'all set up at?
we were set up behind the house in the woods out there. I think it's actually county property. I think we was on.
Were y'all hiding?
We was, yes.
Were you in those woods for a long time?
I was that morning, probably 3 to 4 hours, I'd say.
To watch
What's that? Yes, sir. See what his actions was after Warren had talked to him.
We've heard what Brian Young saw, so I'm not asking you what Brian Young saw.
Okay.
But what did you see once Warren Rainey left?
Once Warren Ray left, I seen Zach go from his house to this, I call it a garage or shop, kind of in the back side of his house. And it vacuumed for probably an hour and a half in a black truck. And after we observed that, Brian had found those gloves, if I'm allowed to say that, and he had told me he was going to go meet Warren.
Your Honor, to the hearsay.
You can't say what someone told you.
Okay.
You can say what you observed.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'd seen Brian find the gloves, and he had come to me and told me he needed to take these to Warren.
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't know what he's going to say, so I can't say.
So you understand? You just said that you saw Brian find the gloves or whatever.
Yeah, I seen Brian pick the gloves up. I was with
Then
him.
you started to say what he said or something. So
He
don't
told-
do that.
No,
don't
you
do
can't say
that.
what he told you.
Okay, don't do it. You understand?
Okay.
But did Brian leave at that point
He did, yes.
or start
Yes.
leaving?
Yeah, he left to go see Warren, if I could say that.
And what did you do then?
I stayed behind, and I observed and watched Zach. He was stayed in there another probably 10 or 15 minutes in the shop vacuuming. He came out of the shop, and the two mattresses on the kind of northeast end of the house was leaned up against the back of the house, and he picked up the water hose and went to rinsing off the mattresses, which he didn't stand there for a long time. It wasn't 15 or 20 minutes worth. It was probably about 5 minutes, just enough to wet down both mattresses pretty good. Then he laid down the water hose and went right back into the shop and went right back into vacuuming again.
Right back to that. Nothing else, Judge.
Cross.
Mr. McKenzie, I'm Jennifer Thompson. Now, you just now testified that Zach Adams pulled out did you say a water hose and began to wash these mattresses?
Yes, ma'am. But
Okay.
spray them off. He was spraying them off.
Spraying them off,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. And now you gave a statement regarding this to the police in the past.
Yes.
Matter of fact, you spoke with do you remember speaking with Joshua Carter from the TBI?
Yes, I spoke to several. Yes,
And you gave a statement after Zachary Adams had been arrested in this case.
correct.
And if I told you it was March 26, 2014 at 11:45 a.m., would that sound reasonable?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that Zach Adams at that point had been charged with the crime,
Yes, ma'am.
and you definitely wanted to help the Bobo family find the killer of Holly Bobo.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, it's important to you. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes, it was. It's personal.
Okay, personal.
Yep.
Now, when you gave that statement at the time, you specifically said that you saw Zach Adams pull out the vacuum and vacuum the mattresses that were outside, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Mhm.
So now you're saying that you remember that he pulled out a water hose and washed the mattresses.
He actually did both, to be honest with you.
Okay, so now you're saying that you left out the vacuum part?
I did, yes.
Okay, so now the way that you remember it is he vacuumed the mattresses and then he washed the mattresses off.
That's correct. Yes.
But that's a detail that you left out when you spoke to the police 3 years ago.
Right. It's been a long time now.
Okay. No further questions.
None?
Nothing further.
No, I'm, all right.
I know you were, sorry.
Step down. You're free to go, or you can come back in the courtroom. Just don't discuss your testimony with anyone, okay? Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Next,
John Graves.
John.
Graves.
Raise your right hand, sir. So I swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Be seated. State your name and spell first and last name for the court reporter, please.
John Graves, Jongraves.
Okay, you can see.
And Mr. Graves, I'm not asking for your address, but where do you live?
I live on Gibson Road.
What county is that in, or
That's
what town?
Decatur County.
Is that close, near to Parsons in that area?
Yes, about probably 5 miles north.
And did you grow up in that area?
I did.
You know a lot of people in the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to April of 2011, did you know a family last name Bobo?
I did.
And how did you know them?
Well, Miss Karen was my 7th grade school teacher, actually.
See her today in the courtroom back there?
Yes, I do.
And what about her husband? Do you know Dana?
I knew of Dana, yes.
Other than being your 7th grade teacher, were you, I guess, close friends or just?
Just acquaintances, yes.
What about their children? Did you know?
No, I did not.
Do you recall, what is your business?
Well, we're in a construction business in Parsons.
And that's Graves?
Graves and Graves Construction, yes, ma'am.
Is that a family business?
It is.
Grandfather, father, and now you?
They correct, yes.
Is it fair to say that because you're in the construction business that you are very familiar with most of the roads in and around the area?
Well, yes, and living there as well, yes.
Do you recall April the 13th, 2011, when Holly Bobo went missing?
Yes, I do.
When you heard that news, did you immediately know or hear that she was the daughter of Dana and Karen?
Yes, ma'am.
Over the next several days, or actually that day and the next, did you become aware that there were people searching for Holly?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how did you, explain to the jury, please, how you became aware of that?
Well, obviously, in a small town and in a setting like we live in Decatur County, you pretty well, when something tragic like this happens, you're aware of it. And actually, we knew that people were out looking for Holly, and of course, everybody wanted to do their part because it's like one of us.
Did you have some property or a home where searchers actually came to your property or home?
I did.
Before you go any further, was that the day of or the day after?
I think it's the day after.
So that would be April the 14th, that Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened.
Well, I got home that afternoon sometime around 5:30 or so. That's, typically what time I got home. And when I got home, I noticed there's some guys that work for us that live just adjacent to my house, probably a couple hundred yards or so. And there was a big Suburban of people where they'd been, everybody was kind of going, checking the area, different barns and all that. And they'd been out to some of our barns that lay, real close proximity to the house. Well, I knew, adjacent on back behind, there were some sheds that we had that you couldn't access by vehicle just because it was a wet time of year. In April or whatever time it was wet and you couldn't do it by vehicle. So I went in the barn and got my 4-wheeler out, and I said, well, I'll just, I'll check back here in some of our barns back in the back in case, something might be back there or something that you can't see and access by vehicle.
Right. Now, you said you lived on Gibson Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And for those who aren't familiar with where Gibson Road is, can you give us some landmarks or some indication of where that might be
Well, we own property between Gibson Road, and being the Graves family owns property between Gibson Road and Gooch Road. And then to the west of that, Bible Hill Road kind of connects those two. So it makes kind of a U.
Okay, and how much property, how much land is encompassed in that U?
Well, it's somewhere around 1,000 acres or so.
All right, so you're on Gibson and Bible Hill would be the bottom of the U and Gooch would run parallel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so these barns that you wanted to, did you just want to go look in there for yourself and make sure Holly wasn't in one of those barns that nobody had checked?
Yes, that was my thought, because I knew, I said, they're out, and I said, by some chance, albeit how remote it might be, somebody might have stashed her away in something that, nobody knows anything about. So here I tend to traipse through our farm and, I check these barns up here close, which they could see. And then I went back and checked one of the other barns, didn't see anything. And then there's a creek that goes along by some of the barns. I kind of looked, scanned down through there, just casually driving by, really not expecting to see anything or whatever. Went to a shed that kind of lays about halfway in between the two roads and checked it. Wasn't anything
Between the two roads,
between Gibson and Gooch. Yes, ma'am. And the whole time I'm kind of I'm getting closer to Gooch Road. I'm going away from Gibson and going towards Gooch Road.
At this point, are you off-road or?
I'm off-road the whole time. I'm pretty well off-road the whole time. So if you get on Gooch Road, we've got two cattle barns that are right across one another, and it's got gates. And I was just going to go out, check those two barns, and then get on Gooch Road, and then go back up to Bible Hill Road and just go by a road back around to my house. So I check those, check the sheds that's down in the bottom. I go up to the top of the hill where there's two barns across one, check those, and everything was all clear. And so then I proceed to get on Gooch Road, going back west towards Bible Hill Road. And I'm going down through there, and there's a little creek about, I'd say 100, 150 yards back east of Bible Hill Road, back down the hill from it. There's a little creek crossing there. And as I was going by, I looked and I saw something, just casually. I'm just kind of looking, and I look, and in the stream, I saw something that caught my eye, and I was like, what was that? Because it was something that didn't seem like it belonged. So I put my 4-wheeler in reverse and backed up and just stopped. Of course, that road's, it's narrow. I mean, it's almost about, the width for, if you had two trucks that met, one of you have to get off the side of the road. I mean, if you got wide, you would never go. So I'm stopping here in the road, no traffic going through there, because it's not really heavily used. And I look and I see something. I was like, what is that? Thinking to myself, not expecting to find anything, mind you. But just something looked out of place about it. And I was like, man, that looks like something new or newer or something that just gained your attention. So there's a little field, a small, 3 or 4 acre field just past that. So I went inside that field and stopped at the edge of the woods, and there was about 10 or 15, 25 feet so track of just scattered trees that you have to get from the field over to where this little creek, or it's a great big ditch really. And so I walked over there and I looked, and it was just best I remember, it was just a square looking, polka dotted, like a lunchbox or whatever. So I took a tree limb, the one that was hanging there, because it was about, probably 8 or 9 feet deep where it was. And I took a limb and kind of raked it over to the side and kind of pulled it up. And then I got it, and I was like, what in the world is this? And so I opened it up and looked, and it had a sandwich inside of it and something else. And I remember thinking, I said, man, that's awful strange. So I zipped it back up, and when I flipped it over, it had an embroidered H on it, the best I remember. And then at that, okay.
I'm going to pass forward what was previously marked as Exhibit 30. And ask if you recognize this.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this what you found there?
Yes, ma'am.
And you opened it up.
I opened it up and
Did you say it was in the creek?
it was, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was in the creek. And the way that creek flows is it made a little nook back to the left. And the way the flow of the water was, it carried it over and it kind of got hung up on the side. So anyway.
Let me back up. So
Okay.
you fished it out with a stick out of the creek.
Yep.
All right, so you're on the
I'm on
ground.
that's right.
All right, so you open it up there on the ground. You see the sandwich and lunch.
Right.
Did you see the H?
But I did, because when I picked it up, you couldn't see the H. That was kind of on the water side down. And I had to open it up from this side. And then when I opened it up and looked, and I was like, I saw, wait a minute now, this has got, uneaten food in it. Then when I turned it over, I saw the H. And at that time, I don't, something about this don't seem right. But anyway, I made a phone call because I couldn't remember, Holly's first name. Because, like I said, I didn't know. I knew Miss Bobo and them, but I didn't know their daughter. And I made a phone call and said, what was the young lady's name? And whoever I talked to, the guy I talked to, he told me it was Holly. And I was like, well, I said, you need to get a hold of somebody. And we tried to get a hold of the sheriff and Henderson County Sheriff. I said, they come on out. I said, this may be nothing or it may be something. And I said, I've handled it in the whole 9 yards at that time. So,
So after you made that phone call, did people come to you there on the side off of the ditch road?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Did you just put the lunchbox down, this lunchbox down on the ground there where you were?
Yeah, I said it was close to the edge of the road. It was actually, I got it over close to the road. So I'd moved it some, probably, before I'd walked out of the woods, and I just set down right there by the edge of the ditch.
So the jury understands you didn't try and put it back in the creek where you had
No,
found
ma'am.
it.
No, ma'am.
And did they come out there?
I did.
Were you present? Do you know whether they tried to photograph the area?
I believe they did try to photograph the area, but all the particulars I can't remember for sure.
I guess my question is, the photographs weren't taken with the lunchbox back in the creek?
That's correct. No, the photographs were taken in it, and I made mention of that too. I said, now this is not exactly where I found it. I found it in the creek over here, 30 yards in the ditch.
I'm going to pass forward the photograph and ask, and it's dark, because this was getting dark time.
Yeah.
No, sir.
Okay.
Do you recognize the area and what's portrayed in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
That's the lunchbox.
And is that where you put it, where you set it back down?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to put it on the overhead. Can you see the creek that you described?
No.
Because it's too dark.
That's right.
Your Honor, can I have this marked as the next number exhibit?
Exhibit 66. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Here's the laser pointer.
Okay.
If you can show the jury where this creek is, I know you were.
Yeah. So the roadside ditch is here, and the road is right here. This is just adjacent. Okay.
You can step around. Is this an aerial photograph?
It's not.
just,
It's
okay.
taken from.
Yeah, just from the side of the road.
Okay, so for purposes of describing, when you said the road is right here, are you talking, as we look at this exhibit, is it?
Yeah, it's just like
the bottom of the picture.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the road be running like this, and the little road ditch sitting, between where the picture was taken and the purse.
Gotcha.
And then the creek ditch, runs, perpendicular to the road.
All right, so if you're looking at this picture as the jury all is, just use your pointer to show us the direction.
Yeah, the creek would be running this way. The road is running this way.
All right, so the creek would be running from the bottom to the top
That's right.
area.
Yes, ma'am. This way, road's running this way.
Gotcha. Thank you. And until today, is that the last time that you've seen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I don't have anything to say.
All right, cross-examination.
Mr. Graves, I'm Jennifer Thompson. So you testified that you saw the lunchbox and you picked it up, you said.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, first you used a stick to scoop it out of the water.
That's right, because it's too deep for me just to reach down and grab.
And by too deep, you don't mean that the water was too deep. You mean this.
The bank.
The bank.
bank,
of the
yes,
creek
ma'am.
was too deep. So when you scooped it out of the water, you picked up the lunchbox.
Mhm.
You opened it up.
I did.
And you looked to see what was inside of it.
Right.
Then after that, you set it back down on the bank.
That's right. Well, I walked out back out to the edge of the road. Yes.
Okay. And you have a clear memory of that today.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And if I told you that this occurred on April the 14th at 7:30 p.m., would that sound right to you?
Yes, ma'am.
It was getting dark. I mean, you can tell by the pictures that it's
Right.
getting dark or dark.
Okay.
And you called did you call the TBI and they came right away?
Actually, I think I called a friend and called one of the sheriff departments. I can't remember if it was Decatur County or Henderson County, one of the sheriff departments. But yes, they did come out.
And then you spoke at that time to a special agent, Terry Dykus, who was with the TBI. Isn't that right?
That sounds accurate. Yes.
He interviewed you on the scene right there, didn't he?
Correct.
And he was taking notes as he spoke to you, wasn't he?
I assume.
And you were being cooperative with him.
Yes.
Okay. So when you talked to him, you specifically told him that you had looked back and to the left as you were driving, and saw something in the creek. It just caught your eye.
Yes.
And then you told him you pulled up closer and you used a post to dip it out of the creek.
Yeah.
And then you specifically told him you never touched the lunchbox.
No.
You told him at the time.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. First of all, ask him the question instead of just reading the statement. I let it go on, but that's improper.
She can ask if he made that statement. She cannot say you never told him. Ask him if he made the statement, then you can use the statement if you feel appropriate for impeachment purposes.
Okay. So you never told, you told him you did not touch the lunchbox, didn't you?
No, ma'am.
So if he's put it in his report that you said you did not touch the lunchbox, the agent is wrong?
I don't have any recollection of that because I did specifically touch the lunchbox. There was no ifs, ands, or nowheres about that.
Okay, and that's how you remember it today.
Yes.
Your son told people he had Holly Bobo locked up.
Wait.
I'm not using it for the truth, Your Honor. This is not.
If your son told people?
Your son told people?
Your
Even
son.
your son said anything, Your Honor. We got John Graves here. Question, anything that John Graves told somebody?
Okay, if you want to call the son, you can call the son.
Your Honor, I'm not using it for to prove the truth. It's a hearsay statement, but it meets an exception in that it's something that his son said at the time. And he's very aware of it, Your Honor, because he went to school.
Take the jury out. So, from both sides.
Okay. So
where are you going?
well, what I'm trying to show is that people and different.
No problem with the witness being present while we're discussing this.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
But I was trying to show that
He'll follow the court's rulings, whatever I instruct.
different people who, and the reason I would want to get it in through him and not the son was only in second grade at the time he said it. So he may or may not have been a competent witness to testify.
Then that's all the more reason it probably shouldn't come in.
But I'm just trying to show that there were people in the community saying things that were not true. But there was
Ostensibly, what did the son say?
he said that
his uncle had Holly Bobo locked up at home, and they were trying to convince him to let her
And
loose.
what exception to hearsay is this?
I'm just trying to show what effect it had on him, not that it was true. The family didn't have Holly Bobo locked up. It was not a true statement.
It lacks any indicia of reliability. We're not going there. Bring the jury in.
Before we do that, can I do an offer of proof? Just
All right, jury back out. All right. We'll answer questions. The jury's going to remain out, okay?
Okay.
At some point, were you called on by an investigator in this case regarding some statements that your son had made while playing?
Be honest with you, I can't recall.
Do you recall that in December of 2011, Terry Dykes again came to meet with you regarding your son Jeb?
Terry could have come by. I mean, it's possible.
Do you recall that there was a day when the kids were out of school due to weather and they had, your son had found a glove somewhere and they were going around trying to decide who took Holly Bobo?
Sorry, I don't understand. The kids found a glove and the kids were going around? I mean, I just don't understand the question.
Yes, the kids found a glove while they were out of school because of weather, and they were playing a little game where they were trying to decide who took Holly Bobo. You remember that, don't you?
Seemed like I do remember something about a glove at our office, and that, yes.
A glove at your office, not.
Not anywhere close to the side. I mean, it's a worker's glove that was laying on the ground. Like we have nails and hammers.
So they
And,
were playing.
right.
They were playing a game, yes.
Let her ask the question.
Okay.
They were playing a game, weren't they?
Same, yes.
And at some point, they were pretending like they were trying to find out who took Holly Bobo, weren't they?
Same, yes.
And at some point, your son just made a little plain statement about the fact that his uncle had Holly Bobo locked up.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to just interject. Does he know, was he present when this statement was made?
All right.
Otherwise, it's
Were you
asking
present when any
speculation.
such statement was made?
No.
Okay.
But at some point, it all came to your attention and you talked to your son about it, didn't you?
Really, to be honest with you, I can't recall.
So something as big as everybody or agents coming to your house to talk to you about this doesn't, you have no memory of this at this point?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
All right. How old was your son approximately at the time that this so-called statement that
Well,
you didn't hear was made?
He's 12 years old now. So, as of June, so whatever, how many years that's, yeah, 5.
5 years old?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm even more certain that this is absolutely inappropriate. There's no indicia of reliability. A 5-year-old to start with is presumed not competent to testify unless the court qualifies. And some statement made during a childhood game is miles away from relevance as far as this case. So I'm even more certain that this is not appropriate.
The reason I was wanting to offer it, Your Honor, is not because I think it's reliable or I was trying to show that this happened. What I was trying to show was that the community was very, very sensitive at the time. So anytime anybody said anything about Holly Bobo or somebody possibly having Holly Bobo, everybody overreacted.
A 5-year-old game has no place. Okay?
Right, but people were overreacting in the community at the time. If he doesn't remember it, then
We've
it's
already
not
had
relevant.
legions of testimony concerning the extent of involvement in the community, and that is precisely the reasons that I granted change of venue, is the emotional uproar
Yes.
state in Decatur County for a period. The last witness said he searched for 18 months. That's how deep the involvement is. So whether a 5-year-old was saying something in a game is totally irrelevant. Let's bring our jury back in.
I have no further questions.
All right, let me say my mic is off to make sure. I'm loud anyway, I know that. And I don't want to take a chance on the jury hearing something they shouldn't. So my mic is off and it won't be on unless someone feels it needs to be. But I think I told you folks before, my first grade teacher told me that my voice carried, and she wasn't being nice when she told me that. Okay? All right. No further questions
further
over here.
questions.
Anything else over here?
Yes. Ms. Thompson. Ms. Thompson asked you a moment ago about the road and the fact that you were driving down Gooch Road and looking back to your left or to your right.
Left, yes.
And you had described for the jury, this is a pretty narrow road.
Correct, yes.
Let me pass forward a photograph and ask if you can identify that, please.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It's the intersection of Gooch Road and Hornyhead Creek Road.
That Gooch Road, the road that runs parallel with your road.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, ask this to be marked as the next number.
All right, B67. That's Gooch and what?
Hornyhead Creek Road.
One more time.
Hornyhead Creek Road.
Hornyhead.
Yes.
Only been the first time I've heard the name of that road.
And then permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you the laser pointer again. Is that narrow winding road indicative of what you were driving down on your four-wheeler?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that intersection show the area, or is the area where you actually found the lunchbox out of?
Well, it's not in view.
Right.
Yes.
Can you show the jury which way it would be where this creek is?
Well, this is Hornyhead Creek will be back.
So in other words, the road, if you're looking at it, winds on around, and it would be,
That's right. It'd be, this is the intersection of Gooch Road and Hornyhead, so
Right.
it'd be back down Gooch Road.
okay, use your pointer to show the direction of travel. Were you coming towards the intersection, or?
Yes, I'd be coming towards the intersection.
So the area where you found it was before you got to this point?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I don't have anything further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your dad is Danny.
Yes, sir.
I'm you. You're free to go. Please don't discuss your testimony. You can either come back to the courtroom or you're free to go as you wish. Call your next.
Gerald Stevens.
Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give is the truth and the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, state your name and spell first and last for the court reporter.
My name is Gerald Stevens, Gerald Stephens.
Thank you. You proceed. You say B or PH?
PH, sir.
All right, thank you.
Would you tell the jury, I guess, a little bit about yourself, such as where you live and what you do for a living?
I live in an adjacent county, Henderson County, outside of Natchez Trace Park. Me and my father there run a farming operation. We row crop as well as run quite a few cattle.
And, I'm sorry, I'm gonna pass some pictures to the defense. And as a result of, you said you run cattle and have quite a bit of property, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And does your property, does your work include an area, I guess, in Parsons? Martin,
We
Holiday, that area?
yes, ma'am. We farm in 3 counties: Henderson County, Benton County, as well as Decatur County. So we have property that we either own or rent in various locations. Most of our cattle are run in Decatur County, in the northern part of the county, in what I call the Yellow Springs area. So
I was going to ask you that. Yellow Springs is actually a road, is that correct?
yes, ma'am. Yellow Springs is known as a church and a community there with an adjacent road that runs through there by that church.
And is it actually sort of run alongside 40?
Not right alongside 40. It runs into another road that does, but it's not very far from I-40. It's on the south side of I-40.
Because you have business dealings in 3 different counties, do you know a family by the name of the Bobos?
Yes, ma'am. I have came to know that family.
Before April 13th, 2011, did you know them?
No, ma'am.
Did you nevertheless become aware that their daughter Holly had been reported as missing?
Yes, ma'am. I did become aware of that through a phone call from my sister, who also lives in Decatur County. She called that morning and notified me and my family.
And when you heard that she had become missing, did you also become aware that there were searches going on all around?
Not at that very moment. I was not aware.
I didn't mean at that moment. I meant after, like in the coming days.
Yes, ma'am. We on one of the farms we were working, we saw helicopters and other people were traveling up and down the road, stopping and actually checking even some of our home property there in Henderson County. Yes, ma'am.
And was that fine with you that they looked at your property?
Absolutely. We not only supported that, but we then began looking ourselves.
And when you say they were checking your property, do you mean like sheds and barns and structures that were on different?
Yes, ma'am. They came and checked barns that we have that are open, that are not being used, as well as our main shop, our main area there where my parents live. Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you, or on a particular day, did you decide that you yourself would search?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe for the jury why you picked that particular day and how that came about?
Well, we were busy in the field spraying on Wednesday and Thursday.
Of the week it happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And Thursday night it rained, so we were not able to go back and spray. I actually had 2 guys spraying in the Yellow Springs area. So everybody was back at the shop then, and we were doing cattle work and shop work Friday because of the rain. And I made a venture myself to head out and not necessarily start looking, just start kind of observing, just trying to put together in my mind, if me and my guys could be of any help.
And you had this day available because you basically been rained out.
That's correct. That was on Friday.
So this is the Friday after she went missing on Wednesday.
Yes, ma'am.
So what area did you decide to look for your drive?
Well, I drove toward Parsons, and that's when I identified a road to my left as I was traveling toward Bible Hill and Parsons as Gooch Road with a tremendous amount of law enforcement lights and activity. Seems that the road was either blocked or almost blocked off. I then proceeded to Parsons and circled around to try to orient where the Bobo location was. I'd never been to their house, and other than as a small child, had never even been by that house. And at the driveway of their house, there were law enforcement there. Someone who I knew personally was coming out of the driveway, and so immediately I stopped, and me and that person had a conversation.
Right. I'm not asking, in fact, you can't tell the jury what the other individual said, but did you inquire about or determine that you were going to go in a particular area to look?
Yes, ma'am. And that person identified what had been found to me on Gooch Road. And once I obtained that information, momentarily I left because in my mind, because I'm real familiar with the north part of the county, because our cattle being there, me or my guys are in the north part every day. And in my mind, if something was found on Gooch Road, somebody was going north, and in my mind, going toward the interstate, because that would be a back road to get to the north part of the county, and in my mind, to the interstate.
And so with that information, understanding about the roads, you set off towards the road?
I did not travel on Gooch Road because of the law enforcement. I bypassed Gooch Road, picked up the road just north of there, and started traveling maybe 15 miles an hour, maybe 20, really slow, just strictly trying to observe. Because in the news media, I guess my wife had made me
You can't say what you heard on the news?
Okay.
Okay. Were you looking for a particular color? Were you looking for a particular thing?
Yes, ma'am. In my mind, I was looking for anything that looked really odd or might be of the color pink.
Okay. So you didn't get out of your car, you just drove?
I drove relatively slow on as many as 5 or 6 different roads.
Right. So at any point during your search, was this in the morning or afternoon?
It would have been close to lunch. It would have been somewhere between 10:30 and 11 o'clock when I started that.
Right. And at any point, did you see anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
I was traveling just south of Yellow Springs Church in the Yellow Springs community. I just came off of Fred Jr. Inman Road, traveling then what would be north, and going really slow there. Something appeared to be of the color pink on the right side of the road. So I immediately stopped, and it was a garment that was pink in color.
All right, what garment was it?
It was a pair of pink panties.
Okay. So you saw something pink, you stopped, you stepped in your car and got out of your car at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you walked over and saw what it was?
I immediately called the sheriff's office in Decatur County, and they either put me through or gave me another number to call the headquarters, which was at that time at the fairgrounds, the headquarters for the, I guess, the coordination for the search for this girl. And the detective that they put me on the phone with was Detective Ricky Inman. He asked.
Again, well, if he asked you a question such as where you were and that kind of thing, you have to answer out loud.
Yes, he did ask me where I was, and he asked me what I had.
All right, and I'm assuming you responded.
I responded, but I did not disclose the item over a cell phone. I didn't think that'd be proper.
All right, so did somebody come out there from law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am. Ricky Inman, as well as another deputy, I do not know who that was, did come out upon seeing what that was and the location. He immediately made a phone call.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there. Oh, excuse me, let's drop the paper. I'm gonna stop you there and pass forward 2 photographs and ask if you to look at those, please, and when you're finished, tell me.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's in both of those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
What's in the first one?
In the first photograph is the pair of pink panties.
Your Honor, ask that be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
68.
And what's in the next one?
The next one is the location of which that garment was located when I first saw it and found it.
All right, is it actually shown in this picture, or does this picture just give you landmarks so that you know approximately where in the road it was?
This picture actually is the landmark of where it was. The actual location is not contained in this picture.
Your Honor, ask that the next be marked as the next numbered
All right,
exhibit.
the 68.
69.
Whoops, been perfect. Can't read it.
We can put the first one.
Okay. Go ahead and kill our lights, please.
All right. What is the jury looking at?
How slow they're killing the lights. Where we can see better. Okay.
What is the jury looking at?
The jury is looking at the blacktop road adjacent to the grass area on what would be the right side of the road, of which I saw pink panties.
All right, and when you saw them, were they actually on the blacktop or were they in the grassy area?
They were just barely into the grassy area, but not on the blacktop.
Okay, did you touch them?
No, ma'am, I did not touch them.
So you just called law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, can I see the next picture, please?
Be 69.
69. And what road is this, please?
This is Yellow Springs Road.
All right, and I believe a few moments ago, I asked you the question about whether or not the area that you found the panties was actually displayed in the photograph, and you said it was not, correct?
That's correct.
Can you show the jury using the laser pointer where they were, or what direction they were?
Can I also say that I was proceeding from the south and heading this direction, which is north, and just a small amount north of this puddle. This area here is obviously for the mail carrier. Just after you proceed north away from the mail carrier route, there is where they were located, just a few more feet north of that puddle there.
Right. Okay, let me keep asking you some questions, and we can raise the lights again, please.
Okay, lights up.
Did you remain there on the scene until law enforcement got there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you said that first the sheriff's department came and then they called other law enforcement, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what agency responded?
After the sheriff's detective was there, he told me that he had called TBI.
Okay, and did TBI come?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the agent that appeared?
The agent that appeared was Agent Brent Booth with the TBI.
Okay, and once Brent Booth got there, did you ever leave that spot, or did you walk up and down the road? What'd you do?
After Brent Booth was there, he made a phone call for I assume other agents, and then while waiting, me and Brent discussed, I guess, what to do or the time frame. Obviously, he was not asking me what to do. I was asking him, and I suggested to him that I would take a walk up the road, just looking around as long as he was there. And he said he was staying there until someone else got there.
All right, and do you remember a time, I think last June, maybe, when you were kind enough to meet me and look at some photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, let me pass forward one and ask if you recognize this particular photograph.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of the exact location of where the pink panties were. It's a picture taken from the south, looking back toward the north, of which I would have walked looking alongside the road.
All right, and there's some markings on it. I'm not going to ask you what they are yet, but who placed the handwritten marks there on the picture?
I myself, Gerald Stevens, placed those markings on the picture.
All right, I'm going to ask that.
All right, and most honorable court, you may be seated.
Amen. Okay, we're about 5 minutes still. They're in the process of bringing the jury down. Are we dead?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the area you're talking about?
That is the area, and it's just around the curve here, and that's the area that I circled, and these are my initials.
All right, and you said you located what when you got that far?
Off in the grass, approximately 4 to 5 feet from the blacktop road, appeared to be a paper wad, wadded up.
Okay. And what did you do with the paper one?
I took out my knife and picked it up so that I didn't touch it, having no idea if it was of any importance. And I took it back to where Agent Booth was located in the roadway at this area. He was still here holding on to this area. So
And
that,
that piece of paper that's now displayed in the roadway, is that the piece of paper? Is that where you put it down? Or whether,
when the photograph was taken, that may be after Agent Booth opened it up.
Right.
I was in this area when Agent Booth opened up the paper. I did not open the paper up.
okay, let me pass forward another photograph and ask if you recognize.
Yes, ma'am. That's the paper that when Agent Booth unfolded it. That's exactly what I saw on the paper.
And there appears to be a knife in the photograph as well. Whose knife is that?
It's not my knife, ma'am.
That's not the knife you carried back.
No, ma'am. That is not my knife.
Right. But you were there when he unfolded it.
Yes, ma'am.
Ask that be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
That'd be 71.
And then we can put that on the overhead, please. And will you, is that the piece of paper that was unfolded in your presence?
Yes, ma'am, and it is. And the first and most memorable thing that I saw was the name and address of the person, Holly Bobo, on the top left corner of the paper.
I want to pass you item of evidence. Ask you to take out the piece of paper in there and don't display it to the jury yet, but just look at it. And do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
Appears to be the paper of which was unfolded.
Is it titled the same, Instructor 1? Except this?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, ask that be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
Exhibit 72. Are you through publishing?
I'm fixing to publish this.
Okay.
And you indicated that when you found it, it was wadded up, and having had this piece of paper in your hand a few minutes ago, does it appear to you to have been wadded up?
Yes, ma'am. The paper that we're looking at there that I just took a look at appears to have been wadded up. And when I picked up the wad of paper, there was no way to identify anything about it related to a person or where it came from at all.
I'm gonna ask that the photograph of the road with the mailbox be put back on the overhead. I don't remember which exhibit. 69 be put back. I'm using my pointer to point at the two mailboxes that are there. And do you know who lives here?
In that drive, I've met the people numerous occasions, but I do not know the name of the people in that particular drive.
Do you know who lives back here?
Are you pointing to the next drive down the road?
I am.
Yes, ma'am.
Who?
I did not know at the time, but it became known to me that was.
You can say he knows.
Person who lived in that mobile home was Shane Austin.
Now, is it fair to say that in the But after discovering, and you can turn the light out now so it doesn't bother people when we raise the lights.
Right.
In the weeks and months that followed your discovery of that piece of paper with Holly's name on it, did you continue to be interested and try to assist in the investigation into the location of Holly?
Yes, ma'am. Not only myself, but my family, as well as the people who worked with us on our farming operation did.
And you indicated earlier that you didn't know the Bobos before, but came to know them during the course of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
You talked to law enforcement when they wanted to talk to you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Gave them information, whether it turned out useful or not, if you thought they needed to know it?
If I saw anything that appeared to be odd of any nature in the coming weeks and months, yes, ma'am, I made a phone call to law enforcement.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross.
No cross-examination.
All right. Step down. You're free to go. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Okay. And you can come back to the courtroom if you'd like to, or you're free to go. Call your next.
Suzanne Pratt.
Please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. State your name and spell first and last for the benefit of the court reporter.
Emily Suzanne Pratt, EMILY PRATT.
Now proceed, Your Honor.
Yeah, I was gonna, what happened to our little box?
I'll get a box.
It's right here. If we're done with this, it kind of,
We are for a few minutes.
sorry, it kind of blinds the witness when they come in. I thought her hair was blue actually for a minute.
Oh, no.
Let the record reflect it's not blue. All right, proceed.
Ms. Pratt, you told me you were nervous. Are you still nervous?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to ask that you speak up because you're soft-spoken. The jurors on this end of the box need to hear what you have to say, okay? So direct your answers to them.
Okay.
All right? Let's hear you say yes, so they can hear you.
Yes.
There you go. Where do you live? Not asking for your address, but what area do you live in?
Parsons, Tennessee, north Decatur County.
All right, how long have you lived there?
Since I was in high school, 1980.
Sorry?
1980.
Okay, you have to speak up.
1980.
Okay. You're married and have a family?
I am.
Do you know the Bobo family?
I do.
How do you know the Bobos?
I've always known them. My husband is related to them.
Related to whom?
To Dana.
And who is Jeremy Pratt?
Jeremy's my son.
Jeremy Pratt, at least in 2011, was law enforcement, is that correct?
He was a deputy for the county.
Do you know Holly Bobo?
I do.
How long did you know Holly?
I've always known Holly.
Did you say that her whole life?
Her whole life.
Okay.
I've known her because I've known the Bobos, and we went to church together. We ended up in school together, in nursing school.
And I'm going to ask you about that. Were you in school with her when she went to Jack State for the year, or when she started going actually in the nursing program?
No, we entered the LPN program together.
Is Is that a large or a small, relatively small class?
Relatively small class, 20-ish,
And was it a rigorous program?
very.
Did you guys have study groups and whatnot?
We did,
Was Holly,
and she and I were in the same study group.
what about clinicals where you'd actually go out to other facilities? And
Same clinical group. We were together all the time.
that was my next question. Because you were in the same study group, you were in the same nursing program and in the same clinical group, how much time did you spend with Holly?
We were together all the time.
And the two of you, there's a difference in your ages, correct?
There is.
And did that interfere at all with your friendship, or did you have sort of a surrogate mother-daughter sort of thing?
None, because I loved her as a, she was just like one of my own kids. We were classmates, and just really close, you know.
Do you remember the day that you and everyone else heard that Holly was gone?
Yes, very well.
Do you remember where you were when you heard that?
In class, we just completed a test.
So I want to draw attention to that morning, April the 13th. That was a Wednesday, correct?
Yes,
And you said something about a test. You had a test that morning?
we did.
What time were you and Holly and the rest supposed to be at school?
We were supposed to be there at 8 o'clock, and we started our testing promptly after that. And we waited, I don't remember how long, but we waited a few minutes because she was late, and she was never late. So she didn't come, so we went ahead and started the test.
Was that a pretty big deal for somebody not to show up for a test?
It was, that's why we waited.
And at some point, the instructor went ahead and started?
Yes,
Did you complete your test?
we did.
Was Holly there when you completed your test?
No,
Did you learn something after that?
we did. She waited until everybody turned in their papers, and then she told us what she had learned.
And when you say she?
The instructor, sorry.
And when the instructor gave you that information, what did you do?
I left and went to the area of her home.
Did you actually go to her home?
Not to her home, we couldn't go that close, but we, some of the other students and I began walking the road. I'm not sure, I don't remember the name of the road, but in that area surrounding her home.
Were you just walking to take a walk, or were you walking to look for Holly?
We were looking for anything that we thought, just anything that we might see.
From April the 13th forward, did you continue to try and help?
Every day,
And when you say every day, tell the jury what you were doing every day.
in the woods, every day, just somewhere, every day. I sometimes by myself and sometimes with the group.
I want to jump forward a couple of weeks. Do you remember when Easter was?
Yes.
Easter Sunday was in 2011?
Yes, yes, I do.
Do you remember the date?
Yes, I remember that day.
Okay, what day was it?
I don't remember the date, but I just remember going to church and someone announcing that we needed to go search that day.
Okay. You said you went to church with the Bobos.
Yes,
Right. If I said April 24th, does that ring a bell?
probably.
Okay, but it was Easter Sunday.
Easter Sunday.
After church, where did you go?
We went to Mackenzie Tree Service, and we started there and
What
walked
road is Mackenzie Tree Service
on 641 North.
And when you say we went, you, or was this a day where a group was going?
This was a group. I know a group from our church, but I believe it was more than just a group from our church, but
And were you guys gonna walk 641, or did you have
Yes.
a different plan to load up on a bus and go somewhere else?
as far as I knew, we were going to search 641 North, go north on 641 North. That's as far as I went.
On four-wheelers, on walking?
Walking, elbow to elbow, walking. Mhm.
And did you start doing that?
Yes.
From Mackenzie Tree Service?
From Mackenzie Tree Service. Mhm.
And what, if anything, did you find?
at, I believe the name of the business was Fastco. We were walking the ditch beside or out in front of that business, and at the culvert, there was a phone laying on top of the culvert.
Are you good with distances? If you're not, I'll ask something later.
I'm not sure how far from the road we were.
I was gonna ask, how far from the Bobo's house is it to McKenzie Tree Service?
As the crow flies, or?
As the crow flies, let's go that way.
I'm just guessing 5 miles, but
Okay.
I really don't know.
But not a great distance.
Not a great distance, no.
You said a phone was laying on a culvert?
On the top of the culvert, like it was placed there actually, just laying on the top of it.
I mean, you didn't see anyone place there.
No.
But that's just how it appeared to you.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
And what did you do when and were you alone or with another person who spotted the phone at about the same time you did?
Well, there were several people there, probably 3 or 4 right beside me. I can't remember. I know one person that I could name, but other than that,
Who was there?
Danny Lomax.
And what did you and Mr. Lomax do when you spotted the phone?
We called for some of the law enforcement to come and see what we had found.
And did law enforcement come to you all there?
They did.
You said it was a driveway or 2 away from McKenzie Tree Service?
Yeah, I believe it was 1 driveway away. I'm not sure, but.
Did anything stand out in your mind about the phone, like when you saw it?
Well, I had used Holly's phone just previously, and it looked like the phone that she had.
I'm gonna pass forward as a collective exhibit. I haven't collated it yet, but look at 2 photographs and see if that appears to be, or what that appears to be.
It appears to be the phone that I used that Holly had.
Right. Is that the phone that you found?
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, ask that together they be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
That's the consecutive numbers should be 73 and 74.
Can we staple them or something?
I might consecutive numbers.
Oh.
Unless there's a particular reason,
No, one of them's the front, one of them's the back. I was just.
that just make it consecutive
Okay.
numbers.
And you can just put the first one on, please.
Okay, we're gonna run him to death. Give him just a second. Okay.
Ms. Pratt, a lot of people have the same kinds of phones and, but when you spotted that phone, you said you knew that looked like Holly's phone.
It looked like it. Mm-hmm.
And you had actually used her phone before
I had.
on 1 or more occasions.
Mm-hmm.
On 1 or more occasions.
Yes, yes. We went.
Yes, 1 time or yes?
Once.
Okay,
Yes,
gotcha.
once. Uh-huh.
Though you only used her phone once, had you seen her with the phone?
Yes.
On many occasions.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you for the picture. I asked you about the test that you took that day. Did the teachers there or the instructor call off homework, or did sometimes you have homework due on the same day that you had the test?
We had a test first thing in the morning, took a break, started something new. She lectured all day. We studied that night, tested the next day. Is that
But
what
you
you're
did sometimes
asking?
have homework on the same day.
I had homework every night.
Was there a particular project that you guys had to do sometimes that involved the oversized note cards?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury about that.
We had drug cards of a specific class of drugs. Every so often, we would have to turn in drug cards of different drugs, and it would have contraindications, what class of drugs, contraindications, classes of drugs that they were, and things like that.
Variety of drugs and.
Yes.
About them, and how were they turned in a particular format?
Yes, we turned in a paper that had, on the front of the paper, it would say how the grading was broken down. And then we folded the paper, put the cards on the inside, clipped it together, turned it in, and that's
All right, I'm going to pass you forward
how we got it back.
and see if you can recognize what that might be.
Yes, that's the paper that we turned in with the drug cards. Mhm.
Now, whose paper does that appear to be?
That's Holly's.
Do you recognize her
Bobo's.
writing?
Yes. Mhm.
Your Honor, ask that be marked as the next number.
The exhibit 75.
Yes.
Okay, give us a second.
If- We'll ask you to look over your left shoulder. You indicated that you guys would turn in a grade sheet and the cards would be folded inside, is that correct?
Yes.
And were there particular rules, like you were supposed to collate them with a clip kind of a thing?
Yes. We folded the paper in half. The cards went in the paper, and then clipped it together so that they stayed together. Yes.
You don't have to just leave them off. I'm going to pass forward what was previously marked. You got your glasses. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Are you gonna need the overhead?
No, you're right.
All right, let's bring the lights up. Turn the overhead off. Cover the end with the box. Okay, proceed with cross-examination.
Hello, Mrs. Pratt. I'm Jennifer Thompson. Now, you remember giving a statement to an FBI agent, Art Viveros? Do you remember that?
I remember the name.
And I think you gave it to him on the same day that you found the phone.
Okay. Mhm.
Because, of course, as soon as you find the phone, everybody was very interested in getting as much information as possible,
Right.
weren't they?
Right.
And so at the time then, they interviewed you about where you found it and what it was.
Mhm.
And then again, you gave another statement to a woman named Valerie Trout. I believe she came out to your house in 2013 and spoke to you and did a report.
Mhm.
Okay. And so today you testified that when you found the phone, you remembered that it looked like Holly's phone. And you suspected that it was Holly's phone. Is that what you're saying?
Mhm.
Yes?
It did look like the phone that I used of hers.
Okay. Can you answer out loud because the court reporter is writing down your answers?
It looked like the phone that I used of hers.
Okay. Now, previously, when you spoke with Valerie Trout, you specifically told her that when you found the phone on April 24th, it did not look like the phone that you recalled using of Holly Bobo's. Do you remember telling her that?
No.
So you can't quite remember what you
She's
told.
shaking her head no.
Okay,
No.
She said no out loud.
I didn't hear it either, but
Okay.
that's all right.
So your memory's kind of fuzzy of your conversation with Valerie Trout, is that right?
I remember her name.
Okay.
Do remember her name. I talked to so many.
So it's possible that when she came to visit you in 2013, you told her that it didn't look like the phone that you remembered using from Holly.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. She said she didn't say that.
I don't remember saying that.
She said she doesn't remember, so I'm
No.
asking her, is it possible that you did
All right.
say that?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Is it possible, though, that you said it? That's my question.
All right, she has responded to your question 2 or 3 times. Let's move on.
Okay. So it's clear that somewhere there's a mistake.
Mhm.
Would you agree with me on that?
Sure.
That either you misspoke, said something, or possibly Valerie Trout wrote it down in her report incorrectly.
Could be.
And you would agree with me that 2011 was 6 years ago and a lot of time has passed since then
That's right.
and memories fade. Would you agree with me
Right.
on that? Okay. No further questions.
Done?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Pratt, you can be excused. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone. If you want to, you can come back in the courtroom or you're free to go. Okay?
Thank you.
Call your next.
Adisha Brasher.
Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. State your name first and last and spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Ednesha Brasher, Ednesha, Brasher, Brasher.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Brasher, you're soft-spoken, and a lot of people are. I'm going to ask you to lean forward into that microphone because it's important that everyone all the way to the end hear what you have to say, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not asking for your address, but where do you live?
In Martin, Tennessee.
And how long have you lived in Martin?
About 4 years now.
I'd like to draw your attention, please, back to 2011 and ask where you lived at that time.
At that time, I was living in Memphis, Tennessee.
And did you periodically visit Decatur County and those surrounding counties?
Yes, ma'am. That's where I'm from, and I went to school there in Memphis.
In Memphis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but ask if you visited like Parsons and Decatur County in that area.
Yes, ma'am.
So which one are you from?
I'm sorry. Well, I'm from Parsons.
Okay, that's, gotcha. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So you're from Parsons, so you would go back and forth to school, from school in Memphis to home.
Right.
I want to draw your attention to a specific day, May the 3rd, 2011, and ask whether sometime prior to that date, you had become aware that a young lady by the name of Holly Bobo had come up missing.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and even though you were in school, you knew about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know anybody in her family?
I knew her brother, Clint. I think he was a social worker at the nursing home I was working at it prior.
And you were working at a nursing home prior to going to school, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you tell me you finished school, or you're in school now?
I am finished now. Yes.
And what do you do for your?
I'm a social worker.
So you knew of Clint, so when you heard about Holly missing, did you make the connection between, that was a co-worker, sister?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to draw your attention back to May the 3rd of 2011, several weeks after she was reported missing. Do you remember being home and going for a bicycle ride?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you go for a bicycle ride with?
With my little brother.
Okay, how old was he?
He was 10 at the time.
And I guess, what street did y'all start on?
We started on Miller Street,
And where in the county is that?
Decatur County.
And is it north, south, east, do you know?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't have directions.
Just like, all right, so did you leave Miller Street or stay on Miller Street?
We did leave Miller Street.
And where did you go?
We went on down to Camden Road.
And as you rode along, who was in front? Was your little brother riding in front, or were you?
My little brother was in front.
Okay, but nevertheless, were y'all staying sort of close to one another?
Yes, ma'am.
Where you could talk back and forth?
Right.
Were you playing a game?
Yes, ma'am.
What game were you playing?
We were playing I Spy.
Now, I know what that is. That's I Spy something red, and then the other one guesses?
Right, yes, ma'am.
Okay, in this instance, it would be the black guy. All right. Do you remember when it was your brother's turn, him spying something that actually got your attention?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. tell the jury, please, what happened.
Okay, so we were just playing I Spy, and he said, I spy a Sims card. And I was like, you see a Sims card? You know, because they're pretty small. And he said, yeah. And so I said, okay. And so so when he had picked it up, I said, well, let me see it. And so he handed it to me, and I put it in my back pocket, and we just kind of talked about how strange that was. And then we just kept riding at that point.
All right. Now, this SIM card, that's with the little small squares that go into a phone, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said, I spy something, did he actually get off his bike when he spied it, or were y'all riding and he spied it?
Yes, sir. Well, at that time, we were kind of going pretty slow, and we were kind of riding in the grass at that point. And so he did get off of his bike, and
You're the one that picked it up, not him?
he picked it up first and handed it to me.
You said you put it in your pocket and went your way.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do something or remember that you had the SIM card later on that day?
Right. It was later that night.
Explain to the jury about that.
So later that night, I just went throughout the day, and then later that night I thought about it, and I had it in my pocket. And so I took it out, and I had put it in my phone, and then I had heard different voice messages on it. And so I went and I had told my friend what I had heard. I said, I think it's Holly's. And so I was kind of like, what do we need to do and things like that. And so they were like, well, just call her mom. And so, of course, at that point, it was all over Facebook and things, the number that you can get in contact with someone. And so I had found her number. And so I had called her at that point.
All right. And before that, had you ever talked to Karen Bobo?
No, ma'am.
But when you called that number, a female answered and identified herself as Karen Bobo?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you tell her what you and your brother had found?
Right, I did.
And did the two of you, I guess, come up with a plan right then of how you were going to turn over the SIM card?
Yes, ma'am. She had asked me to meet her husband at a gas station just there in town.
And if you're in Parsons, there's literally like across the street, right smack in the center of Parsons. Is that where you were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did her husband or someone who identified himself as Dana Bobo come to the?
Yes, ma'am. Her husband was there, as well as her son, Clint.
Okay. And Clint, you recognized?
Yes, ma'am.
And just for the record, like Dana and Clint to raise their hands, do you see these two?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those people that you met at the gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you give them the SIM card?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, a lot of SIM cards probably look alike, but I have taped it back up. I'm going to hold out for you. Does that appear to be the same kind or same color, the SIM card that you turned over?
Yes, ma'am.
And you turned that over on May the 3rd, 2011. Pretty late in the evening, actually, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, asked this to be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection? All right, the exhibit 77.
And you indicated that was found on Camden Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Assuming the jury sees a map later, is Camden Road, do you know which direction it runs or any landmarks that you could give us about where you and your brother were?
As far as landmarks, there was a sawmill on that road. And so we were pretty
What
close.
on that road?
A sawmill. And so we were pretty close
You're
to it.
close to the sawmill on Camden Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Cross,
No, Your Honor.
no questions. All right, Mr. Brasher, you may be excused. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. You can join us in the courtroom or you're free to go. Okay? Thank you. Next,
They call Larry Stone.
Larry Stone. Everybody comfortable? It's 11, I'm gonna try to go till around 12, everybody good? All right, let's roll. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated, state your name, spell first and last for the court reporter.
Ernest Stone.
Ernest, okay.
It's ERNEST STONE.
Okay, do you go by Larry also?
Yes,
I've been calling you Larry.
that's fine.
All right, where do you live? And don't, we don't want your address, but just generally where you live.
I live in Camden, Tennessee.
And what do you do?
Ginseng dig.
I'm sorry?
Wild roots and herbs.
Okay, roots and herbs, that include ginseng?
Yes, sir.
What do you do do you look for ginseng, or where do you go to get ginseng?
Well, you go, most of the time you find ginseng on the north side of the hill, shady, ferny areas.
Ginseng likes the shade?
Yes, sir.
And do you do this, do you call yourself a ginseng hunter, or is that what we call it? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. How long did you live where you live?
I've lived there since I was 5.
Okay. You familiar with Decatur County?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Do you know the Bobo family at all?
No.
But you were aware that Holly went missing?
Yeah.
In early 2011?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take you back to September the 7th, 2014. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
What were you doing that day?
I was getting ready to go dig ginseng.
Did you say you're getting ready to go where?
Get ready to leave the house to go dig ginseng.
Deaton, Tennessee?
No, dig ginseng.
Okay, dig for ginseng. I'm sorry. I got that. I'm gonna. And where were you planning on going to dig for ginseng?
Well, obviously it wasn't there. I was going somewhere totally different. But then I got the natural trace. Got to thinking about my dad pouring the concrete for that phone tire.
Okay.
And I knew there was ginseng there at one point.
Okay. So you thought that might be a good area to go find some ginseng?
Yes, sir.
On September 7th, I'm going to show you the fence. I'm going to hand you a photograph. I'm going to call you Larry if that's okay. I'm just used to calling you Larry. And just let me know if you recognize that photograph.
Yes, sir, I did.
Does that describe the area that you went to hunt or to dig ginseng at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if we could have that entered as the next number.
All right, we are at 78.
Can I approach the witness, Judge, while they're this is a laser pointer. I'm going to want you to show us what you did on this photograph. That button right there. That you press.
The top button.
Yeah. We have what is it marked as exhibit 78 on the screen. Now, Larry, just tell us a little bit about this photograph, what you recognize and what you did that day.
That Sunday morning, the 7th, we parked.
Is this area?
Yes, sir.
I think this one is.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
We parked right here, just cable right here. And I got out of the truck, got my water, and got my little fanny pack, whatever you gonna call it, and took off right down through here. Got down right in here, walked down this way, got right here, and I started having chest pains. So I had to turn around. I looked at my cousin and I said, I gotta go back to the truck because I forgot my nitroglycerin. So I turned and I walked back up through here, come around, and I come back out on the road here, which actually I found a ginseng plant. So
What'd you do with that ginseng plant?
I put it in my fanny pack.
You said this was natural trace
Where is this?
area.
Well, this is actually part of Decatur County.
Okay.
And you were going, when you first went there, what direction were you going? Was it north or was it west?
Oh, I was headed, actually I was heading north when I got to the top of this road.
Okay.
kind of northeast, I'd say. And then I turned and started walking this way. I done found that ginseng plant, so I decided to go back this way. My chest had done eased up because I got up on that flat ground where I wasn't being so strenuous. So I'd actually thought, just take a minute, rest, and then walk up a little further. So I walked up a little further, found another ginseng plant. And then I go on up, and I get right about in here. I see another ginseng plant, but then something caught my eye.
Okay.
And, you know, bucket, I got coon dogs, and I use buckets for water buckets.
So you saw a bucket?
Yeah. So I walk over to the bucket. I picked it up, and then a feeling come over me. Just something just told me, turn around. And I'm sitting there thinking the whole time in my head, why is a 3-gallon bucket sitting here upside down in the woods? So I went with my instinct. When the feeling hit me, said, turn around. And then that's when I found what I found.
What'd you find?
Holly's remains.
Well, what specifically did you find?
The skull.
Okay. And you recognize that quickly to be a human skull?
Yes, sir.
What did you do after that?
I told my cousin, I said, please tell me, you know, he was down the holler for me. So that's when I started yelling for him. And he was probably a good 300 yards away because it took me like 3 or 4 tries to get him.
Is he still up here by the cell tower?
He is, by this time, I'm here and he's right here at the center of the holler.
Okay.
And there's an old broke over log in this holler right in here, and he's about from right in there. And I'm here.
And he's doing the same thing you were doing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then finally, I guess it's about the 3rd try, because at first I couldn't get nothing out of my mouth. I was so stunned. And by that time, the old ticker done started bothering me again at that point. So I finally got his name out of my mouth. I said, Timmy, get up here now. And he's like, what? And I said, I found remains. And he said, no, you didn't. You're lying. As you know, as he's picking across the log at me up there. And I said, get up here now. I'm being serious now. Get up here. Because we joke around a lot in the woods. But, you know, this day, it was not a joking day, you know. So finally, he seen me. I just started bawling. Because I thought, well, he's not going to come. And so finally, he come up there and I looked at him. I said, please tell me that's one of the things they use in school. It's not real. And he kind of looked at it and he said, it's real. And then that's when I looked at him. I said, you know who this could be, right? And he looked back at me. He said, who do you think it is? And then that's
Your Honor, I'm going to jump to the hearsay.
Okay. Don't tell us what others.
okay.
We've got this conversation. He can say what he said. He can't say what his fellow hunter was saying to him.
So that's when I said, I think this is Holly. And
But you didn't know that, obviously.
I didn't know it at that point.
At that point, the only thing you saw was the skull.
That's
right?
it. That's all I seen.
You didn't see any other remains or anything in that area. Is that correct?
Not at the time.
Did you call the authorities?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell us about that.
I was so tore up and emotional. I told him that who I thought I'd found. And I just broke down. I couldn't talk or nothing. So I handed my phone to my cousin. And I was telling him what to say and where we was, because he didn't even know really. And finally, when I told him that's when they said somebody was on the way, to have him out by the road waiting for them to get there so they know where we was at. But
So your cousin went out to the roadway?
he went out to the roadway.
Okay. And did you stay back?
Yeah, I sat back down by the same tree I sat down beside is where I sat until they got back down there to me.
Do you remember who arrived or?
It was the Benton County Sheriff's Department and then Decatur County Sheriff's Department, the sheriff himself.
At some point, did some TBI special agents arrive as well?
Yes, there was Joe Walker and Agent Booth, I think, showed up.
Brent Booth?
Yeah, Brent Booth, sorry.
And you did what? Did you show them what you found and where it was?
Yeah.
At that point, did they take over the situation, the scene?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Did you give a sort of a formal statement to them, tell them?
Yes, sir.
And they took it down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This area that we're looking at right here, the area where you found those remains, that's Decatur County, Tennessee?
It's the little gnome that goes back. If it'd been any further back, it'd been in Benton County, but it wasn't. It was Decatur County.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, Mr. Stone. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. You can either come back in the courtroom or you may be excused, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Call your next.
I think that's Laura Hodge.
There were a couple of witnesses excused during the last testimony that might want to come back in. Did you tell me?
I think so, Judge.
Okay, we're all right? Okay, I was gonna tell them to be admitted. Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the testimony about the kid is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Be seated, state your name and spell first and last for the court reporter.
Laura Hodge, LauraHodge.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you. All right, you've already stated your name. Where do you work, Ms. Hodge?
I am a special agent forensic scientist for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and I work in the Nashville Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the TBI?
It'll be 25 years, December 1st.
Are you still part of the violent crime response team?
I am in a limited capacity. This year, I was placed on an alternate list where I will assist the violent crime response team as an alternate.
Back in, I'll take you back to September, early September 2014, around the 7th, 8th, and 9th, and 10th. What was your assignment with TBI back then?
I was a team leader of a violent crime response team.
Okay. And what does, you didn't already say it, what does the violent crime response team do specifically?
A violent crime response team is made up of individuals throughout the laboratory units, and we go and assist local law enforcement agencies in the processing of crime scenes. In this particular case, in 2014, we assisted the UT Anthropology Department in the search for human remains.
Do you remember when you got the call? Was it September the 7th, or do you remember specifically when it was?
I received the first call on September the 8th.
September the 8th.
Yes, sir.
When you get that call, do you kind of mobilize your team, or what?
Yes, I received a notification from the Crime Lab Regional Supervisor, Mike Little, at the time, and then I began contacting my team members to inform them of what we would be doing.
What time did you get out there?
We did not go until the next day, September the 9th. Yes, sir.
Do you remember about when it was you got out there?
It was approximately 8 o'clock.
I'm gonna put, what is it?
What year?
2014.
14, okay.
I'm gonna hand you a couple of photographs. Special Agent Hodge. And actually, you recognize those.
Yes, this would be the area in Decatur County that we went to search, an aerial view of it.
And I put, I think there's a pointer or laser
Yes.
pointer up there somewhere. This is what's up here now has previously been marked as exhibit. If you could kind of give us an idea of what we're looking at here. I see a road down there. What road is that?
This is actually the interstate, and this is an access road that runs parallel with the interstate.
Okay. That's I-40?
Yes, sir.
All right. Which way is that truck going?
He is going west.
All right. Can you point to us generally where this scene was, as you recall too?
Actually, I don't think you can see in this photograph because this is the cell tower where the staging area was. And where we actually were processing the area was farther back this way, probably 200 to 250 yards.
A couple hundred yards. Okay. Now, those other two photographs, you recognize those also as aerial photographs of the same scene?
Yes, sir. I can see the cell tower and then the sawmills on either side of the cell tower.
Okay. Here, if we could have those marked as the next number of exhibits, I think it's 79
All right, how many?
and 82.
79,
Well, they're marketing. What's going on as far as your team's arriving? What's happening?
As we begin to arrive, we're taken back to the area where when we got there, there was an area that was initially had already been marked off with some crime scene tape. And this was an area that we were told that skull and other bones had been recovered. Those items had been removed prior to our arrival. And then as the UT anthropology individuals got there, they briefed us on what we were looking for and how we would go about it.
Would you put number 79 up there? And this is just to give us a little bit more perspective of the area we're looking at. Do you recognize that? It's a little further up and farther away, I think.
Yes, I do. Again, there's the cell tower. This is partially one of the sawmills that you can see. The other one is back over in this area.
I think that if we put the number 80 up, that may give us, we could zoom out on that a little bit. Can you almost see the other sawmill? Could you push that? So the other sawmills would be down where that post is, probably, is that?
Yes, down in this area.
Okay.
The area where the cell tower is was in between the two sawmills.
You indicated that you're out there with the Tennessee Forensic Anthropology Group. There's other TBI agents out there.
Yes.
What kind of searches are you doing?
We're doing what is called a line search, where individuals, we would stand shoulder to shoulder in a line. And we would move one step at a time in unison and check an area in front of us, moving leaves and twigs and rocks and anything. And then we would continue that process, moving one step at a time in unison, doing that line search.
Were there people out there with metal detectors?
Yes, sir.
Dogs?
The second day, dog handlers were out there on September the 10th, 2014.
Did you, when you initially got there, I guess, a little later, were there already other agents out there finding things?
Yes, sir. There were already other TBI agents in the area.
And they had done some taping off, laid some placards and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hand you I've already shown these to the defense. I'm going to hand you 12, mostly photos and one document on the top. If you could just take a look at those and in order and let us know if you recognize those and if they depict the scene the way it was that day.
Yes, sir, I do recognize these.
And they're photographs of the scene
Yes, sir.
the way it was that day.
Yes, sir.
If I could have those back and also that top.
Oh.
If we could have these marked as the next 12 numbered exhibit. For 81.
81 through 92, I think, but the math always gets me because you don't put it count first. Better get them marked and then we'll.
Agent Hodge, we're going to put first number 81.
What is it, 81 through?
92.
Okay.
81 through 92. And this one's kind of tough to get all on there, but tell us what we're looking at here.
This would be a rough sketch drawing that I did after we returned from the 2 days out in the woods, and just laying out in an aerial view the marker numbers and what each of those marker numbers depicted.
Okay. Now, push it up a little bit, kind of the bottom of it there. A little further. This area, the area with the two lines that kind of go out, what is that?
This area here?
The entire area?
Okay. This area that is lined off is a ditch where two hills came together. This was a hill that came down, and this was a hill that came down, and the ditch met in the middle of those two hills. And the ditch is running, you can see downward from, this is the top of the ditch, this is the bottom part of the ditch, and then this is a flattened out area that at the bottom of the ditch.
And is this typically a dry ditch, or is this a heavy water runoff type of a ditch when it rains heavily?
It appears that a water would run heavily through that ditch because of how the two hills come together.
Okay. Now the items on what I would call, well, what's the significance of the colors and the numbers?
I have color coded these with pink being human remains, yellow being personal effects, and the blue would be cartridge cases.
Now, to the left of what you described as the ditch, what direction is that? I'm sorry, to the left of the ditch right there?
This area?
The five yellow numbers
Okay.
there, right there. Yeah.
I was calling that a southwesterly direction. North is in this direction.
Is that sort of a bank? of the ditch, a way of describing that?
This area here? Yes, it is.
And I see you have out, it's like six items there.
Yes,
They're all in yellow,
yes, sir.
which would indicate that they are personal effects of some kind that you found on that ditch.
That is correct. Yes, sir, on the bank.
I'm going to put first number 82 up on the screen. And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
Marker 1 and 2 that can clearly be seen in this photograph is marking what is an inhaler and a cloth strap.
Okay. Now those flags, who puts the flags there? Is that part of the team when something's found?
Yes, in a wooded area like this, it's easy, or in a large area also, it's easy to place flags so that they can be easily seen, so that we can place markers next to the item in order for us to identify them.
So one person might see something they think is relevant and they'll put a flag there.
That's correct.
Then you come back later to actually get an idea of what it is.
That's correct.
All right. We can have the next number of the exhibit, which is 82, I think. 83. This is 83, Agent Hodgson. Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is a close-up of marker 1, which is the inhaler.
I'm going to pass forward. Bag. Well, that photograph's up there. If you could take a look at that bag and let us know if that's the inhaler we're looking at on the photograph.
Yes, sir, it is.
And if we could have that marked as the next number.
93.
93. Yeah, I can publish that. Maybe have Agent Hodge show this to the jury.
Okay. You can step down.
Need your sunglasses for that. Thank you. Now we're going to put exhibit 84 on the overhead. Take a look at that. Agent Hodge, tell us what we're looking at there.
This is item marker number 2, which is the cloth strap.
Okay, do you know what that strap might go to?
I believe it belonged to the purse that was found.
Okay. I'm not going to hand you a bag. Take a look at that bag. Let us know what that is.
Do you want me to open it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And inside is the cloth strap.
We'll get it up. Is that the strap that we're looking at in the photograph?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, we can have that. And then we'll put the next number.
94.
94. Yeah, we can publish this item.
Okay.
Well, that photograph is still on the screen. If you could show that to the jury and let us know what we're looking at.
This is marker number 2, the cloth strap.
We're going to put what has been marked as Exhibit 85 on the overhead. And let us know what we're looking at here.
That would be a small purse.
Now, we're still on what we're calling sort of the west bank of this ditch
Yes, sir.
where all these items are found. So all these items are still personal items.
Yes, sir. They were in that area on the hillside of the ditch.
You another bag. You could go ahead and open that bag and let us know if you recognize that. I have some scissors for you.
Oh, that would be great.
Be careful.
Thank you. Yes, this is the item we see in the picture, marker number 3.
Okay. Now, if we can have that marked as the next number.
And the contents are what?
We have pictures of the contents. I believe mostly it was markers and ink pens.
But this was purse.
This was a small purse, I believe was inside the larger purse. Yes, sir, small purse.
All right, that'd be Exhibit 95.
Hey, Hodges, if we could publish that, that'd be very good.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. And to follow up on the judge's question, there are items inside of that purse?
Yes, sir.
What's inside?
Yes, sir. There are pencils, ink pens, and highlighters inside the purse.
Okay. Is that school items and things of that nature?
Yes, sir, they appear to be.
We're going to put the next number to visit on the overhead. This is 86. What are we looking at in that photograph?
These are the items that were inside this small purse. So in addition to ink pens, markers, and pencils, there was a thumb drive.
And generally, when you're on this scene and you find something like this, a purse or something that may contain other items, did you open them up and photograph them right there on the scene?
We did just a general photograph like this, but yes, we will open things that we discover, such as this purse, small purse, and just see what's inside the contents. We may not pull everything out and lay it out to photograph it, but we just get a general idea of what's in there and photograph it.
We're going to put the next number of exhibits, 87 on the overhead. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is the purse.
It looked like that strap we looked at earlier may go to this purse.
Yes, sir, I believe it does.
I'm going to show you what has previously been marked as exhibits. It's 31.
Oh, that's already been found.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to make sure I got the right exhibit number for the record. It's 31. I'll just go ahead and hold. Well, you can go ahead and do it.
31 came in through witness Karen Bobo.
Is that item you're holding in your hands what we see in the photograph here, and you found on the west bank of the ditch?
Yes, sir. This is what is in the photograph marked as marker number 4.
Okay, if you could show that item, it's to the members of the jury. So we could, our next one, 88. We're putting what has been marked as Exhibit 88 on the overhead. What is that?
That's another picture of item marker number 4, the purse, as we were beginning to open it up and examine the contents.
Does that appear to be an item that has been sitting in the dirt near a ditch for some time?
Yes, sir. Actually, it was covered with leaves. There was only a small portion of the purse sticking out of the ground, so we had to remove leaves and twigs in order to pull this purse up to the surface.
Okay. Were there contents in that purse or around that purse as well?
Yes, sir, there were.
Okay. We're going to put 89, Exhibit 89 on the overhead, and is that the contents?
Yes, sir.
A couple of the things that have already been marked as exhibits. And I'm going to hand you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 33. If you could take that out and take a look at it. Does that look like, and I'm looking to the, it's a little blurry, the photograph. Can you fucking take it a little bit better. There's a set of keys over there on the right side.
Yes, sir. Here's the keys.
Okay. Is this exhibit 33, those the keys that we're seeing there?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. You can hold those for just a second. I'm going to hand you another item that has already been marked. This is exhibit number 32. You can take a look at that for us and let us know what that is.
This item is also in this picture, and it is the camera.
The camera, okay.
Right here.
If you could show those to the jury, I don't know that they got a good look at them when they're initially entered into evidence. And that keychain, is there a letter on the keychain?
Yes, sir, there is.
What letter is that?
It's an H.
I'll hand you another bag that has not been previously marked. Take those two back. You can tell us what that is.
This is a tube of lipstick.
Tube of lipstick. Is that shown in the photograph above?
No, sir. This was actually found in the smaller purse, which was marker number 3 that I showed earlier.
Okay. Yeah, we could have that marked in the next number here. We are at 96. So the tube of lipstick came from the multicolored smaller purse.
Yes, sir. Marker number 3.
If you could show that to the jury as well. Okay, John. I'm gonna hand you two other bags. I think I may be back on track here now. If you could tell us what those two bags are.
The first item is lipstick that is shown here in the picture. The second item is the compact mirror that is shown in this picture here.
And those are the items that are found in that purple purse that we've looked at some photographs of?
Yes, these were found in the purse that was marked as marker number 4.
All on the left or west side of that ditch?
Yes, sir.
We could have those marked as the next two number exhibits, Your Honor.
97 and 98.
So lipstick would be number
Right,
97.
the compact is 98. We already had the lipstick is 96. This is second.
I'm trying to keep it up with our routine and show those items to the jury. I may have already asked you this, I think I did, but these items, were they still in that purse or have they spilled out of it or?
The items that you see in this picture were still contained in the purse.
Okay. Show that to the jury.
Okay.
Now we have what has been marked as Exhibit 2 on the overhead. It's like 92 on the overhead. You can tell us what we're looking at. It's kind of hard to see.
Right here is a blister pack of gum.
Okay. Where was that? Was that in the same area?
This was in the area where the purse and the chapstick that I just showed you was located. It was all on the ground. This item, again, was not in the purse, either the small or the big one. It was on the ground.
Okay, but some agents found that in this general area where these other personal items were?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna go back now to one of the very first exhibits. That is number 81. And just sort of reorient us a little bit here. Now, all these items that we've been looking at are to my left right here, okay? Those are all personal effects?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I want to do next is I want you to describe for the jury all of those items that you found within that ditch, okay? And I'm
Okay.
gonna hand you a stack of photographs. And defense counsel's already seen these. Guys, there's 28 photographs. If you can look through those, let us know if they depict that ditch as it was during those days you guys searched it and found all these items.
Yes, I recognize all of these pictures.
And they are the items that we're looking at that would be in this ditch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You could have these marked as exhibits. I believe it would be 100 through 27. And while they're doing that,
Okay.
I'm going to ask you just a question. Okay. You have real scissors.
Thank you.
For later. start with, well, first, I want to ask you one more question. Now, we're looking at this chart that shows this ditch. Downhill, we can see that it's going, I guess, to the north. Is that right?
Yes, this is downhill.
Now, in this ditch, according to the legend, there are some yellow marked numbers. There are also some, it looks like pink or purple numbers.
Yes.
What do those indicate?
Again, the pink, no, highlighted numbers are human remains, and the yellow are personal effects.
We have exhibit number 100 on the overhead. Does this, Agent Hodge, give us a bit of an overview of the area?
Yes, sir, it does.
If you could describe what we're looking at.
This is a photograph looking back up the hill. This is the hill coming down and another hill coming down, and you have the ditch that met in between the two hills.
Okay. And all the things that we're getting ready to look at were found within that ditch flowing.
Yes, within this area of the ditch.
Okay. We could have a 101 on the overhead. That's kind of tough to see, but if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
Marker number 34 is a black hair tie, and it can faintly be seen where I'm circling in this area.
Okay. Now that would be, I don't know if I'm describing this properly or not, but that would be at sort of at the top of the ditch. So the first thing you found at the top of the ditch?
Yes, on the diagram we had up earlier, that was at the top of the ditch, and other things were down below
Okay,
it.
so the subsequent things are.
Are we talking south going north?
Yes, please. Yes, Your Honor, we're talking this direction. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. South to north, that's correct.
I'm going to pass forward. Adam, if you could tell us, recognize what that is.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Okay. Yeah, if we could have that marked as, I guess it would be 128.
Right, describe it, please.
Uh,
Black hair band.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. This is the black hair tie that is shown in this picture as item number 34.
All right, thank you. 128.
If you could, thank you, hold this for a second up there,
Okay.
and we'll publish a couple things at the same time.
Okay.
We could have, is it 102? We have 102 up there. That's kind of difficult to see as well, but if you could describe what we're looking at there.
Marker number 35 is a piece of pink fabric that I am circling in this area here.
And then the next exhibit, 103. Can you see what that is? It's kind of very dark here.
Yes, sir. Marker 36, the area I am circling is a ring.
Okay. I'm going to hand you first a bag. Take a look at that and let us know what that is.
This item is the pink fabric that was in the previous picture.
Pink stripes. Does that look like it could be the remnants of something? A pink shirt, something like that?
It appears it could be, yes.
If we could have that marked as the next number.
129.
If you could show those two items, that is 128 and 129 publications here.
Lady wants to speak to y'all for just a second.
Go ahead and be. And this is the hair tie.
This
or
is the
scrunchie?
hair tie. This is the pink fabric.
I'm going to put the next one, the photograph is 105. It's very dark again, but can you describe what we're looking at here?
Marker 36 is a ring that I'm circling.
And the next photograph is 104. Is that a better photograph?
Yes, sir, that's a close-up of the ring from the previous photograph.
And we're still at kind of the top of the ditch or the south side of the ditch, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you what has previously been marked as Exhibit 14. You can take a look at that and let us know if that's the ring that you're looking at in the photograph.
Yes, sir, this is the ring that is in the photograph. That is marker number 36.
Could, if you could publish that ring to the jury.
Move in evidence.
It's already.
Exhibit 14.
Oh, okay. That's the one I said we could make a photo of.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Scott.
We're going to look at the margins of Exhibit 105.
Let's, I can tell where we are. This is going to be a while yet. If we do a lot of reference to what you've been doing, they've got lunch that has been brought in, so just make a mental note of where you are. Please, no discussion of your testimony, okay?
Yes, sir,
And
Your
we'll
Honor.
continue right after lunch this time. So we'll take 1 hour for lunch. Your lunch is waiting for you upstairs, follow the admonition.
Okay, that is all for today. We're going to start getting ready for our Thanksgiving holiday. And if you're on tomorrow over on the Discord, we will probably be having the Macy's Day Parade and maybe Miracle on 34th Street. So if you want something to do tomorrow while you're cooking your turkey, come on over and see us on Discord. We will not be streaming tomorrow, but we should be back on Friday. Please keep Ada and her family in your prayers and thoughts. Have a wonderful and safe Thanksgiving, and we'll see you all on Friday. So for now, have a great evening.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time.